Recording in progress. Excuse me, there's no sound.
Oh, she said that worked.
That worked?
Yeah.
Can you hear us now? Dan Gray?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda? As amended.
I'll make the motion.
Do you have a motion?
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. So we're switching, we're switching the plan unit development.
D and E is going up,
Old business D and E is going all the way to the top.
right? S
To
is,
the top of new business?
W is alleviated, except we're gonna discuss that for the sales tax. At a later time in depth.
W is deleted for now.
Well, W is gonna become sales tax,
Right,
review.
because it was a repetitive, so we're changing that to the sales tax discussion, which we may even have to have a special meeting again for that. Other than that, living wisdom and the stage mural proposal, since people are here, we're moving up to new business.
Stage mural proposal moving up to, okay. What number?
Where are you moving that to?
F is gonna be moved up as well since Nick is here. Get that taken care of. Okay. Dennis,
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
second,
Seconded.
Dana, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Next is, approval of the minutes. So it looks like we've got minutes from, a couple of the. We got January 11. Which goes back pretty far, but we'll, I guess, you're moving through from.
Yeah, and also I can confirm that there were minutes in December, they were approved in that January 11th meeting. I can't find physically the minutes from October and November and December in office, but it seems that they were written and passed and approved, so we have had minutes since August. I will have February and March minutes done before the next meeting, and April as well.
So at least we're getting caught up a little bit on our minutes. We're, going to have, for the next meeting, we will have be caught up. By now, it was a week before we, from this meeting to last meeting, we've gotten 2 more bits of minutes from that. So the other option would be to, have her do these minutes and the last meeting's minutes. Before going back and doing the difference.
I would tentatively approve the minutes as submitted, pending, future documentation. I haven't had the opportunity to read through what we did receive, and I apologize for that. But in order to move forward, I suggest that, I don't know how you make that motion to tentatively approve the minutes, but, I would do that if it's legal. With the option to amend at a later date, or that way.
I'm not sure exactly how the technicalities work on that,
Say we just approve these minutes and wait till we get to the.
yeah, I would just suggest, since they're fresh, that we start with the meeting today and work to the meeting that was previous, and then we can go back and look at these minutes, so maybe we'll, postpone these to another meeting.
Well, we can make a motion to approve the meeting, the minutes for January 29th, because that's what we have in our.
January 11th. We have January 11th, we have January,
I only have January 29th.
we don't have 11th either.
No,
And they weren't issued in the packets.
January
Let's
29th.
postpone all minutes right now until we have,
Alright.
all of the information and, again, let's start with today's meeting, go back to last Monday's meeting, and then we can catch up after that. So that we're up to date. Next on the agenda. No, we're just gonna postpone minutes right now. Next is citizens' comments. So, yes. There's a mic right there and you can, hold it in your hand if you want.
It's not on.
Just hit the little switch.
Hit it or-
Nick Navarez, 2271 Big Sands Way. I'm here today to give a few updates on the 4th of July and the town stage, the latter being in the conversation today in old business. But first, I'd like to apologize for my absence at meetings over the last year. Had I been here, I would have been more readily available to discuss any questions regarding noise, the 4th of July and the stage. I will do my part this coming year with this new administration to be more communicative proactively. With that in mind, here is your 4th of July update. We are waiting for the results of the Swatch sales tax grant. I applied for $7,500 this year, but most likely they will ask the town to match their funds, so we will only get $4,000. Since the funds are not going through the town this year, I'm creating a new bank account that these funds can be paid to and accounted for easily. Once complete, I will ask the town to simply write a $4,000 check to it, and I will take care of the rest. The porta potties and wash stations have been ordered. I have scheduled bands to end by 7:30 p.m. and we will do our best to stay within that time frame well before sunset. Vendor applications are now open on my website, www.mountainsiderealty.com. Lastly, in the past, as a town-sponsored event, the logistics for street closures were handled by town maintenance staff. This did not happen last year and caused issues. I will need their support this year, along with the Special Events Committee, to ensure that the roads are properly marked and blocked, as this was not within my scope that we agreed to when I took the project on. Lastly, regarding the 4th, the theme this year will be unique, united, and undivided. As a message of hope for the future of the town, to work together to resolve issues stemming from our differences, in benefit and service to the whole community. Congratulations to the incoming board. I look forward to the coming years of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
How many porta potties do you have for the event?
I believe 3.
Only 3? And how many days going to be free?
They'll be here the Wednesday before.
And when you going to pick up them? When going to be picked up?
And they'll be picked up the following Wednesday. They always deliver on Wednesdays.
Only 3? How many people you
Oh, is it every
expect?
Yeah, well,
Every other week.
like, I need to look at it. I don't have it off the top of my head, so I can.
I believe, I use porta potties and
Okay.
some shows that work, and 3 for the people we haven't is not going to be enough.
Okay, we can definitely talk about it, yeah. Is it 3 or 4?
Would you like to give citizens' comments?
One,
Tom.
Warren Stephen. I came this morning thinking that I was gonna try a different approach. But, I'm gonna have to throw out the window and stick with my old approach. Almost everything the board is doing, has done, has lied about over the last, 20 months is getting worse. Things are not getting better. You have no financial information. The financial information you were given last month, all you have to do is look at one item, the utility item. Go back to August, it was $3,400. At the end of December, it was $49,000. That makes no sense. There's been nothing done to hire a forensic accountant. You, haven't gone back and done supplemental budgets for the last 3 years. The $310,000 of journal entries that the auditor required have not been done. The people you have hired are not capable of doing the job under any circumstances. to fix this problem. If you just focus on the finances, you would have a good start. You are about to go into the area of fraud. I think with your finances, you've definitely been in the area of malfeasance with them for the last 3 years. Things have to change, and they have to change now. You're about to try to hire 3 more people, which is insane, when you have no idea what your sales tax revenues are. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Next, anybody else wanna give a citizen's comment? Zoom? What else? Hearing none. We are going to move on to attorney's report. Which,
Excuse me, can I just add one thing? You also violated the sunshine laws 3 times in the last 3 months. That should be significant to the record.
I'd like to comment, I'll work with you, Warren, we will sit down together and go through each one of your, comments, and we will consolidate them and bring them back to the board.
Thanks.
All right, next we have, treasurer report, the attorney's report is not not in our packet. And we had treasurer's report this morning that was given, so Warren wasn't able to see that. Out, I
Another
guess,
violation.
I would like, Kim to read it.
Pardon me?
I would like, did everybody get one? You should have a treasurer's report in your packet.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I'm sorry, no, not you.
What?
Kim, our treasurer, I would like you to read your report to us, please.
Okay. Should I stand here?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, I work with Virginia West, hired as, an experienced auditor. Has gone well. We caught up the general fund books through the end of 2023 and made the auditors changes that had not been previously made to the books, for 2022. There are items to adjust still, mainly a discrepancy in the payroll liability account that had been carried through from 2021. With the extra hours for Virginia, we will investigate that issue and do the same catch up on the water sewer QuickBooks company and properly integrate it with the general fund. I have not reconciled the main business checking for March yet. But I've included some financial reports for January, February, and I think I did a balance sheet for profit and loss for March. So again, it's not reconciled, but the latest sales tax dollars were deposited on April 8th. There was no noticeable change in the amount relative to previous months at about $40,000. As of last week, I have a copy of the 2024 budget and have started to add the numbers into QuickBooks. However, it is not simply an upload of the data, but it's manual entry of each of the numbers unless anyone has a better way, like if it was in an Excel spreadsheet or something. There might be ways to make it more streamlined, but I haven't seen that so far. Otherwise, yeah, bills are being paid, water bills are being mailed and processed on time, and payroll, etc. And generally beginning to catch up on organizing and such. Yeah, but still finding new tasks to tackle.
Does anybody, wanna ask questions to Kim that would, help her understand her role better? Because one of our issues is that, we have, our transition has been really hard for the staff, I think, and we're really trying to, get her, in order so that she doesn't feel like she's,
Flailing.
flailing or lost in, a job description that isn't really presented properly. So does anybody have anything to say for Kim yet right now, or do we have, should we move on? I'm gonna suggest in my report that we, spend a lot more time with these finances, whatever it takes. I don't know how to do it exactly, but I'm gonna ask for suggestions that we set up a special meeting or we, have the finance committee do more work and then present it at a special meeting, something like that. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly how to get these finances up to, up to par.
And I'd like to suggest that, to that point, that Virginia West be included in some of these meetings. And I think she would be really good at answering some of the questions that Warren is posing that I might not be able to articulate the same way, but I think the answers are there. I think it's just a matter of,
To find that?
yes, to present them.
Okay.
And then when you present the sales tax, if you could give us the exact amount rather than approximate, just like the amount that came in,
Okay,
just so we know exactly.
for sure. Yeah, I can get that now.
I think the finance committee has done a lot of work, not so much in the past month, but leading up to that, a significant amount of work. And they've been providing kind of a checklist of things that they see that are urgent or need attention. So I think finding the avenue to communicate that from the finance committee to the staff or to Kim is important. And I think it needs to go through the board so that if that report is presented to the board, hopefully before 5 p.m. when we're all don't want to be here anymore, then we could go through those items and approve requests for Kim from the finance committee. And that, I think that would be a good avenue. And I think that really, especially Elaine's oversight of our finances is pretty strategic and valuable. So
So do you think that having, and I, you know, in this time, I think we're gonna have to have more meetings together to catch up. Whether it be a partial board or the whole board, I would like to initiate some either special meetings or, work sessions that we can
Yeah.
join everybody together and actually.
yeah, I mean, it's common knowledge that for the last 2 years or 8 years, the board has been pretty disengaged from the financial aspect. So, yeah, I think we have a responsibility to attend, to learn it. But also, real quick, that one more thing I would say is we get things like what Warren is saying and other people have said that basically that our staff is not qualified maybe, but I think that's our responsibility to figure out how we can support or provide training, because for Kim to, know certain aspects of finances is valuable, but she doesn't know all of the municipal requirements and all of that. So for us to expect that from her is unreasonable.
Right.
So we need to figure out how to support her learning that.
So I'd like to, look at scheduling something right now, just to get us on board with Kim. I know timing is weird, but we have to do it. We have to figure this out because, whatever it takes.
Are we looking in all the directions that we need to do for assistance for our financing? I noticed on the agenda, there's a request for some additional hours for Virginia at $50 an hour, what is it, 20 hours? I would like to see a cap on that. Because I think we might need to explore other ways other than Virginia. So
I agree.
if we can, take a look.
However, right now, we do have Virginia, and I think, the board hasn't met with her or sat down with her and Kim and really talked to the group as a whole. I would say, what we need to do is pull all the resources together, whether it be Elaine and the finance committee and the board and Kim and Virginia, and really nail down what we're gonna do to get this back in order. Kim, sorry.
I suggest that we have a work session as opposed to a special meeting so that we can speak freely. And, you know, sift through some of this stuff. I'm totally echoing Adam Kenny in respect to, we've got to support our staff. We can't keep going through them like I go through socks. We have to support our staff. One way or the other. And if it takes more training that we'll pay for, or 40 more hours to get an expert in here, one way or the other, we've gotta get it done. Let's have not a special meeting, a work session. And then we can say, I think you're wrong, you know, we can be more open.
Action, then we can bring it to the next.
Yeah, and we can make a list, we can put it on a thing and it says, this is a priority, this is a priority. And move forward, because this talk is getting us nowhere.
meeting.
So when do we wanna schedule this?
I'm available Wednesday,
I'm available anytime.
Thursday.
I will be out of town until the 22nd.
Okay,
If we need to schedule it while I'm gone, I won't be able to zoom in, I won't have any internet
It'd be
access.
great if you could.
I would really like to be there because I do feel like this is one aspect that I need to learn a lot more about and I'd love to meet with everybody. So but I will be gone until the 22nd.
So,
Would you be around like the 24th, 25th, December?
Yeah, I would be around then.
how's the 24th? I mean, not everybody has to be at this meeting, it would be great if we could all attend, but I mean, people have to miss.
I really think it would be valuable for
I agree.
Virginia to be there, and her only availability is Thursdays.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Thursday, the 25th?
Yeah, I think so, for me.
do we need to do
And I
like a
can-
motion and stuff? Or-
And I'm not clear if it was passed last time, the hours, the
It
additional
was.
hours. Okay, so
Maybe y'all did it after I left, actually, I don't know.
No, I got tabled to this meeting.
once that's done, I'll let her know and hopefully she can attend. I can give feedback. No.
So if that was a motion on your part to have a work session,
yeah, work session Thursday, the 25th at 10.
if that time works for everybody, I don't know, or
Should we do it earlier or later?
Dennis, do you have?
As early as possible or as late as possible, but I think typically Virginia gets here at 9.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
9:15 or 9 would be better for me.
9 works.
I would second that motion.
all right, any more discussion? Yes, Dennis?
I'd like to point out something here. At last meeting, preparing to sign the contract for the ORC, the train, Brent, the ORC and training, didn't want an open-end contract. Limited the training very specifically to a certain amount of time. This to me creates a double standard where, and I'm not saying that meeting is not essential, but to spend additional dollars, I'd like to see some more results.
How about we do a second motion? How about you make a second motion, so we get this work section done, and then we'll make a second motion to limit those hours.
Okay.
So, any more discussion on the work session on Thursday, the 25th at 9? All in favor? Aye. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we, consider limiting the amount of hours that, the additional hours for training. To what's been proposed and not go past that.
You're saying the 20 additional hours
Yes,
and just approve that?
yes. That still comes to $1,000.
is there a second?
His motion isn't to approve that, it's more to not go beyond that, right?
Right.
So,
I'd kinda like to know what Kim thinks about that.
So we have a second, Armando, now discussion.
I'd kinda like to know what Kim thinks about that.
I'm a little unclear, is it just Virginia that we're talking about, or
No, Virginia,
just Virginia's time? Okay,
just to try to be more efficient with her time, maybe, as best we, I mean,
we're being very efficient,
Okay.
yeah.
maybe we
And
use those.
accomplished a lot, I mean,
I'm sure you did,
catching up.
I'm sure you did, but there has to be a stopping point. Just as it was presented before with the ORC contract, it just can't go on forever.
So yes,
I don't know how
I think
much-
if we want to say up to 40 hours, we feel like that would be sufficient.
Well, what's on the agenda is 20.
There's 20, and that's what you're requesting?
That's
a good
correct.
start, and then we can go from there.
Sure, I can.
So long as it gets done.
Question, so she's saying how many hours Virginia needs?
You're asking for,
Yeah, well, she said that's the hours Virginia, why we not tell with Virginia how many hours she needs, because I don't know, you shift that she can do it 40 hours?
That's how much hours Virginia thinks she needs is not the
Exactly.
point.
Well, I
The
thought.
point is our current budget and how much more money we have left to throw in for training.
Okay, sure.
We're spending money that we don't even know.
I
we're not sure yet.
understand, that's what I
So
said.
let's just stick it to 20 hours, and if we need more, we can come back next meeting and approve more.
And I just would remind the board that we allocated $24,000 for forensic audit, and it was my understanding that what we paid Virginia so far, which was $1,500, came out of that, so that leaves us with approximately 22,500, and it's my opinion that the work we've been doing with Virginia is in the direction of forensic audit.
so
I
since
agree.
we have the money already budgeted and we still have, you know, a chunk to do is, should we look at more, 20 hours to me isn't very much at all when you're really trying to delve into and do trading and things. You know, that's 2.5 days of work.
One other option here is that we could meet with her, figure out what we wanna do exactly,
Yeah, that's,
and get some more communication. The other option is to really look at a governmental accounting firm, somebody who,
Yeah.
that is what they do,
Absolutely.
and have them come in and really help us.
Yeah.
So there's additional stuff we can do.
Absolutely.
Right now-
I'm happy with 20 hours, I think that's fine.
Okay,
I just wanna save that money for maybe even really pulling together, as Warren was saying, you know, going back and doing these supplemental budgets.
That's happening already, but
It is happening,
Yeah.
okay,
for free.
okay.
So right
So,
now we-
that's my personal fan.
Kim, I'm sorry, John.
so right now we have a motion at 20 more hours. There was a second.
Yes, and discussion, we're in discussion. Is there anyone?
I just think that with Virginia at our work session on the 25th, she can give us some high points that we can go from there. So, yeah, but,
Kim, will you, are
I-
you gonna be in touch with Virginia about that?
Yes, I will immediately be in touch with
I
Resources.
like Benji's idea that, we stick to the agenda with the 20 additional hours,
Okay.
but we have the option to revise that
Yes,
if needed.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Next is my report, I'm gonna read it and then put it in a file for the record, these next 2 months are critical times for our town. It might be small and rural, but we all know that this place is special and wonderful. It is a privilege and opportunity to serve our community. It's important for us all to remember that we are a place which honors all 7 generations. This includes newborn babies all the way to the silent generation prior to World War II. There's 7 generations in our community right as we speak. This diversity is unique for Colorado Mountain Town. Places like Aspen, Telluride, Crested Butte are overrun with development and extreme wealth. We have preserved a unique way of life here. As we go forward in this new term, I'm asking each trustee to take our responsibility to the next level. I, as mayor, will do the same with hopes of going above and beyond our expectations. Our town governance has very important responsibilities and implications when it comes to our foundational commitment to service of our community. Our main responsibility is financial. We need to spend all the necessary time to get our finances in order. I'm asking each and every trustee to put in a little extra work and effort in order to get this town back in shape. If we need weekly special meetings and work sessions, I'm pleading to ourselves to do whatever it takes to make our community proud when it comes to our number one responsibility. In this regard, I'd like to make a formal and public announcement of gratitude and thanks to Elaine Johnson, Adam Kinney, Dennis Pazlusny for activating the finance committee, pulling our budget together, and setting the stage for a more complete financial framework. Stabilizing our finances is the first priority to address. Once our finances are in order, the collective vision will unfold organically and be unhinged by speculation and rumors. Some changes that I'm willing to make are as follows. I'm going to have office hours, 1 to 2 days per week, meeting with community members, hearing concerns, taking notes, reading correspondences, and distilling information to present to the board. I will be planning and attending committee meetings and relying on all chair members to give concise reports that include actions needed and increased confidence in our community. Which increases confidence in our community. I will be personally reviewing and helping to manage grants with help of experts. I'll make sure we are all meeting the criteria presented by the grantees. I'm hoping that all trustees, commissioners, community members, and committee members and community members will come visit and sit down with me as regular as needed. Other changes I'm requesting are a yearly, monthly, and weekly calendar that are accessible to all trustees with important dates, deadlines, elections, and schedules of all meetings. So these calendars can be digitalized, but will be in physical form first with one hung on the wall for easy viewing. Another shift that I would like to see is a recalibration of our priorities. At heart, we know what our priorities are, but for some reason we get distracted from them. In general, our process as board members is refining and executing our collective visions to better our community. That is where I would like to place our focus. However, we need to address the fundamental functions of our town governance. With the help of you as trustees, our staff members, our advisors, and our community, as mayor, I as mayor am willing to and committed to fulfilling these priorities and responsibilities. And quote, we cannot ensure success, but we can deserve it.
Thank you.
So in that, I am asking to have a place to sit down and be able to really, spread out a little bit and listen to people and, try to, reconnect to the community. And then I can distill it to the board. And my first agenda with that is to meet with Warren and really create a priority list of Warren's concerns and, make sure that we're back in line with you, Warren. Cause I know that
It's not me.
well, it's not you, it's the community, but you are for some reason, you have become the pinnacle of those concerns, so.
Thank you. The rest of the board needs to do their job.
So we're being asked and we're gonna fulfill that. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Next is a clerk's report.
I don't have a written report at this time, so I figured I would just do it verbally and add it on later. I cannot stress to you how the office is still in a state of disarray. Despite the week that was given to us to clean and prepare and organize, it is still very much a chaotic mess. I still find stacks of hundreds of papers shoved into desk drawers, under filing cabinets. Trying to, do the job that I've been hired to do, plus put out the fires created in the past, plus not having little to no training for myself and the treasurer has been a detriment to, our working office. It's very stressful, it's very chaotic, we learn on the fly as things come in. Allison put it best, she said we're acting reactively. We don't know what we're coming up against until it's literally in our laps and it's a fire. With that being said, another thing is that, I don't believe we're being set up for success by the board. I respect you all deeply and greatly, but having that lack of training for all of us has, left us in quite a state. And the relations that you've had with the staff in the past have affected our working relationship now. People do not want to help us in any regard. Scott won't talk to us anymore. Emily won't help us. This is your former clerk and your former treasurer who won't provide advice or counseling or training. And even before Scott left, he wasn't providing training. I was taught how to answer the phones essentially and check emails, and wasn't shown where anything in the office is kept or lived or, really set up for success. And my current understanding from the staff meetings that I've had with Adam Kinney and the rest of our staff, there's a lack of trust between the staff and the board that I think we need to address and rectify together. I'd be happy to go into more detail about what would help with those things. I think one for me would be, like more respect towards my schedule. I get texts and calls at inappropriate times after work on the weekends. This is my job, this is not my entire life. I have other businesses and things and commitments and family that I need to, give attention to. So I would request that, requests come to me Monday through Thursday between 9 to 6 hours that I'm here. And I request, that as it shows in the personnel handbook revisions that were presented to us, we're asked not to use our town or use our personal phones for business. So I really feel like I shouldn't be getting texts or calls, on my personal phone. Beyond that, and, I will say, like, I do feel like I'm drowning in work. I'm doing the work of 3 or 4 people. I've been told that by clerks in the past that there were more people in the office. I can't be office assistant, custodian, and clerk at the same time and provide snacks and, do HR, IT, and everything. That's not possible for one person with 36 hours a week. I constantly go over my hours and I've been given complimentary time, and I cannot and will not do that any further. On another note, I'll give you an update that Miguel has moved out upstairs. He has taken the furniture out. I would like to request the ability to rent a steam cleaner, as it smells in there. And I would like to work on getting that apartment ready for, renting out again. And I would ask that the board advise me on how you would like that process to be handled and how much you would like to rent it out for. I would also like to point out that, I spent a lot of time in the previous months working on this election, and that was something that I came into halfway through the process, with no experience and no training and no, not Scott passing on anything he worked on for that, but it was completed. I've also done the CIRSA audit and the fingerprinting audit. I say these things to you just so you have some, trust in me that I'm trying to stay on top of our requirements. And, I've also done the census survey. The last thing I would ask for, Warren pointed out that, he believes that we've broken the sunshine laws a number of times. I can see where his frustration comes from. It's very hard to collect agenda items and reports from, the entire board and from the staff. I've asked over and over that I have every agenda item the Tuesday before the meetings so that I can have the agenda ready and out to the public in time. And I'm still receiving things as late as 15 minutes before the meeting starts. So I would ask again and again from my board and my staff to help me, help you by having things in on time. That's pretty much it for me.
Thank you, Aria.
Questions for Ariel?
Who's gonna run the steam cleaner?
I would be happy to do it, but that's also up to you, because that's part of my 36 hours.
That's why I asked the question. I personally would like you to not do that.
I'll run the steam cleaner.
They're volunteer.
Yeah, and I'm out of town for a week, but when I get back, I'll run the steam cleaner.
Okay, Kim,
I'd suggest photos be taken. So we have before and afters. And I do suggest that we raise the rent. We were charging $800 a month for our ORC. He was an employee, it was a good thing, we gave him a break. But, for anybody else, I think the rent should be $1,500 a month. And, that's my point, but I do want
let's
photos
discuss this,
taken.
let's discuss this later. Rental is not our first priority right now. I would say our number one priority is making sure that our clerk gets everything she needs
And
in order to be able to do her job
rent
properly.
the steam cleaner, we
Okay.
need a motion for that.
One second. So we're getting a lot of information at once from our clerk, and I guess my question to you would be, is there a way that we can put down a priority list so that the board knows, like, what can be passed off to other people? I really do feel like we need an office assistant in there, somebody to pick up the slack on the stuff that is, not crucial to do. As far as, being in there, I'm planning on coming in at least a couple of days, and I don't wanna get in your way. So I would like to help you and be able to work with you on making your job easier. Is there any other trustees that are interested in looking at, or do you wanna add this to our work session as far as,
Aren't you willing to participate?
I'm definitely willing, and I don't know exactly what the rules are for it, but I'm willing to give Ariel some of my time to help get things back into organization. It sounds like a hot mess, and I hope everybody really hears what she's saying about her personal space and her personal time and like respecting her. Because I think it's really important what she was saying about past relationships and what we all can do to improve those in the future. And that includes like respecting her time.
Yeah, don't waste it.
Adam? Sorry.
No,
Sorry, I texted. Appreciate you sharing. I have that, and I appreciate you sharing.
I
that
did
with-
too.
I've also done it and I'm sorry.
And I think that's the first step that we should do.
Okay,
Take
so
our
from
hand
now on,
to
I
do that.
think we should stop
Yeah, thank
texting
you.
Ariel,
Yeah.
and maybe we should, add right away, we start emailing. That way she can get it on her own time, she doesn't have to rush. So from now on, let's switch over to email, if we have correspondences with her.
Well, and the other part of that is, especially if Dana or you are gonna be in the office, helping.
Right.
That we really have to learn what that looks like, and that doesn't look like asking her.
A million
for
questions.
anything.
Yeah, totally. And so with that, yeah, would you like our help, Ariel?
I would take any help I can get.
How would you like to see that happen? Do you wanna like meet up, and just talk about, scheduling a day and how we can be of best assistance?
For sure, scheduling helps so much, even if like the trustees have questions and things, scheduling with me and just helps enormously because I have meetings with Sursa, Jola, and I don't, it's hard for me to just be like, oh, you're here, let's talk now. So
Definitely.
that would be amazing, if you wanted to schedule a time to come in and we could just work together for a few hours. I would love help with filing of any sort, electronic, physically. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Susan?
Yeah, two things, and this is something for Ariel to decide. She had mentioned about, this transfer of data that has to be done in individually, you just upload the data, every entry has to be put in one by one. And maybe that's something that there could be some help with by somebody who's doing that, so that would be something you could discuss. But I would also like to make a motion that we approve Ariel to, hire somebody or the help that's needed up to the amount of $500 to clean and, the apartment upstairs to get it ready for rent. And I say 500 because you might find minor repairs or painting or that besides steam cleaning. And be nice if she had the wiggle room to tackle those projects. So my motion would be to allow her to hire somebody to
Rent it from there.
clean the apartment up to the amount of $500.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion?
Yeah. Is that $500 in labor plus the cost of the rental?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the cost of the rental, I'm just saying, just to get it ready for rental.
So that rental, tool rental does not have to come out of that 500?
I wasn't thinking that I mean, it could, the rental money, it could, but I'm just saying that we authorize up to 500.
I would amend the motion to
Yeah,
include any rentals that are needed.
So 500 plus steam cleaner rental, alright.
Jason, are you talking about like one of the cleaning companies that may do work for some of the,
yeah, there's various people who do cleaning here and.
cause they might come with their own cleaning stuff.
Right, so they.
So
can-
rental as needed.
Right, and I would leave Ariel to manage that, and have the carpets cleaned and, you know, there might be touch-ups of little things
And Ari, that's
besides.
something you can pass off to us as well, if you're, so your man, you just say to Dana to pass it off to her.
I could probably manage, going and checking out the rental and making a list of what, if it needs painting or what is it smell bad?
Yeah, it needs definitely the steam thing, probably some painting work, and then there's
Can we
some
put
large
this item the
items
next
that-
agenda, cause it's in our agenda.
It's, well, it's a clerk's report thing, so let's just get a vote and.
Yeah,
start moving on.
let's do that.
You've got two public works personnel that you're paying over $60,000.
We're gonna be working on that.
Warren's not on the board.
That's right.
All in favor for this, motion to $500 plus the rental. And we're gonna get that done before the next meeting.
It's not spent.
We have to get it done before the next meeting as part of the clerk's report. Because if we can rent it on May 1st.
Before we go on to new business, could we just have just a short break? Would that be possible?
Let me see.
5 minutes of.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Me?
It's okay.
Dana's out in the bathroom, we're gonna start anyways right now. We'll keep this meeting moving. Kirsten is here with Lady Wisdom. Mike, you might have to switch it on. It's a little switch there.
This one?
No, it's not that.
Or the clear.
There you go.
Ready or are we waiting?
Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Kirsten Schreiber with Preston Peak Community Housing. I'm the chair. And first of all, I want to congratulate you and thank you for all the work you do for work and the love you put into our community. So I'm here because we have applied for our construction permit. I think it was February 28th. And we are waiting for a response and yeah, and to answer any questions you have regarding that.
So
You
Yes.
guys know.
I was just gonna say, there should be a timeline that they had provided for us that was on there.
Yes, you got the timeline. We sent it to you last week. And the application again, and with details on the tap fee discussion.
Great.
So you should have all of those documents.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
Armando, do you have a question?
Well, one thing that we had conversation here before is about your permit building, and you cannot obtain the bonds because we don't give you the permit. So we was trying to figure out if you could promise to us before you guys breaking ground to bring those bonds. So we can give you the permit. I think that was the discussion on the last meeting, right? To prove the permit, and after the permit, you bring those bonds, because that is the thing in your letter you mentioned that you cannot provide those bonds
Exactly.
before we provide you the permit. So that was the discussion. I don't know, you guys had time to read this from yesterday, but that's the big question. So I don't know, if you can provide those bonds, if we give you the permit, you know, and then we can tell you that before you breaking ground, you can bring those bonds to town, because they want to see it.
That is my understanding, that once we have the permit, we're going to be getting
That
that.
was-
So, I don't know, Akia is on here too, she can probably give more specific details to that.
IKEA, hi IKEA.
Hi, yeah,
Hi.
we're aware that we have several deliverables still due to the town. But until we get our building permit and can initiate all our contracts, we're unable to provide those. But we do know that we have to provide those before we break ground. So we have a checklist of everything that's due to the town. And everything is waiting now on the building permit.
So we were suggested, by our attorney to have a building inspector, and I know that it's, become a little late in the process because obviously there's gonna be some catch-up time for the building inspector to review everything and then go through it. We really do wanna have a building inspector for this project. However, you know, I don't wanna stall this project anymore. I really do feel like we're just spinning our wheels if we keep stalling out. Susan wrote up, some points that she wants, maybe would present. Or do you want me to present them?
So I jotted down some notes. Here.
Do we have that?
I don't know if you have that, but you can.
No, I just, this is something from my own notes to be clear, and I'm really glad that Living Wisdom come up. So I'm actually speaking to the board here, and I wrote some notes so that I would be clear if what I'm saying is not accurate, please, please say something. Because, you know, I've been involved with this process from the very get-go. And my understanding is that, you know, we have now the planning commission and the board reviewed the plans and the final changes and approved them. So we have done all the work that we were supposed to do. The planning commission did and the town did. So, you know, that was approved. When we talked with our attorney had reviewed the agreements as we had requested and said that it was now out of the board's hands because we had done that approval, and that we should direct the clerk to have the building inspector review it for approval. And so that's where we're at right now. And we discovered, of course, last month with the attorney saying this, that we did not actually have a clerk. We had a deputy clerk, and we did not have a building inspector. Since then, last week, we have made our deputy clerk the interim clerk who can fulfill that duty. And today, we're looking at hiring a building inspector who can review the PUD. The only thing that our attorney said that was needed was to have a timeline schedule. And from what the attorney said, that is something that the building inspector will check off on. That's where when the building inspector is looking at this, that would be one of the things they're looking at. It's not the board's job at this point. It's passed on. I also really wanted to mention to the board that this project is funded in large part by state and federal money. And if you've ever dealt with state and federal money, they require all contractors to be bonded. That's part of their process. They're not gonna give you a dime unless your contractors are bonded. They have tough restrictions and rules, and the PUD had to pass their regulations to get the funding. Contractors are bonded. It's required. Living Wisdom went ahead and named the town on the bond requirements, so that if there is any problem, we're named as part of the bond. Any future project bonding by contractors take place after a building permit is issued. This is something we were really told, that like some contractors, they're not going to get additional bonding until they have a building permit in hand. And their bonding companies wouldn't even issue them a bond unless they have a building permit in hand. These are things that we have been learning through this process. As we all know, for all of us who have gone through the PUD process, who have really reviewed the plans all have engineer stamps. Every single aspect of this project required engineer stamps. And there again, the states and feds are not gonna fund this until they have the engineer stamps. So if it turns out to be any sort of design problems or something that doesn't work, that falls on the engineers, not the town, the engineer stamp. I have a real concern, Living Wisdom especially has a concern that they're in danger of losing funding and contractors if they don't get moving on this project like ASAP. This is a $6 million project. It's essential for the town. All of the steps have been met all the way around along until getting a building inspector. Does the Living Wisdom have anything to add to what I've just said to our board?
It's on a banner here, the timing they sent to us yesterday, all the timing of the building, you can see it, it's here, I mean, at least the timing is here for them.
So the time limit is in the binder?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it really feels like what is holding us up right now is just the technicality around needing to have a building inspector that approves these plans. And so, I guess for me, as far as like steps moving forward, like there is a timeline presented. There is recognition that we'll need the bonds before ground is broken. So like, do we get the building inspector and is that the route we need to take? Or as a board, do we need to approve this? Like, what's the pathway
So-
forward?
So the PUD has already been approved by the town. Our attorney has reviewed this and said it's basically out of the board's hands. It now goes to the clerk and it goes to the building inspector. That's what our attorney advised us. And the issue of the bonding, my understanding is all the building contractors are bonded. And that if there would be any additional bonds that I don't know, were already named, it would happen after a building permit is issued.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that they've recognized that. And so,
And they promised to bring the bonds before breaking ground, so I think we can move forward.
so if our sticking point is the building inspector, like and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, the earliest date on here, oh, it's my birthday, June 3rd of 24. So like, if that's the earliest date on the project, seems like we could get a building inspector and get the building permit.
We have two building inspectors, two people applying and not applying.
And I do wonder when, like, what's y'all's ideal for like the building permit as far as receiving it, so you guys can move forward and secure your funding?
I'll just say this week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like now, really.
Okay, I wasn't sure, yeah, I wanted to know the urgency.
Great urgency.
Okay, Dennis?
This is all good information and thank you. I've got, just one, I don't know if it's an issue or not, but we received a letter dated September 29, 2023, where everyone seemed to be in agreement on this issue, cap on fees and so on. But in March, in that agenda, and I don't have the letter in front of me, there seemed to be some writing that was contrary to what was agreed on in September 23. So where are we at with that? Are we in agreement on what the conditions were in that September 23 letter, or has that changed?
You know, I can't answer that because I think this is where the minutes are missing. So my understanding was that we were in agreement, but I know that we haven't seen the minutes. So we're kind of, I don't know.
So you-
Akia, can you say more to that?
I think whatever it is a moot point based on the feedback from the town's attorney that the project is 100% in compliance and out of the board's hands and needs to move on to the building permit.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah.
This is the letter here. Would you like to read it? This is from
From when was that? Into September, the September
September
one?
29, 2023,
Mhm,
from Peak Community Housing.
mhm,
And highlighted in red were the conditions that everyone agreed to.
mhm.
Is this still valid? Is all I'm
I-
asking.
I would say so, you know, I don't know the letter right now, so I don't know, I'm gonna refer to Akia. Do you have an answer to that? Do you know what we're talking about? The September 23, you said?
Yes,
Letter.
September 29, 2023.
That's about the water.
I don't have that information in front of me. Dennis, is that referring to the conditions of the PUD?
This was in response to, I believe, a meeting we had where the size of the water taps, the amount of the water taps, the payment, and it was signed by you personally.
So
Yeah, I don't remember.
there's another letter that we got that's in our binder that's February.
That's from just
20th,
now,
Just now.
yeah.
And it does talk about the fact that there are items in the municipal code regarding these utilities that we will need clarification and or approval of in order to move forward. And then you listed them, which is always nice to have listed, by looking at our own code to compare them. Are we gonna use the building inspector to decide on how these taps and everything are gonna work? Is that kind of what we're thinking, is that when we hire somebody, we will go through how many taps you guys are gonna need, what's gonna, you know?
I think that's all been done already. That's all dealt with, yeah.
It hasn't really been done, it's been done on your side, but it hasn't been presented to the town. Besides in this letter, that's what I'm trying to say, is that,
Yeah,
so it's kind of like, even though you guys have figured out exactly how much, it hasn't really necessarily been compared
mhm,
by somebody from the town.
mhm.
So that's all I'm saying, is that
Yeah.
we need somebody from the town side to compare and make sure that everything is
Yeah,
lined up.
but I know like the number of taps we're
Yeah,
gonna need and the
right,
sizes
sure,
and so on,
and that's
that
all-
has all been discussed here.
Right,
We've had those
Yeah,
discussions.
then-
right,
Yeah.
just here it says CPCH request pay for the actual cost only for 23/4 inch water taps and one 1 1/4 inch water tap, and then below it in red, it says that you withdraw this request.
Mhm.
So that would be the actual cost of the tap on fee.
I don't think we're here to negotiate tap
Yeah.
fees.
Not negotiating, I
I'm
want
just-
clarification on the letter that was issued on September 29th.
That's not applicable to issuance of a building permit, according to our code.
Could I speak, please,
I can't.
to the question that Benjamin asked? So your town code says that your water operator makes the final decision on the size of water taps. So once you have a water operator, we can then provide him with the engineered plans, and he will then give the feedback to the board on whether he believes that those the tap sizes that are called out are appropriate or not.
Okay, it's not the tap sizes that I'm talking about. It's the request for the actual cost only versus what's highlighted in red, that request had been withdrawn.
That's correct.
So this letter dated September 29th, 2023 is what we're following.
I think that you should be careful answering that question until
Okay.
you see that in front of you, because I don't know what else is in that. And
It's
if
their
you're,
letter.
okay, great, I understand, and she signed it, so I don't know what you're looking
Is any
for.
way that she can find it, because we wanna finish and go through to this one. You don't, a way to pull out.
The letter, what was in the March agenda seemed to be contrary to this. Am I wrong?
Well, I find that letter that we wrote on the 28th of was it
February.
February, I find very clear in terms of funding and the cost of the whole tap fees and so on, and how to manage that. That's how I understand
And
it.
I would
that-
say, I believe we have a policy and a fee schedule.
Yeah.
And that they are obligated to that, regardless of that letter or the February 28th request, they are obligated to that fee schedule. Unless they decide to ask for a negotiation on that fee schedule.
Right, and that can.
And that is not applicable to issuance of a building permit, nor do we have any authority, I believe, to be discussing the issuance of a building permit anymore. We're supposed to, as we said, and the attorney said, hire a building
Well,
inspector and leave
until
it
we,
to them.
until we have a building inspector, we are the ones that are the question, the people who are supposed to be doing the questioning until we have a building inspector.
So,
I mean, we probably should have one trustee that is more, aimed at that, so. Right now, we have two people applying for building inspector, or at least for this project. Why don't we move on and just, talk to them, and then we can start to, pull everything together so that you guys will have somebody to work with.
So if I may. So, we have two very qualified people that have put their hat in for looking at, building inspector. We have Steve Harrell and we have Sam Pace. And here's what I propose. Right now, we're looking at, we are up against an immediate schedule. I mean, this project needs to get going and any problem solved immediately. And so I would actually like to hire both people, but I would like to do this in a way that for right now, for 3 months, I suggest that we hire Sam Pace as the building inspector. And the reason that I say that is for a number of reasons. One is learning curve. That's like one of the major things is learning curve. Sam Pace had been our building inspector in town for many years. He's totally familiar with the town's rules. He's done a lot of inspections. He knows the process. The other thing is he was a town trustee for many years. He, knows the town's rules and regs all the way through. He was on the town council at the time that we went through the whole PUD process, back and forth between the planning commission and the board, working with the attorney, working with Living Wisdom, all the way down to the final PUD. So Sam is very familiar already with what was required with the PUD. And then even lastly, he was our county commissioner for 8 years. which meant he's familiar with the county regs. And he's also very familiar with dealing with state and federal agencies. So I would propose that we look at hiring Sam to be our building inspector for a 3-month period. That'll get us through the initial phase of getting this project going. And then I'm looking long-term, and I think Steve Farrell would be a very qualified building inspector for the town. He's got a lot of the knowledge and the building experience. But what he doesn't have right now is a working in-depth knowledge of the PUD. He wasn't involved with that. I don't think it would actually be fair to him to say, okay, you need to like learn all about this in 3 days and be able to make an intelligent decision on what he thinks. I think it just puts him on the spot. That's my own opinion. I wouldn't want to do that and say, okay, you have to figure this out within a week. But I think if we did do something like 3 months and then look at Steve Harrell coming in, that would give him time in order to become familiar with the town's codes, what it is that we require for a building inspector. So this is my proposal, to get a knowledgeable person in there right now who's familiar with all the information. We need to have them be familiar, who knows what questions to ask. And then we look at bringing in somebody who can work long-term for the town, and comes up to speed. So, I would like to, make a motion that we hire Sam Pace to be the town's building inspector for a period of 3 months, starting now.
Let's get a second, then we can go into discussion.
No, I would like to make a different proposal. Cause
Okay, so-
I agree with that one.
Is there a second on the motion?
Well, yeah, but she just went.
Second, okay, now, Armando, please.
I would like to move forward. I think we had enough information to prove this permit. These people work with us. And then we can vote for somebody to be the building inspector, because we need somebody that have not only for a regular house, but for a big building, because that was the main difference that we have between a family house to this huge building. So they had to be the person who had the qualifications, and then we can choose whatever. But I think right now my proposal will be to give the permit and move forward wherever we have to do.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes, a motion to do the permit.
And then
Second.
okay, so now we have two motions.
I thought we were
Discussion, yeah, now we're in discussion. But you can have two motions at the same time.
Yeah, Stephen?
So can we have maybe have the people who?
No, I would like to continue the discussion real quick, Dennis.
I'm gonna come out of left field here, is there any chance with this one particular project, as important as it is, that the both of you can collaborate on it?
Well, first off, hello. Hi. Nice to see you all. If you know me, you know that I was involved in the water and sanitation district, for 6.5 years. And so it's been really, taking me back to watch what's going on here and, the governance of a small community. And so I think the most important thing is I'm not looking for a job. I'm here on the behalf of Benjamin's request, and I'm very interested in supporting my community. So to answer that question, yes to your question, because I think what's most important is what this man said. What was it? Together, unique.
United and undivided.
And undivided. I love that. So, and I love this town. And so, I'm here to help if I can. I have an extensive background in construction and water and sanitation. And so I think I could be of service in some way. And if that develops into an opportunity that fits my life and serves this community in a way that's useful, then that's great. And I would be thrilled to consider that. So that's where I'm at. does that give you enough information initially to?
Are you
Proceed
Steve
on.
or Sam?
I'm Steven,
Hi,
Steven Harrell, sorry. So, yeah, that's my thought, is, the overall overarching, well-being of the community. And, housing for, senior citizens, how can you go wrong? Right, I mean, we need that. So, yeah, that's where my heart's at and my intention and motivation. In any way that I could help this man, or this community, that, you know, fits and is fair and that I can adjust to, I'm willing to,
I'm
so.
just gonna go back real quick. We have two motions on the table. We're in discussion right now. First motion is to, is
Yeah.
Kizen's motion.
Why don't we let?
Okay, that's fine, but I just wanna clarify so that we all know we're on the same page. Then secondly, we have a motion to just pass a building permit and, start the process and then work with the building inspectors afterwards to,
Is it okay to speak?
now it's okay.
Okay, all right. My name's Sam Pace. I, have been a building inspector in this town before, for many years. Basically, I was always paid by the site visit rather than by the hour. So I'm happy to do that again. I wouldn't want to charge these people more than $50, and that would cover, you know, a couple of visits over there to make sure that they know where their boundaries are and that they're obeying all the setbacks and things that are required by the code and stuff. That's basically what I did before, and I'm happy to do it again and sign off on it. I've also been quite involved in the PUD before, when I was on the board. It came up, and so I'm familiar with the problem, and I think we ought to go ahead and support these people and get this thing on the road. So I'm here just to offer my expertise and availability.
Sam, yeah, would you be willing to collaborate with Steve on this project?
I have no problem with this. There'll be a plumbing inspector from the state, and there'll be an electrical inspector from the state. And those are the main things that the town has done, because the town does not have building codes. So, you know, even though I have always endeavored to build to code, I don't believe that, you know, we should try to enforce that. Now, there used to be, you know, back when I was doing this, they raised the fee for commercial buildings up to $100. So I don't know if this qualifies a commercial building or what, but.
Those are the plan unit development.
But all I will say is that I'm willing to do what is necessary and sign off.
Let's, continue with Dana, please.
I just would encourage us to hear the proposals that have been made and vote on them.
Yeah.
So we have two proposals on the table.
But Ariel's also got her hand up.
Yes.
Can I have clarification on who seconded Armando's
It
proposal?
was Adam.
Yeah, and I have no problem working with somebody else if that's what you all decide what to do.
Let's go back and look at the two motions on the table. Real quick, I wanna go back. We've never really done two motions at the same time. I think you can do that. I'm pretty sure we can do that, but.
I'll just withdraw my second.
So let's go back to Kizen's motion real quick.
So I withdraw my second.
And Armando, can you, let's withdraw yours real quick and then we don't have to vote.
Yeah, sure.
So, Kizen, what's the motion exactly of Kizen's, trustee Lakai's motion.
I have, trustee Lakai motions for Sam Pace to be building inspector for 3 months starting today.
Can we have a second? Kim?
No.
No, Dennis.
From Dennis.
Okay, now let's continue the discussion.
I think that I think that the motion is, logical if we weren't at a stage where we had so much information, which is like, I do think if we have the power to give them the building permit, then we should, because we have all this information. And then we can bring a building inspector in to start doing follow-up work.
And especially we cannot use hiring one person, we have to put a bid, so it's not right for us to select one person to do the job, so I think
I
that's
think
why.
we advertised, right?
We should advertise.
I think we've advertised,
We advertised.
so we
It's
can,
under
we've met that
$5,000.
requirement.
It's under
Okay,
$5,000.
so, she's appointed one person, how we decided one person will do the job because she wants to, Sam.
I think she should withdraw her motion and somebody should make a motion to hire them both.
I will withdraw my motion.
I make a motion, we hire them both
I'll second that.
for a 3-month period.
More discussion? My suggestion would be, if we do have it in the budget because we've set aside money.
It's also gonna be like $92 or
Yeah.
something.
Right, but I mean, I would like them to really, and there are plans that are on the table, we have, you know, a really nice engineered stamps on everything, they're gonna have to also work with the water, our water person to, figure out exactly where we're at with taps.
Okay, then I withdraw my motion or I amend my motion to hire them both for a 12-month period to over. So I guess as far as discussion goes, let's say there's no motion on the table right now, and I'm saying that as a building inspector, they're not required to go through those extensive blueprints. What they are required to do, and we need to be really clear about what we're asking them to do, is Sam said, setbacks, and I like the idea of working with the ORC, because the ORC is going to need to inspect everything before it gets buried, and those are agreements that I feel like we need to be really clear on with you and Akia, is that if you have somebody digging and laying water lines that are gonna get deeded over to the town, you can't bury it until we're all working together.
Especially the public lines that come from
Right,
the main.
so, but our building inspectors are not able to nor required to examine every detail of the blueprints. That'll take them 2 or 3 months
So I would
before they can
suggest,
issue a
as
building.
Armando was saying, that we, as a board, because we don't have a building inspector yet, that we pass the building permit, tell the clerk, direct the clerk to approve it.
Okay,
Then they take it from there and they start to go through everything that they're supposed to do according to the code, our code, which we do have in the PUD, especially in the PUD, the PUD section of our code, yes, ma'am.
I would just say that that requires you to amend your code, because the code right now very specifically says that the building inspector signs off on the plans and then directs the clerk. So maybe you should make the motion that, you know, this time is the building inspector.
okay, then I make a motion, we hire both of them for a 12-month period.
Second,
Okay, I would say that it should be a 6-month period as opposed to 12 months.
The project is gonna probably
It
take
will,
2
it will,
years.
but we can rehire.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, for a 6-month period. Amended.
Second?
Okay. Any more discussion?
No.
All in favor? Okay. Now, do we want our building inspectors to be directed by us right now?
I think we can't direct, well,
Right at the moment,
whatever.
effective immediately.
Effective immediately.
I'd say also make whatever information they need available to them, so they can do the best job they can.
And just saying again that the folks at Living Wisdom need this building permit as soon as possible to get their on board, to get on their grant schedule.
Right, our community needs it.
Yes.
I mean, just say, this is a huge
One
community.
more
endeavor.
small item is that we need to figure out compensation and how these guys will be compensated, so anybody want to make a motion on how you wanna compensate? Yes.
Before we get too far down the road, I would like an opportunity to, look at the plans, understand the scope of the project, talk with Mr. Pez, and kind of get a feel for what I'd be getting into. So I think that's, great that you are now authorized or are getting ready to authorize. But I want to make sure that I have plenty of time to, can give that some consideration.
Sure.
Cause I don't want to, appear and, you know, with a half-assed, kind of approach. I mean, if I take this on and I want to support the community, I mean, that's gonna take some consideration. So I just wanna make sure that we're not, engaging me for employment at this moment, although it be authorized. And then we can work out some of the details, if that's even necessary. And I think Sam and I should really have a talk, and maybe with an appropriate trustee or the mayor, and really talk about it and have a meeting specifically for that purpose to see if it's even necessary that you have to. So I like the fact that you're allowing yourself to have that option, and I want to be available to fulfill that, but I'm not sure that that's where we're at yet. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not committing,
Right.
that we're clear, that I'm not making a commitment until there's been some stuff sorted out.
Sure.
And we understand what our objective is.
Yeah, we kind of rushed that one a little bit.
Okay, no, just, I mean, just, it's important, and I know time is
Of the
of the
essence.
essence, I got it. So,
Who was first?
I would make a motion that we pay Sam $50 per permit. And that, I don't think we need 2 building inspectors to sign off on a permit, so if Sam wants to sign off on this. And then maybe spend the next 6 months learning about it and learning what's best for the town and how to get everything to happen.
Well, we have a motion to approve both of them as a team, as a building inspector. Yeah, Warren, I know you have a.
So we should be hiring as an engineering service, because I think you're way in over here.
We have an engineering service that has already done all of the stamps.
I don't care about the stamps, you're talking about an inspector. Okay, building across the street was a hotel, it required an inspector, an inspector was hired independently somewhere to do that building. All right? These people are taking on liabilities for the town by approving plans, they've been signed off. Big deal, every project you ever looked at ends up in lawsuits.
That's not true. That's not true.
Right?
Some.
Okay,
I
I understand what you're saying.
I totally support living wisdom. They need to get going on their project. But you're basically taking on responsibility for things and dumping it on them.
Not necessarily, because we need to build,
I chose not to speak. I was not going
okay,
to speak.
so, all right, so Kizan, please.
Okay, so, you know, whoever made the motion, or anybody who voted in favor of the last motion, technically can call for a revisit of the motion. But just because something was passed, you just got new information, you can revisit the motion and decide to change it or amend it. If like, since I voted in favor, I can say I want to call for a revisit of the motion and make these changes and put it back to the vote. So that's the procedure for doing so. I voted yes because I want to see this move forward. But here's the concern I have, and that's why I was thinking about Sam being the building inspector. And if Steve wants to come in for the next 3 months and give it consult with their building inspector. I think having two, what happens if they disagree?
Yeah.
Then we're jammed up. And I think that's, we wanna make sure that Steve, who's got the experience in things, is able to give his expert advice. The reason why I was asking for Sam is because let's be really clear on what the role of the building inspector is and what is required by the building inspector. So the PUD has already been approved. There's no going back to it and saying, we want to change this or change that. It's already been approved. That's done. The planning commission has already been approved. Our attorney has already approved it, with the exception of wanting to have the timeline. So the building inspector's jobs, according to our code, is to really look at a couple of bare things. Do they meet the setback requirements? Do they meet the height requirements? And has the plans been approved? Has any things that have come up been approved? So the building plans at PUD has all the engineering stamps. It's got all the funders' approval. It's got the board's approval. The only thing that the building inspector has to do is to make sure that it meets our building codes. And this is where I'm afraid it's going to get way down into the weeds, because this sort of reviewing the plans is not only not needed, it's probably not allowed at this point. We've already approved it. And I think we need to go back to what the fundamental thing of a building inspector is and what they are actually allowed to do. And if we start overreaching and trying to dictate to the building inspector things that are not in our code, we ourselves can get in a lot of trouble. So this is where we look at the building inspector and they say, did they do this? Yes. Do we have engineered plans? Yes. Do they meet the setback requirements? Yes. And then they issue the permit. And then as we move forward, then there's next stages of inspections and approvals, such as are the taps adequately installed, or, is the road adequately built? Those things come afterwards, but right now, to issue a building permit has very, very simple criteria. And there again, that's why I wanted to have Sam do it, because he's familiar of what's required, and I would love to see Steve Farrell, be a consultant, be an assistant, give input to Sam, hey, have we thought about this? But I think there only needs to be one building inspector.
Armando?
Yes, I'm really overwhelming right now because I heard the same conversation we had over and over last meeting, this meeting. We, as I understand it wrong, correct me, and then Stu, we need a special person to look this place because it's not a regular dwelling, like at my house, right? It's a small building, but this building requires different specifications that had to be looked at. But so I think we should move forward and do this permit, and then we can do the rest, because I don't know, I'm losing my patience. I think we really talked too much about this.
I think we can get this permit issued before noon. Okay. There's such thing as called the American Disabilities Act. And, I noticed a federally funded project, but still there should be at least an eye seeing that is being met. This is a home, these are projects where elderly people will be living, sometimes carrying. What?
We are
I agree with you. I'm sure you are. And you have someone that'll check that.
We have it all been done, yes.
Okay.
It's all been checked.
Well, that was my concern.
I would propose, and if y'all think it's a good idea, we can do it, that I call for a revisit. We undo what we did, and then I make a motion to hire Sam for $50 per permit
I'll second that.
For 3 months.
for 3 months. So then, if that's agreeable, I would request whatever to undo what we did before.
I would recommend it be, because of the scope of this project, it'd be a little more than $50.
Fine. You name it.
I would say $200.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we revisit, revote our last action.
And I would second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mondo?
Aye.
Nay?
And then you make a new motion.
So is that officially undone now? Good
Yes.
enough for everybody? I make a motion that we hire Sam Pace for 6 months as our building inspector for the fee of $200 for this permit and $50 for every residential permit.
I'll second.
More discussion? Time in 6 months.
6 months.
Okay, so is there a vote on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was the second on that?
Kizin, trustee LaCounte.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay, that's
So
done.
we're at the point now of directing our clerk to contact our building inspector and proceed in a timely fashion.
I would ask, the board to, talk to Steve about, how we would. So Steve, if you, so I know you're offering to give service, how would you like to give service in this process? Is there anything that you can see that in?
Well, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Why don't, you give some consideration to that, and if there's something that comes up, then you can contact me.
I wanna say thank you for coming in.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, and
Appreciate it.
it's great to see, the small government going again, and I wish you all so well. If there's something that comes up,
Several of us have.
who gets ill, you need a backup, please let me know.
Okay, appreciate that very much.
It's very complex, operation, so, yeah.
Thank you, Steve, and I hope that we will see you here. I'm sure we'll be calling on you.
Yeah, well, we're very happy to see you, trustees and esteemed mayor.
Thank you.
Good day to you all.
Appreciate it very much. That's fine. Really, all right. Had a big run around, but we did it.
Yeah.
I just wanna say to the Living Wisdom people too,
Yes.
that like, I wanna see this project go forward and, you know, I'm kinda new to like what's going on with that, but like, I think the whole board supports this project and.
I know it doesn't seem like it over a period of, some
It's
time.
been a long haul.
Totally.
Thank you, really.
I mean, our job is really a protection of our town, and as you guys become our town, which it will happen,
That will,
hopefully we can start to unfold a better relationship over the next
definitely.
few years.
That's what I'd love to see.
Yeah, the only other issue that I wanna direct is, figuring out our ORC to be able to review this letter that we got from February 28th. And review the water service and, sewer service. So we need to, and we just got a new ORC. So
As soon as we sign the contract.
as soon as we sign the contract, which will be at lunch, we've already approved it. And then we'll have to then go through that with you. But as of right now, we should be in line for your building permit and we should be on track.
I believe Sam
Great.
met with Ariel just before he left to get the stuff he needs tomorrow morning, so.
Is there anything else?
Okay, no, I don't know. Akia, is there
Akia,
something
is that-
else you wanted to say?
Yes, I want to clarify, Benjamin, are you saying that once the town engages its ORC, that you will pass them this letter regarding water and sewer that was submitted on February 28th?
Alright.
Okay, that also is becoming urgent because it takes months sometimes to get those parts in. So,
I would say, once you get the building permit, you should, start it's basically figuring out exactly what you're gonna need from the town as far as how we're gonna link, are you gonna need booster pumps or, you know, we don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
that's
need-
already been engineered. We're just trying to figure out a fair and equitable method of payment because we're gonna be doing the work that we would normally be paying the town to do through the water tap and sewer taps. So we shouldn't be paying for that work twice. That doesn't require an ORC. That really is a board discussion
Okay,
and
so this is what if it is a board discussion and you wanna have a board discussion about it, then I would say we should do so. As opposed to directing the ORC, this is a big, I mean, this is what I've been trying to push for a long time, is that we need to figure out these taps and how everything's gonna connect to the town.
Okay.
They're saying there are items in the municipal code regarding these utilities where we need clarification and or approval in order to move forward. The intent of the communication is to work with the town towards the easiest and most cost-effective solutions for both parties.
So I agree with you. I think that having the Living Wisdom board or their representatives meet with our board or representatives and just make sure that everything is, we're hitting these points. And there again, if they're doing work that normally the town would have done, let's figure all this out.
The main thing I'm seeing is that there's a point, so there's taps that are on their property right now.
Right.
That are gonna be done and then they're gonna be turned over to the town. But there is a tap between the main line of the water and main line of the sewer that are gonna be cutting into the town's property, and that, I think, requires one of our representatives to be part of that.
Yes.
And so I just wanna make sure that before you guys start trying to tap into our system, that we have somebody, one of our representatives there to be able to oversee it and understand what's going on.
Okay, so yeah, asking that happen pretty quickly because the groundwork is the first thing that happens on a construction plant, construction site. So getting in all the utility lines, including water and sewer, and it may take a few months to actually get those parts from Dana Kempner. So
Would you prefer, I mean, like, so if we hire this ORC, which we already approved, and he's a very, very skilled man, he's a and then we have a couple trustees that meet with him and look over the water and sewer plan as well as this letter and really review everything and make sure that we're on the same page and then.
Yes, but I also think that you should have representatives from CPCH there as well to answer questions.
Okay, sure. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to do that as soon as possible. We could do it on, I can't do it tomorrow, but I can do it Wednesday if need be, and we'd have to make sure that Brett, our water ORC is available.
And Brent.
And Brent, and possibly one other trustee.
Yeah, and if you could get me contact information, I could go ahead and send them the construction design so they can look and see how the system has been designed, so they'll be educated to respond to questions.
We will direct the clerk to, as soon as we sign the contract, which we have to do, as soon as we sign that, I would ask trustee Pazluzny to contact him and then get them the designs to them, to him.
Could I just say one thing? If we could funnel that, and I will do that, I will contact Brett, but if we could funnel that information through Brent, he will be the ORC in training. And as we move through this process, have those two guys come together.
Okay.
This would be an excellent time for me to start exiting away and let them take control of it. And you'll get a trustee out of the picture.
I would suggest that we do that on Wednesday if possible. Have one more, like a work session and go through it with, if Brett is available or whatever day he's available.
All right.
I could do Wednesday morning.
Okay, let's, I'm trying to think of the best possible way to, because we don't have Brett. He is the main guy right now as far as this stuff to be able to, look over. So what would be the best way to handle it? Adam?
Well, I guess if you
Yeah.
wanna finish that, I had a question.
Yeah.
Well, we have all the blueprints here in the office.
Correct.
and that's all they'll need.
Okay, so I would have thought that they needed to fill out an application for a tap. Have they done that?
Let's see, according to this letter, it says all work and labor services of tapping town water mains and extending service lines from the town water mains to property or curb lines shall be done and performed only by town employees under town contract operations.
Well,
So
I
the-
think they need to fill out an application
Let's see,
requesting
I saw that.
21 taps. And then that goes through the clerk, and then the clerk would provide that to our ORC to look at parts. And then I think the board might have the opportunity to negotiate costs based on how much labor they're doing versus we're doing.
Right.
But I think they need an application as the first step.
The application's fine, but the ORC really shouldn't be involved in the cost of the tap.
No.
Just the construction part.
And yeah, which parts and the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
So are
inspection.
we trying to figure out the cost right now, or, cause it feels like a lot of what's being talked about is what this meeting with Brett, Benji and Dennis is gonna entail.
So one of the issues is that they wanna switch over from the town purchasing to them purchasing parts, correct?
And also doing the installation.
And doing the installation, although.
Yes.
When it comes to your installation on your property, that's one thing. When it comes to the installation between the town and your property, that's another thing. So there's two separate points. So.
But
and-
yes, so the letter is saying that we want to have our contractor do all the installation for insurance purposes, because our contractor will be licensed, bonded, insured, so that if anything goes wrong, we're protected. But if the town's contractor, who I don't even know if you have one, were to cause damage on the property, we don't have any protection in those circumstances. So we're saying Alcon is totally capable of doing all this work. Let us just have our contractor do the installation as well as us purchasing the materials. And then CPCH would pay the town the difference from all that work compared to what the tap fees would be.
Right, and the
That's
difference,
what the proposal was.
the last thing I heard from you, and I think we could re-examine and see if it's accurate, is that the cost of the tap fee includes access to the tap and the parts, but not the labor.
That's cool.
So
Oh,
if
no,
that's-
it includes all of it, Adam. It's in your code.
Right, so that's a point of examination. And that's why I don't think we can answer that question right now.
Yeah, and I don't like the tone to think.
You don't like what?
We always work with the best ability, so how many times people tap houses here, we can do it, I don't think so that person has to do it.
Oh,
No,
I think they should do it.
Yeah, you
Oh,
should
yeah.
think.
They're gonna have $1 billion
Okay,
contracting
sure.
company.
I used to like to have trust for every our sizes, so I don't know, they come out with that.
I agree, with having their contractor do the whole thing. We'll supply the parts and then,
We would supply the parts?
no,
They want-
no, they will supply the parts.
And we pay the labor?
No, we pay the cost of the parts, but let's not get that far. I agree, let their contractor do the installation of the main and then do the taps under inspection from our ORC.
Okay.
But they will be,
Do you want our ORC to meet with you wanna have a work session where everybody gets together?
I think once we get out of the picture and let the people that are doing the actual construction, the company and our ORC, let them get together without us
Mhm.
and not interfere in that part of it.
Okay,
Because then we're gonna be trying to dictate their schedule, how it's done. And
and do
just
you
let 'em
feel
have it.
as though we need an application for water lines, or do you
that's
feel?
fine. It's not normally the process. I mean, to do the extension from the main to the property and through the property and is one thing, and the taps are separate.
Those are both have paper trails and applications.
It's fine. Letter of intent and permission or whatever, however you wanna do it.
So do we have applications available for that?
No,
We have applications available
Yes.
for town requests.
for tap,
And in the past, we've done major line extensions at the cost of the end user.
Right.
And there was a paper trail, so I don't know if that's an application or a contract, but we have records.
Then let's proceed with that.
And then that would go to our ORC is what I'm trying to say.
Not to negotiate cost, only to negotiate logistics of
Okay.
parts and process.
Right, and then the
Inspection.
cost comes to us?
Cost negotiations, I think, should go through the board.
Right.
Yes.
And
The
you,
problem with us, applying for water and sewer taps is that we're supposed to submit the cost of the water tap and the sewer taps at the time we provide the application.
I don't think so. I think when we fill out an application, we say we are requesting access to the tap. And then we get a response back from the clerk with a bill. So I think negotiations would happen in between that.
Is it access to the tap or is it access to the public water main to extend the line?
I think those are two different,
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
but I
And that's
know
the first step.
if you want to tap on your property, you have to come to the town, you have to request an application, they give it to you, you fill it out and say, this is what I'm doing. Here's an image. In that case, they would just be able to provide the prints that have already been
so
provided.
according to this letter, she has already done the math. Question is whether we wanna go with her math or we wanna go with somebody else doing the math and bringing it to the board.
Well, I wanna, and I can't get the exact date, but we had this discussion about what the tap fee actually paid for. And our attorney had also said it was for the privilege of tapping the main, not his words, but mine, and that resulted, or that was initiated because of a problem we had, Dana, with, when your property had the main extended to it.
Yes.
And there was a question between what the contractor was gonna be paid for, or what had to be paid for and who paid for it. And he clarified that that was the privilege of tapping the main. And that the material and the labor from the main to the home was the responsibility of the developer. But we can save that for another discussion if you want.
Well, like you said, there's two separate things, however, they did say, here it says, CPCH proposes to the town the difference between the cost of standard tap fees and the cost of parts and installation they've already paid for, e.g. if the standard tap fee is $76,500 total, were the town to supply the parts and installation, and CPCH has prepaid $31,500 for the parts and pays Alcon $10,500 for installation, it would owe the town $42,000.
Just,
So-
can I make a suggestion? We had talked about having a work session with the parties and whatever. And I think these are all really good points that are bringing up, but I think we've got a long
That's true.
agenda. And this seems like something where you have a work session with all the right people together and hammer this out.
So I'm willing to sit down on Wednesday
Right.
morning at 9 o'clock to discuss this and you guys can, is that appropriate?
Akia, are you available
Yes,
Wednesday at 9?
yes.
That way everybody will have everything in place and all questions will be answered.
Okay,
Do you guys wanna bring your applications and just have them ready on Wednesday? I don't know, I'm trying to
I think. we
trying
can
to
do
figure
that.
out a way to speed this up.
Yeah,
With still board approval though, I mean,
yeah.
let's move on.
And I think too, on this Wednesday meeting, you can maybe at that time. Have criteria of what you wanna see in that application. And so I don't know about asking them to have something Wednesday. I think at Wednesday, you can sit down and say,
Sure.
this is what we need to have, this is what we've already submitted. And work on it then, rather than expect it to be brought by Wednesday. This is, that way you'll know just exactly what's required when you go through the work session on Wednesday. So I think, you know, it would be really good if we just move on.
Okay. Wednesday, we need to post that, if it's, if there's more than one trustees or two trustees here. Are we gonna post that Wednesday, 9 o'clock here? than two trustees?
More than two trustees.
I won't be here.
I won't be here.
Dennis would be here, Armando, there we
I
go.
will try to be here, yeah.
So yes, we'll post it. Okay. Yes,
So logistically, if they fill out an application, and I think the clerk can approve that without the board, then they can get busy. And then if they want to request a discounted rate to be approved on our meeting on the 25th, then that's fine. And I would say to Living Wisdom that I've been really taking the stance of wanting to support y'all and give y'all breaks wherever we can. And at this point in time, I'm starting to wonder, or I would encourage y'all to consider that town is strapped for cash. And while this is a great benefit financially and community wise for y'all to come into town and invest into us like this, I would ask you to consider what benefit it is to y'all and what you can accomplish if you're able to save that $30,000, whereas that $30,000 could make and break aspects of
So the
town.
main thing is that they're.
I just wanna encourage y'all to consider that.
And I would like to second that one too, because definitely, it's kinda, we wanna help you, and definitely I, in that part, I can volunteer my time, you guys want me to work there too, but the town can afford more breaks down, so.
Any extra dollar you spend, any reasonable dollar you spend on investing into our infrastructure will only perpetuate your success, our ability to keep our water system together, all of that. So I just want to say that.
Okay,
Madam,
yeah.
CPCH is not asking for any discounts. I want to clarify that. We're not asking for any break. This is the first project in the town of Crestone of this size, multi-unit housing, where the developer is choosing one of the options in the town's code that says either the town can do it all or the developer can do it all.
I understand that.
To make the money equitable. If we've paid, I gave you that example. So if CPCH has paid up front for all the materials and then it paid for the installation, we're only asking to pay the difference to the town because the town does not currently have a process to allow developers to do this. So this is a proposal on how to make it fair, both to the town, not asking for any discounts. We're just trying to find a process for moving forward.
I understand, and maybe discount is the wrong word, but we are going to be negotiating cost sharing, and
we haven't even asked for that. We're not asking for any negotiation. We're asking for a process.
I still stand behind what I said, and I hear you.
Okay.
we can actually, right now, approve it and say, yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some details that we can work out, but we could actually say that, we will, allow them to, cover the cost of the parts and cover the cost of the labor and then pay the difference, but the only issue is that we wanna make sure that we know what, like it's not like a floating amount, that you have an estimate, but we wanna make sure that that's paid and that we're clear, and that you're happy with it and we're happy with it.
So Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday work meeting, but then we're not gonna have a meeting until May to approve everything.
We're gonna have a meeting on the 25th of this
It's
month.
a work session too.
Yeah,
It's a meeting.
No, it's
it was a work session.
She wants to.
Oh,
I mean, but I think what Benji's saying is that the idea that Living Wisdom pays the labor, pays the parts, pays us the difference, like, we don't have to agree on what that amount is right now, that could be talked about in the work session that's gonna happen on Wednesday, but we could agree that that is reasonable, and then going into that meeting, there would be a basis for coming up with an agreement on cost. And I agree with you, Adam, but also I do think that that's reasonable. That if they're paying the parts and the labor and we're not having to pay for that,
Yes.
I do think it's reasonable. I think it's a reasonable request.
We would basically be hiring them to do the
So
work
let's
that
just
the town normally.
entertain a motion to do that. Where
Yeah.
we agree with this letter that, because we have to, it's a change of our normal procedure, because they are coming in. The only issue that I have is that our ORC is present, especially when they tap between the town's main and their property owner.
Absolutely.
When you tap, if there has to be a town representative there,
I thought it said in the letter,
that you would do that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't
Yeah,
able
I
to
think
get
so.
every detail in this letter. It's pretty extensive,
Mhm.
but I want to entertain a motion to approve that where, so would you be willing to make that?
Yeah, so if I do this wrong, let me know. I make a motion that we approve that CPCH pays for the installation and the parts of their taps, and then pays the town the difference of the tap fees. And all of this work is done under the supervision of the town's ORC.
Second,
Does anyone want to add anything?
And that is what they had requested is their agreement,
Yes.
then I second that
Do we
motion.
know the amount? Any idea?
The amount is will be negotiated.
well, on this letter, it does say a general amount, which is, it's 31,500 for parts, 10,500 for installation. Town would get 42,000.
And my motion does not include those amounts. I am not aware of what these amounts are. It is simply to just create the process so that the amounts can be negotiated at this next meeting with all the people who have those numbers. So.
Okay.
Discussion?
Yes.
This is not applicable to the line extension.
Through the town's part of this whole thing.
And
Okay,
I think there needs to be clarification on our disagreement about how the code reads. And if this was 20 elderly people who couldn't afford to build this, I'd be like, absolutely. And if this is state and federal money, and it means the difference of $10,000 to $20,000 revenue for the town to invest into its system, then that's right.
I have a question for IKEA real quick. IKEA, is this just for taps, or is this also including line extension?
It's just for the cost of the taps.
Okay, so the line extension is a separate deal.
The line extension is all on CPCH per your code.
Very good. So this is just for taps, not line
Yeah.
extensions, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
And the
you
number-
need-
The numbers that I put in that letter were just an example. They were not based on us having any realistic quotes for the cost. So I agree with Dana, let's not talk about the money now, let's talk about the process.
Okay, but I'm also hoping that we can have those numbers prior to you going forward with the project.
I don't think we should approve it without those numbers. It could be $12,000 that we get,
Or more,
or less.
Or less.
or more.
So what do you wanna, what do you guys wanna do then?
I wanna know the numbers. And I
Could we
want,
take it?
not on approving a tap application or request, just on the cost.
I'm trying to get a request that we can go forward with this process of basically going against our normal code, which is says that we would normally pay for all the equipment, we would pay for all the labor of
I think
taps.
that's debatable.
Yeah, because it's not the same thing we do all the time. This is the first building. There is not a normal house, so. As what she mentioned earlier, that this is the first time that she considered us to be able to figure out what we do. She's trying to tell us everything, and I feel that should be more cooperation. I agree with him. I wanted to know
So
that.
Adam, your concern is that,
Right,
sorry.
and yeah, and we would again be resetting a precedent on who's gonna pay for what.
Yeah,
Even when it comes to a single family home and single and ownership, and that would open up a whole
Well,
nother.
the only thing that's different is that say they pay for their own taps and then they're going to end up, and meters and everything, they're going to end up donating it to the town. We have an easement already,
Deeded to the town.
deeded to the town, right?
Mhm.
So that basically they're buying the stuff that we would be normally buying. Because they're tapping in a different way, it's like you have this
Yes,
easement.
exactly, but this is a totally different example, you talk about 20, normally we one person, so we cannot do that. I mean, normally we do in those regular circumstances. You guys cannot even let me to tap to the water to pay you back, and I'm a single family. And today I don't have water because I can afford it, so.
Pretend like this piece of land that was easement, that has an easement, was our land. Just it's a little road, you've probably seen it, it has a circle, pretend like it was ours.
Okay.
And we were gonna go right up to the edge of the line, and that's where the meter goes for each unit.
Yeah, I understand.
So basically, we have the line from the main
Go inside,
that comes into their property, it
Yeah.
enters the property, but it also enters in a way that is gonna be connected as if it was ours. And then they do all these taps around the edge. They're gonna pay for everything behind that tap,
yeah,
as well as everything in front of it, which normally we would pay for.
we normally, one single house,
I
Once
think
in a
that's
house.
debatable,
yeah.
Why is it debatable?
because our code, according to our attorney and Dennis, is saying that tap fee includes the cost of the parts and available, or access to the tap. And that the labor is on the homeowner, and that's, I think, how it is in the bottom.
We'll have to review the.
That's, and that was the debate we had when Mr. Potter was involved in this situation.
Exactly.
Right, could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Is it unreasonable to think that we can just issue a letter to proceed with the extension of the water main and the sanitary sewer from in the public right of way to and into their property and hold the tap on fees separate? Just for the water main.
Okay, so you're saying separate
Yes,
separate one, get approval for that.
yes.
Would that help?
Let's just see, Akia, what do you think?
I'm not understanding that proposal.
So basically, you guys are gonna, we would approve right away, that you could go from the main line to the property line, and we would still
And in.
negotiate, and
And with the main. The extension of the water main from where it ends in public right of way to the end of your property where it's designed in the blueprints and the engineering. Water main, and keep the taps.
you guys are paying for that anyways.
Yes, right.
So can I interject here again? I just want to say that on Wednesday, we're getting all the parties together. We'll sit there with the ORC, with Living Wisdom, with the town, with all the information right in front of us and be able to clearly
can't
look
make
at what's
decisions.
happening. And I feel like we should wait until this meeting to make sure that everybody has really clarity on this. We keep going over and over the same material and the basic thing that comes down that I'm hearing is that they are requesting that instead of the town, which we don't have the workforce anymore, we don't have the staffing and the equipment and the people we used to have, that their project people who are laying all their lines on that go ahead and do the part that normally would be done by the town. They're bonded, they have the skill, they're right
That's
there
fine.
doing
Easy,
it
I'm
already.
interrupt.
And that we look and say, yes, normally we would have done that, but instead we will.
Kism, we're
say,
trying to give approval for
Case
something,
you.
Kism,
Yeah.
we're trying to give approval. While we're in a session that is open to the public, we can't make decisions on Wednesday. So we're trying to give as much decision-making process to this as possible. That's what I'm attempting to do, so that they feel like they're able to go forward. We still have negotiations to do, but we're trying to make it so that they feel comfortable enough that they can start looking at that.
Right,
So
so
if,
with the motion that's on the table that's been seconded, is there any problem that the board sees with that motion or that Living Wisdom sees with that?
I have a problem with that motion because it's vague and unclear. And we're agreeing to a cost sharing agreement that might result in the town getting $6,000 or $40,000. We don't know. So I don't want to agree to that framework without
Okay.
numbers.
So that sounds to me like we cannot make a vote today until we have more information.
No, but our clerk can approve a tap request at our standard rate. And then in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, we can agree to negotiate that cost.
Okay, well, I'm going to withdraw my second on that motion.
And if this was all town property like you said, then Gene, then $76,000 probably wouldn't cover parts and labor. So if they're gonna add up parts and labor, it might be more than $76,000. And we might not be getting much money or any at all. And my understanding is our water line, I'm not even talking sewer right now, water line comes up, stops, and they're gonna have to pay for this extension and pay for this extension. Say there's 20 of those or whatever the details are, and that the tap fee might cover that, which is parts and installation of a pit. Is that right?
I don't see it that way as you described it. But maybe we're talking the same thing. What I'm proposing to get this project going is to give them a letter of authorization to proceed with the extension from the public right of way through the end of their utility easement with the main. With the
Okay,
main,
great, yeah,
not the taps, the main. I believe it's an 8-inch main if I remember.
all the way up into the property.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we have a motion still, and it's not seconded.
I withdraw my motion.
All right, here's what I wanna go through. We have two things going on at the same time. We have tap fees that tap into the main, then we have an extension from, cause it doesn't come right up to the property, so there has to be a way to get from the main to the property line. That's all on them. Now, the ORS, that's all on them, 100%.
It's all on them, including what goes through the property
Correct.
to the end of the
Right.
utility easement.
Right.
So we can approve that.
Yeah.
We can approve that. That gives them an opportunity to tap in. And then, when it comes to tap fees, we have to negotiate. We're gonna have to get the prices,
Fill out the application.
fill out the application, and then we can do that.
Okay, Akia? You still here?
I am still here. I think
that-
that we will gain valuable information from the meeting on Wednesday that will help inform the board, the town board.
So the
So,
only thing is that our next meeting is in second Monday of May. So we would have to call a special meeting if you wanted to have something done.
We can have a
sooner.
special meeting on the 25th for 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay,
So let's, instead of it being a work session on the 25th, have that be a special meeting so
Sounds
that we can vote.
Be posted.
yeah, that's fine. Does that make sense for this particular?
That's a Thursday at 9 AM.
Yeah.
But we could also do the special meeting at,
Beforehand and then a work session.
Okay.
Yeah.
not if it's gonna take an hour, not if it's gonna take an hour. Like, we
Well,
need to
hopefully
do that
we'll-
finance work at 9 o'clock. And then if we wanna have a special meeting at 11 for 15 minutes, I would do that. But I don't wanna have a special meeting about Living Wisdom's water taps at 9 o'clock and have our person getting paid $50 an hour sit around and listen to that for an hour.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I think we're making too much of this. I really do.
So make a motion to do the one thing that you
I'd
said.
like to make a motion that we issue a letter to proceed with the installation of the main line from where it ends in public right of way to the end of their utility easement.
Second.
With ORC oversight.
Yeah, that's the inspection part.
Okay, you got that? Okay, discussion, all in favor? Okay, Wednesday, we will have our work session. We will bring all that information to a special meeting that will be, I would say, we say 11:30. There will be a meeting at 11:30, special meeting, after the work session that we have with our finance, and we will have it for 1.5 hour to talk about these tap fees and get that all.
You're talking about this Wednesday
No,
or the
It's
25th?
the 25th.
Okay, so is there still gonna be a work session this Wednesday for
Yes.
this
Yes.
also? Okay.
The whole
Wednesday
thing
night.
that the work session will be able to produce the information
That's what
for
I-
the special meeting.
Yeah.
And then we can just quickly vote on what we were just.
So are you saying to have that special meeting, this Wednesday or on the 20th?
Next.
Wednesday is a special, Wednesday is a work session. The 25th is a work session from 9 until 11:30. At 11:30,
9 to 11.
9 to 11, okay, 2 hours. And then at 11 o'clock, we have a special meeting to
Vote on that.
vote on that.
On the, yeah.
Good. Wow.
And tomorrow morning, they would have a building permit and approval to extend the water main all the way into their property.
Exactly.
We're doing great, guys.
We're doing it in 2 parts.
It's happening. We just sit there.
Yes. They'll
I
have-
wanna thank
the
board for all your hard work and
consideration.
Thank you, Julia, hoping that
It is so often.
we have some wonderful new citizens coming into the.
Yeah, definitely, thank you.
Thanks for being, hanging in there.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
Again.
All of you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
See you.
we are on to first, oh yeah, sorry, Nick wants,
This won't be long, I promise.
okay,
Okay.
so let's just talk about what this is. This is a, where is it on this?
The mural.
Mural.
The mural request by
App.
Gigi, yes.
Gigi, okay.
So I have Gigi on Zoom, just to give you a little back history, and also direct your attention to the 2 letters of support in your correspondence, which is in your packet as well. One from Thomas Cleary and one from Gigi. Or I think one from Christy Knight, who's the art director at the charter school.
Yeah.
So this mural came about when, well, I'll actually let her introduce this. My part in this is that the Gigi, who's a muralist, who's done multiple murals around the state, has a grant already paid for by the county commissioners to fund the painting of a mural in town. When she then approached the charter school art director, Christy, she said, you know, let's talk to the kids and really get them involved and energized about creating this and doing it with them as a process. So they approached me because the kids unilaterally asked that the mural, at least initially, be on the stage. And so that's how I got involved. So Gigi, if you want to take it over and just discuss a little bit more in detail.
Sure, thank you, Nick. Can everyone hear me okay?
It's a little muffled.
A little closer.
Maybe talk more in your microphone.
A little bit better.
We can hear you though.
I can't hear.
Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Is it good?
Yeah.
Very, very little.
It's not that, dude. It's very, it's.
Okay, let me see if I can just quickly dial in on my phone instead. I don't know why my mic isn't working well.
She's gonna try to dial in on her phone instead.
Yeah. Just some back history while we're waiting on her. As far as this use of the stage, as I submitted those documents last meeting, you know, what we agreed to was every time the stage would be used, I'd provide an insurance policy that would cover the use of the stage so the town is not liable until we're finished. You know, I'm still, where we raised 10,000, we still have another 30,000 to raise. And so what I was going to do is actually, I'm right now forming a committee to help me with the continued progress of the stage that will include multiple builders and things like that. Yes.
You know, I would say if the board approves it, we can just approve, I don't think we have to go too deep into it.
Okay, I just
because
wanted to address any
I
concerns.
do feel like, you know, there was concerns, Kim had concerns about the stage, I know you kind of are trying to, rectify those, but, I would say that we should go forward with this, because
So
it's
just
it's not a big, yes.
Well, I would like to know where was,
The concerns?
the response to her, because she shared with me that situation, so I would like to see what was
The
the
response,
answer.
the
Yeah.
rectification, so he was saying that he would have insurance for the use of the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, because the CIRSA concern and the lawyer's concern was that every time that we use the stage, we're not covered by the town policy.
Yeah.
And so I buy an insurance policy so that the town isn't
And
liable.
I be counted for this thing.
That
working on
would,
the
we would do
stage.
that, yes,
Sure.
anytime we touch the stage, so anytime there's an event on the stage, I have a whole separate policy just for that.
And what was the other thing you have?
Well, I was just interested, I'm glad that it's removable, you know,
Yeah,
it's portable. Where do you plan on storing it?
well,
Like,
it's so.
for instance, if I get a country and western band, okay?
Yeah.
Or bluegrass or something like that, they're not gonna want a UFO. They're gonna want maybe a mule and a horse and a train or a wagon. They're gonna want a different Muriel, okay?
We can, I mean, I'm certainly open to figuring that out.
But, where are you
Yeah.
gonna store it if it is?
I mean, the good thing is, the way that Gigi's making it, you know, it is permanent, so it's gonna have, like, as far as the construction of it, we'll have like lacquer and stuff like that, so it can be outside. So, you know, it'll just be attached with screws, so we can easily remove it. I don't know where we're going to store it currently, but
So if it's stored, it could be put on another wall, like, you know, like there is a mural that's, in the town, Pearl Park, it's on that wall, it could
yes,
go on a different wall.
exactly, and it could, in the future, it could also be moved. It doesn't have to live there permanently or nowhere. So it's, you know, really, it was just the kids, you know, hope that it would be on the stage for a while. And then, you know, we can talk about moving it in the future if we want to.
Dana?
Thank you. So I mean, I make a motion that we approve that this mural gets to happen.
Second,
Hi, hey there, this is Gigi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
So Gigi, we're,
Sorry, that was a bit of a look.
we're considering approving your proposal so that you don't have to even get too deep into it.
And you're not going to do any
Okay.
now.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
I just think.
Nope,
it's-
we're just looking to get the approval so that we can start promoting because we're approaching a month from the event date. And I've been working with the students already for several months on this, so we're eager to move forward. So yeah, I don't think there's too much more discussion that we need to have around it.
So I just think it's really cool that the charter school students and art students are engaged in a town park project. And I love public art and I'm so glad to see this, this kind of student town engagement. So thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
I have a
Unanimous. Comment.
I'm not sure of the logistics with CIRSA, but it sounds like Nick just said he's carrying an insurance policy for usage of the stage. I don't think that's a sustainable solution at all. And if the town wants to
Until it's
support.
finished.
Yeah, until it's finished, so it's just individual for the day of, it's
So,
not.
but this summer, if the town wants to support a different person than you, doing a Shakespeare in the Park, are you holding insurance for that?
No,
That's
the
not-
organization would have to do it, so I would be in touch with those people and make sure that they have the correct credentials to do it.
That's just a lot to put on. Nick.
Yeah,
The
but
sooner we
he
can-
was involved with the stage project to begin with, he agreed to that when he.
Yeah, and I have no problem just managing that so that the town is protected, if there is, exactly, like, you know, like the kids wanna do a weekly thing,
Can,
you
can
know.
we have them by writing?
Yeah, I always send you guys the permit or the insurance, rider, you know, showing the town as additional insurance, stuff like that, so you have all that every time that stage is touched.
Well, how long you really going to be responsible for this stage?
Until it's complete, and really,
Do you have any time?
not necessarily, it's just gonna matter when
Like,
the
it's
money
about
is
over a year?
raised. Probably, I mean, just, raising $40,000 as the town knows is hard.
However, you can do it in phases.
And it is being done in phases.
No,
So,
I see,
yes.
but so you could, on writing, that you're responsible, that one, is that one had to be on writing, that he's responsible for whatever happened there?
He already wrote it.
Yeah?
I mean, this has been an ongoing
Okay.
conversation.
I
Yes.
just wanna be
Alright.
sure that we clear and not responsible.
But again, I took on the responsibility of seeing us through to the end, and that's what I want to do.
Well,
So,
yeah, well, the thing, sometimes verbally is not the same to the writing, so legally.
I
that's
understand,
not-
and it is always in writing, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, we got approval, we're good.
Great, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next, let's back up to the top. Now, let's try to move through stuff,
Hold on,
Sirsa,
I didn't follow you.
yes, ma'am.
I thought you also moved items, C and D from old business up to the top of new business, the update on Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment from Dennis. And then I guess you already did appointing a building inspector. kind of
Yeah,
under-
I thought it was D and E, not C,
Okay.
but we can,
It was D&E.
let's just start moving down this list. We are at 12:10. Let's see how much we can do it, for 20 minutes. Basically, the Sirsa audit was something that, our clerk did, with Sirsa, and there was a few things that had to be done by the trustees, one of them being this online, required training, and I don't know, I think we just all have to say that we're going to do it.
Can we sign up for that individually? Do we have to do it as a group?
Yeah, they should send us the link and you don't just say you're gonna do it, you have to prove that you did it by doing it.
Right.
So each person can do it individually.
That's how it was when Allison had us do it.
So we just all have to do it, so in the next, let's say, before next, meeting, everybody,
So she sent out the link again,
yep,
so we can all do it at home.
great.
Yeah, I went on their website and I couldn't find it.
Or you can send us the link.
I'll make sure to get that link. for you
Thank you.
guys.
And we wanna agree that we'll all try to get it done before the next meeting?
How about we just get it done before the next
Get
meeting?
it done before the next meeting?
So the structural work, provide significant status update. I plan on sitting down and on one of these, days that I'm in the office and actually talking to Randy, I forget her last name. Sneed, about these grants. And seeing where we're at and what we can do and really getting back on track with them, and I will, update the board in May on that. So I'll take care of that,
Are you speaking specifically for that one?
specifically for the town hall grant. Now then the cemetery shed and Willow.
Cause just as a reminder, not to be redundant, but that I had met with her and then
Oh.
I and Ariel had met with her, with Randy. And then she came here and told us all the status of all of those grants.
Right,
So, and which ones needed extensions, and then Randy and her dude Flint are helping Ariel learn the reporting process. Hopefully, so we'll get money back by completing some reporting.
right.
And then, yeah, the big one that had a gray area was this grant. Cause I had been hoping we could
Switch it.
minimize the project and not, because we've allocated $49,000 in our budget to matching funds for this grant. So if we could get that, which means it's $100,000 project, if we could spend 60,000 instead of 100, then we would be saving money.
Do you want to leave me on that? Do we just catch up, or how will be the best?
No, I think it's totally appropriate for you to move forward with
Okay.
Randy. I just don't think you have to start at the very beginning, especially because the other grants are of course, you have to get educated on them, so
Right.
whatever.
I mean,
My
wanted to
hope, I guess I'm
know-
just saying, my hope with the structural grant is that we could decrease the scope of work.
because of necessity.
So that we could save $10,000 to $30,000.
But just for my own knowledge, that scope of work, it's all lined out, right? It's stuff like put a new light bulb in and that whole list.
It's,
That's in the
That
Sirsa
was the social
structural.
report.
no, this is a structural improvement.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, we found out a while back that our structure
for this
because,
building.
because of, I think, water damage has been, I think we're sinking a little
Okay,
bit.
so it's like foundation work that needs to be done to this
Well, this
building.
corner's being supported by some car jacks.
Okay, gotcha. Awesome.
And then when we were doing the grant, there were some additional things that we might be able to cut to add, like we had for like a door to be able to go into the other room. Maybe that's something we don't need right now. And when
Right.
reviewing that construction, maybe, like Adam
So
says,
this
we
post was supposed to come out, but I don't know if we have to do that.
And
Yeah.
lastly, along those lines, now that we have a new staff and a new board and a new mayor, I know Ariel and I talked about rearranging the function of this building. Rearranging their office space, making things more efficient, making things more secure. And whether that means continuing rent over here or not, but this is our building, and if we wanna make things more efficient and
Right.
available to the public, we can do that.
I mean, if it was, yeah, and I think during our visioning, we should discuss even if this
Sure.
building works the way it's supposed to, spending a lot of money trying to fix something that might not do the job.
So anyway, I support you in meeting
Okay.
with Randy and
Yes.
whatever you need to do, and I would just, if it's possible to decrease the scope of work, I encourage that.
100%.
Now, the cemetery shed and willow tree risk factor regarding limb removal.
Which the,
This
is
is all
that what they
public
refer
works.
to in the public works report?
Yeah,
Yeah, so this is all stuff we have to direct public works to do. If removing a limb that's big requires a subcontractor, we should go forward with, hiring somebody to do that.
Our, we don't have any vehicle to haul any of this stuff away. So we might have to make some other types of arrangements. And I know the person that had plowed snow for us this winter does some minor work like that, whether this would, as far as tree removal, limb removal, if this would fall in this category, maybe they want to contact him. We'll see.
Steve?
Dragon Mountain
Steve.
Services.
Yeah.
Kim?
So we should put that thing for for open bid, or that's not necessary to be hiring just only one person in this case?
I don't know how much work is involved. Maybe let
Well-
Public Works research that and find out.
It's a process, so just want to be sure that we do the right thing.
Yes, that's amazing.
Yeah, it said, talking about the cemetery,
Up here.
yeah. The cemetery shed,
Anything.
the one structure is halfway sound, and that's where we put boxes in that coffins go in.
Yeah.
It's pretty much sound. The outhouses, there's not even a pit underneath. Those could go. Those could be torn down. We could even sell the old barnwood. But I would leave that one structure just for stakes, tags, rope, whatever the
Yeah.
case may be. Because it's still sound.
Yeah,
Regarding the tree, part, tomorrow, this, Thomas Tree Service is coming because Sally, across the street from me, just
Yeah.
up there.
Yeah.
Past this building, she's having a tree removed. And he takes the lumber, he takes everything, he cleans it up really well. Also, Belichick's are gonna have him do some work for them to remove a tree. And then,
where these people come from?
so Thomas Tree Service is the name of it, but Sally and Belichick's are gonna have it done. I thought we might be able to get a group discount if we had them work, just whittle a little bit on the tree house.
Wow.
Here. Since he's gonna be up here anyway, and he hauls it off.
Well, this is the one that we really, I guess, is the Sursa one that we need to make sure. we get
That
through.
was, we were hit on this tree,
That's that one?
because it's the tree house.
Hotwood tree outside of town hall.
So it's not the cemetery.
No,
The
no, no.
cemetery shed,
Okay.
that needs to go, but also the tree overhanging town hall.
Yeah, because there's
I'm sorry, I thought, I didn't realize.
I fear that this had to be open to the bidder, right? To promote it. I think we have local, this company that you talk about, don't know them. I know about local people that can
Well,
do the
they
same job.
removed the one tree that she had all down
You say that,
before.
with the company,
So we.
where the company come from?
I don't recall, I could.
That's what I was thinking, look for somebody local, so that's always my point
So
of
you
view.
wanna put out a RFP? RFP or,
Oh, you guys already done it? I just asking you, you guys already did
I mean,
that
it's
part?
probably gonna cost, what, $300?
It looks like they're
Yeah, I
providing
think
those,
it's
so-
crippling
Yeah,
to
so,
put out.
and we have local people, and I think it had to be open to the bidding? Or
I
we
think it's crippling to have to put out an RFP for every single thing, and I
Yeah.
thought our policy was over $5,000 RFP, under no. So yeah, if somebody wanted to call a local arborist that carries insurance and
Yeah.
pay them as a vendor or contractor or whatever, it could be $800, it could be $300, it could be $3,200. We could ask for a quote
Right.
from a local
So that is
contractor.
kind of an
Well, that
RFP.
one tree was $1,000. It's up, price is up.
Okay, so, sure, but I think you can request a quote from a specific contractor.
Right, if our policy is $5,000 and we need a baseline to know if we have to put out a bid, yes.
Okay,
So if we can get a quote from somebody. then-
what is the pleasure of the board? Let's make a decision.
Well, I'm not too much the pressure about the rules that we have to do. Does it have to go
He's
private?
right, it's over $5,000.
So it's under, so we don't have to.
Yeah, I make a motion that we request a quote from what is it?
Yeah, Dragon.
Dragon Mountain.
Jack Mountain Services.
It's Dragon Mountain Services to, limb that tree,
To
to
get
meet
to
certain
compliance.
requirements.
Are we
Seconded.
second?
And that's not approval of the quote, that's not approval of the quote, that's just requesting
Getting
the
the
quote.
Yes,
Tina, can you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Oglesby.
Oglesby, all right, let me get that. Trustee Oglesby has seconded. Trustee Kenny has made the motion, discussion. All in favor? Okay,
Who's gonna do it?
I did have a question, who will approve the quote? Do we bring that to the May meeting or?
Bring it to the April 25th meeting.
we're gonna build that thing up. But yes, we can do that for approvals.
And I think Dennis got the information for Steven, right? For the contact, the chief of information.
Ariel should have it.
I do have his contact info.
And I do have it too, Janine.
SIPA accessibility grant application regarding Colorado House Bill 21-1110.
I was looking at that application, is this something that we have to do, or is it something we want to do? What's
You
my-
don't have to do the application, but we are required to follow the, House Bill 21-1110
Right,
bill, and it's pretty much something that we need to get our website up to compliance with ADA, so it needs to be more accessible. I put this on the agenda to see if we would like to, utilize the help from SIPA to do that. They're offering, technology to do it and training to do it, essentially for free.
I make a motion that we do that.
Yeah, I agree. I checked out information. I think we should do that too. Are we, you second it? Or you do it?
I make a motion that
Are we
we,
second?
Discussion?
So they offer 1 year for free, and that is all that we're not looking for next year come back for the subscription or whatever. This is just taking advantage of the 1 year for free, and we're not obligating ourselves to any future payments.
yeah, so I guess I amend the motion, I make a motion that we go forward with applying for the SIPA accessibility grant.
Are we second that one?
For 1 year.
Yeah, for 1 year.
And then as far as actually doing the work, is it something that could be passed off to trustees?
If the trustees want to maintain the website, then sure.
I mean, are you planning on doing that work?
So, before we decide who's gonna do the work, let's have a vote on this.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, and we'll deal with that later, let's just move on.
Yes.
22 Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant, Rick. I don't know much about that.
Was that the one
That's
with
for all
the firewise?
Oh, that's a Firewise. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one, we applied for, I did a pretty good amount of work to, go around and take pictures, get access from various, residents to see if, they would let us on their land to be able to do work. That doesn't mean that we're going to go onto their land and do the work. It just means that they kind of support our efforts and gave us permission. We probably have to go back and look at that, who denied it and who did it, if we decide to go on their land.
Yeah.
Or need to. I personally think that the Firewise Committee was the one that set this up. I would like to reactivate the Firewise Committee. We already discussed that. We already actually approved that. We need to go back and actually call everybody and make sure that each person is still willing. I called Steve Hume. He said he's somewhat willing to stay on it. I think Armando, did you say you wanted to be on it?
Yes, definitely.
There's, what's his name, from the state, he helped us.
Adam, the person in Almosa?
Adam Moore.
Adam
Yeah,
Moore.
Adam Moore is from Almosa, yes.
He would probably like to be part of it as well, and I think he's really good, he's the one that made all the maps for this grant. We could go back, so I think the next step is really to have a meeting, Firewise meeting. And then we won't go forward with spending any money until we get board approval, obviously. So it's a matter of, it's also it's not a match, but a reimbursement grant, so we have to get approval before we do anything. So I was thinking we would use the Firewise Committee to create a plan. We don't have to we would say this is what it's gonna cost for this phase of it. And then we would get approval from the board, and then we would start figuring out how to get spent and then reimbursed for that particular thing. We have until 2026 to do this, so we can spread it out a little bit.
Yeah, we had to use.
So yeah, when I was reading through that, there was a report that was due on April 15th, which is today. And I think that was for this year. I could be wrong about that, but I think we do have or maybe it's for next, but there's a report due on April 15th. And I can try to find that. But I mean, I'm sure with these things that things are always late, but if we do have something that's due, then we should maybe get the Firewise Committee together. Sooner rather than later.
I'm going to, this is
It's just something I was wanting to point out.
Okay, I see what you're saying, it's a report period.
Yeah.
Have you done any reporting?
No, there's no reporting yet because we haven't agreed.
We haven't agreed yet, so we have to sign this letter of acceptance.
Yeah. Can that be done today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I would entertain a motion to, sign this letter.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
I do. I second.
discussion.
So, to assign this grant, no discussion, but after the vote, I will say something, so I will vote.
Discussion, none, all in favor?
Aye. And then what she's saying about the
Report.
the report, the things for the report is that the town board reviewed the application, they accepted the grant, and they activated the Firewise Committee and have started preliminary planning on the work that's to be done. So that's where we are right now, as far as what our report says.
I would entertain a motion for Firewise to meet, I don't know if we need a motion, but it'd be nice if
Yeah,
we
definitely.
set a date.
Yeah, where you like it.
You know, a lot coming up.
This week.
Yeah, there's a meeting this week, meeting next week. I mean, I can still meet next week. We could do it on 22nd. It's a Monday, or the 29th might be better.
Let's do the 29th.
29th is Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, Firewise meeting. And we'll talk about maybe we'll take all the existing members,
Yeah.
call them, see if they still are interested, and pull together, and then we'll reactivate
We
it.
had Craig there too. Craig the firefighter.
Craig,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a list. We have a pretty good crew.
Do you do those meetings here or
We'll do it here. Is that okay?
Do I have to attend that one? Because it's just too.
Not necessarily.
Like, I don't go to dark sky, but I'm just trying to get clarification on.
I'll just need, I think I have the key to this space, except that I don't have the latch. I'll talk about that. So let's do Firewise at 10 a.m.
Sure.
10 a.m. Monday, the 29th. And I think there's only 2 trustees on it, so let's,
Make a,
announce it, but not announce it as a special meeting or.
okay,
Do we know who we're supposed to send these reports to? Is it just like someone in the state Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management?
I've been working specifically with Julie on that. I think her name might appear on that agreement letter.
Okay,
If she's with the state.
okay, cool.
So, just to, because Armando's new to the board since the last Fireways Committee meetings or whatever, I would just make a motion to be part of this report of what we've been doing. Make a motion that we, at the town, appoint, our mayor, Benjamin Byer, and trustee,
Mendes Sanchez. Sorry.
to be, the representatives on the Fireways.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we're at lunchtime right now, so we're gonna come back.
Are we gonna have lunch or what are we doing here?
I think we should have lunch.
I'm ready for lunch.
Is everybody ready for lunch?
Yeah.
Let's break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30. So we're back in session at 1:30 from lunch. We're gonna move on to this board liaison. Appoint a new board liaison, and I think Adam, you said that you didn't wanna do it, or you're busy. What's the?
Well, this is different from what Kim just said.
Oh,
But I thought that it was kind of the job of the mayor. And since Kyrena was bowing out, y'all selected me to do it. And now that we have a mayor, Kyrena also said that a board liaison should only be a temporary solution and that it should be the job of the mayor. So. But yeah, I certainly don't wanna do it. I would have thought that you would do it.
I'd be happy to do it. I think Kim wants to be a part of it too. I mean, if that's appropriate.
I would Benjamin Byer, support liaison to the staff.
And then I would maybe say that we don't even have a liaison and that it's just the job of the mayor.
Okay. Liaison is just,
I think it was a temporary solution. Do you have thoughts on that?
I can speak to Karina did, recommend that it had to be the mayor happen. And maybe it should be moved forward, but if they could be any as well.
Okay. I'm happy to do it. I feel like, I'm gonna be in the office quite a bit and, you know, and then, maybe we call you in this. Needed.
Yeah, no, carry on.
Okay. So is that a motion?
Sure. I move that Benjamin Byer do his mayoral duties, with staff via the board,
Okay. Second,
Seconded.
discussion.
And, I'm in support of that. I also do wanna recognize what Kim has just said in that she really knows the staff well, and, it would be nice to have her be engaged, or you two kind of work together a little bit, cause, people will open up and talk to Kim about things.
Why don't we do it for a few months together?
Okay.
And then we'll see how. Really. Either way, okay.
Thursdays.
So you have to amend the motion for somebody else's.
So amended.
So it'll be Kim and I. On Thursdays at what time?
2 p.m.
Okay, more discussion on favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next on the agenda is E, schedule employee evaluation, Adam King, Trustee King.
How long have you been working here?
So 90 days.
So I think it's probably good practice to do like 90-day evaluations for new employees. And then we have other employees asking for raises. Ariel just got a promotion, which it would have been appropriate to do an employee evaluation before that. And then we have Gretchen, who's been here for 14 years, and we haven't done an employee evaluation for years.
Couple of years, probably, yeah.
Couple of years.
Yeah, and we used to do it every year. So I just think it's a good thing. I think it's something we should do every year. And that, we had a process in place where they would evaluate themselves, and then a clerk or manager would evaluate the rest of the staff, and then we would get to look at all that and have executive session unless the staff person wants it in public, and then we would could sit around and talk about what we want and need and how it's going and all that. So I don't know if that's something we would do, even know or have access to that process.
I could research it, but I haven't been shown that process.
And is Allison still available sometimes?
Yes, she's still doing 2 hours a week.
Okay, so she would have probably be able to streamline that.
Let's see if it was an email from a long time ago.
I got a suggestion about the employee evaluations. You had said that Gretchen had been here, how many years, 16 years?
14.
And through several administrations and a couple of administrators. And now those positions are gone and it's us. So, what I'm asking for, I guess, or suggesting is a slightly different approach with this evaluation. And it has to do with, a lot of expectations, on the public's part, on my part, on what the training was and the familiarity that employee had gotten with previous administrators. And that doesn't exist anymore, so there has to be, in my mind, there would be a lot of confusion. As much confusion as the new staff has faced with the interior of that office, there's gotta be just as much confusion as to what is expected on the other end. So I'm not really thinking of it as an evaluation, but, like creating a baseline of where we're at, what effect this new budget has on public works, on the purchase of equipment, on maintenance of equipment, and the whole ball of wax. I don't wanna say just from scratch, because public works is public works. I mean, it's a cost to the city, but with a limited budget, we have limited services that we can give in there, give to the public. And so I don't know if I'm making myself clear. It's not an evaluation per se, it's a discussion on where we're at and where we're gonna go. And coming back to the board and seeing if they're agreeing with what is being said and what's coming about. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. It's a little unusual, it's a little different. But, and then after that baseline is set and we're seem to be all in agreement with it, and finances in the community are supporting what we've decided, then we can go into the regular, once a year, 6 months or whatever, regular, evaluation.
Do you think that that's something that we could get prepared for the April 25th meeting? You know, with the finance committee coming in and so we all can get clear on what we do have the budget for, so that we can create that for the staff?
Well, I don't see this is going to happen in one meeting.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be something that will be initiated. See if, the more seasoned, I don't wanna use the word older employees, but for like, employees that have been here longer. And see what their thoughts are on that, get some feedback, and then we could blend it in as we get that feedback. And as we give feedback to them, and so I don't know I wouldn't even think about setting a deadline yet, although I would say let's set a deadline for a meeting, and I don't know, how much you want me involved, but this is just my idea. You know, I do have my public works gripes that kind of follow me around wherever I go, no matter what community I'm in. And, yeah, sure, I'd like to express those, and, but I'm sure everybody else has got some ideas on how it should be run too. And this is an opportunity, I don't know when the last time the board has an opportunity to do something like this, to express their opportunity.
Andrew wanted to talk, but, we should get trustees first.
Yeah, okay.
And
Yeah,
so I'm gonna go-
I already point at this moment too, because, he pointed the, Warren should not be speaking out. He's a comment for him, for his part of this discussion.
I mean, sometimes we do open it up to
Okay.
the public.
You're trying to be familiar with the situation, because he been
Yeah.
calling at that time, so.
I know, and what I would say is, in
Okay.
general, trustees talk.
Okay,
If there's something applicable from the public, then we can let them
Okay,
talk,
cool.
and so
So-
it sounds like.
no, I know him, so I know him, but I just wanted to be clear with the rules.
That's
But my only opinion was that, I backing up the tenants with that, because in other words, too, who's going to do the evaluation? Who knows the work for them, right? And I was working, this happened at the POA, I work for the POA. So the people that came to do my evaluation, they don't work with me every day. So they don't know how to do it. So I think we should create all these things, to be able to evaluate the project, because we don't know, they don't know either what they have to expect for them. So I think we should start from scratch and build whatever we want to build to be the expectation for them and how to work, so.
Well, we do have a new handbook that's coming out, and usually you compare how people are doing based on the handbook. So that's something that, if it's being updated, we have to get re-familiarized with it, and make sure that we
As
approve it.
far as that handbook's concerned, I would just encourage everyone to read through there. There was more change, when I initiated the thought of redoing the handbook, I'll be honest with you, what I really thought we were just gonna take out was the title of the administrator and replace that with the board, across the board. And then as we started getting into it, we thought, well, maybe this needs to look at, maybe that looks, so please look at that handbook. And if you could get us back some feedback on either an explanation or what you wanna see different, let us know and we'll put it back in and kick it around. I don't think we actually shoved it off to the attorney at all. I don't think he saw anything about it. There were some things that looked like maybe would have been so costly and difficult to enforce that we just pretty much ripped some of that stuff out. And there were other things in there that didn't seem to make a big difference to a lot of other people who we felt it was, in the use of the phones has been one of them. And it kind of stemmed from when we learned that, some of the phones, and it wasn't done maliciously, it was done to expedite things, had account numbers and passwords and stuff like that that belonged to the town, but they were things private phone. So that's just kind of it in a nutshell. So please read through the revisions on that handbook and make your opinions known to the mayor, and we'll do whatever we can with it.
So if you want to move evaluations, then, either move it to the next regular meeting, and talk about it again, while everybody can get their thoughts around it.
Yeah,
I think the 90-day evaluations are appropriate.
yeah.
And do we want to get a template that?
I think Ariel could access that through Allison pretty well.
Okay, so why don't you, pull the evaluation forms that you have? We should, does the board want to review it before we hand it out to the employees, or how does that? So it's still gonna be next meeting.
Tim's got her hand up.
The 90-day, I totally approve. Now, I've had jobs, many, where the 90-day is just a probationary period. And that's whether we retain you or we don't. After that, it's a 6-month thing. If you go through a review, you know what your job is by then, hopefully. and then you do your review. And at that point, if you're okey dokey or average, you stay the same pay rate. If you're thriving, you get a quarter raise, 25 cents, right? And then after a year, you go through another evaluation. And it just sees how much you're growing in that position. And I mean, we're not talking thousands and thousands of dollars here, but it's a reinforcement, an attaboy to somebody that's thriving. But 90 days, that's just to see if you're gonna retain them or not. 6 months is, okay, hey, you're doing a good job, you're really improving. I think we're gonna give you a 25 cent an hour raise. I mean, this is pretty simple, I think. And yeah, we need to review the handbook and so forth and so on. But you can't have 7 bosses. You have to have either a hiring committee or an administrator or somebody like that. You can't have 7 bosses telling you, I want you to go dump the trash, and I want you to go fetch my mail, and I want you to be my private secretary. You can't have that. We have to stay within our boundaries. They have to know who they have to answer to. That person answers to us. So that's my opinion.
Just be kind. So, we are overdue for employee reviews. I do hear what you're saying about the 90 days because, you know, we now have Ariel who has been the clerk for like 1 week. And so I think it would be rather difficult to do a review on where she is on the job. In the past, we had a printout that was several pages that all the board members got. Probably have that in the file somewhere. Where you would have one of those 1 through 5, you know, exceeded expectations, you know, on task or average or whatever, that board members could answer on that sort of thing. And that was really helpful because it was like, you know, they really doing a good job. And on another category, it's like, need a little more work. And that gave us a tool that we could look at as part of that evaluation tool. And that's not to say that's the only tool that we have. I mean, that's what we did in the past. I think what Dennis is saying about having a clarity over what a person's job duty is, especially since all the trainings and shifts of personality, I think that's a really good idea. Because it's, you know, you give somebody a bad review and it's like, I didn't even know that was my task to do. Of course it's not getting done. I didn't know. And so I think the idea of us being clear what some of that job description actually really is and what's expected is only fair to an employee, that we know what they're doing and they know what they're supposed to do. And then I also know that as a board, we have to be very careful in our relationship between a board and employees. And there's like legal guidelines, we have to be careful not to overstep our bounds. I mean, I know as a former employer that if somebody called and somebody put my name as a job reference, I was really limited on what I could say about that employee. You know, like, did they show up for work? Yes. You know, but you can't say, oh my God, they were just such a drama queen, you know, or, you know, you couldn't say those things. And so this is a level of where we have to be real careful on what exactly we're evaluating. The person's doing a job, it doesn't matter if you like them or not, we have to be careful on this. I think it would be a really good idea before we really delved into actual job evaluations, that we really do know the handbook, because that's gonna set the standard for what we're evaluating and what our relationship is. And I think that, you know, we should have the idea of being clear on what the job entails, I think is really important. So I don't know if we need to jump right into an evaluation now, but I certainly think by the summertime, we should be looking at having that after everybody has an idea of what's expected of them.
Trustee Kenny.
So if we could request that Ariel gets that information from Allison and presents it to us at the next meeting, and then we can take a month to review the evaluation forms and decide if we want to approve them or work with those. And then we could even, but like Ariel wouldn't review those over the course of the next month. And if we say we like this evaluation form, then the staff could have it. And I think it would even be formative in informing them what we're expecting and what we're looking for and what we're evaluating. So yeah, we could slow it down a little bit and we could look at the forms, and if we like it, we could pass that along to them.
The last time, a long time ago, we did it, and it had a feeling of kind of dryness, that was almost like.
Sure.
Almost like something we had to do. It didn't, I don't know if it totally helped everybody, but it might have, but it didn't
Right, yeah.
necessarily seem that it was like.
It was also
It's
like,
kind of a protocol.
it was always a precursor to a raise, and I don't think that should be the case.
Right.
But yeah, so if everybody's cool, we could slow it down and just ask if Ariel could provide us the forms at the next meeting.
Yes, I like that, and then everybody study the handbook and just see. And then next meeting, we'll look at the handbook as being approvable or not. Yes, I mean, Andrew, you want to.
Okay, last time evaluations were actually done was when I was still working for the town.
With who?
When I was working for the town. And that came through the head office, which Ariel's position is right now. But after that, it was Leslie. And we'll put Leslie in a good position to be doing the evaluations. If she wasn't on your side, she wasn't on Public Works side. So the information traveled and met and was dispersed. Since Leslie's gone, that hasn't happened. We haven't had a meeting that somebody doesn't have an agenda for their side. And when Public Works has their ones, it's not even being listened to. So the best thing is with you two being liaisons, you cannot pick sides. I want this done now and you're not going to get this unless you know that. No, you're here to listen to both sides, hash them, and then put it out. Which puts you two in the prime position for that and evaluation. Cause you see up and down. And you could stop either side and say, this is what is going on and we need to evaluate them. And they're real easy. The forms are 10 pages long. Check this, check that. And at the end, your bottom comment and whatever you want to happen. And it's submitted in there. I think it is also a CIRSA requirement.
Yes.
Yeah, what I'm gonna ask is that, the board allow me to meet with Gretchen and, got some fence mending to do there and tell her my version of what we just talked about. And then, I could do that with another board member, that's fine, another employee is fine, I don't mind. And kind of bring that, kickstart that process, if that's okay with you guys. And I'd like to do that, as soon as reasonably possible.
I think that's really awesome. I appreciate that gesture. And I think Gretchen, in my experience, might be mildly defensive or protective. So maybe if you were there, because it sounds like he's coming from a pretty good place. So having some help negotiating that might be valuable. But I think that's awesome.
What do you wanna do?
Yeah, I think that's a good role for the board liaison to be involved with.
Tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening?
Sure.
Okay.
Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be check with Gretchen, make sure she can.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know how to get hold of them.
Through the court. So, a quick.
Yeah, I got it.
But, yeah, tomorrow afternoon, great two-ish.
Just
Okay.
as far as languaging goes, it kind of sounds like you're proposing an evaluation of the position rather than the employee
Yeah, like, right, exactly.
to see
Well,
what.
but see, our positions changed so much. I mean, our clerk is also the custodian. And our code enforcement is also helping public
Well,
works.
then an evaluation of the department.
That's exactly it, the process. Yeah, this whole system. You know, it's, the employees have gone through it as much as we have.
Yeah.
But with probably lesser understanding because they weren't part of the nitty gritty from the beginning to this point, and all the other conversations that were had. So there has to be as much confusion in their heads as there has been in ours.
And then we could go through that personnel policy, some of the notes.
All right, where you wanna meet?
We'll keep it moving, for the way my house is a mess. Or we could go to the public works. And we go there.
I don't even know where it's at.
Right there, the blue building. Across the bridge. Is what was right next to the church. I thought you'd be here. Or we could just be here, that'd be fine.
Yeah, let's meet here.
Okay.
Give a way in, if you,
We'll find a way,
okay.
we'll hire.
Well, you have one spot, the latch is easy.
What's that?
The latch is easy.
Yeah. You just need a long finger.
We'll hire them.
Yes, trustee Lakai.
So one thing I think is critically important is, nobody knows public works better than Gretchen and Andrew. And I think it would be critical to ask Gretchen, what does she think? What does she think needs to happen? Where could she use town support? What does she feel the priorities are? I really don't think there should be a top-down thing at all. I think anytime I've talked to Gretchen, she really knows what needs to be done and, what the priorities are in the town. And so I would really say with this conversation is getting an understanding of what she does already and what she feels her main, goals are and what her main functions are and what she feels she should be putting her attention on and what she feels, you know, are the lesser priorities or that she could use some help with, or that's a waste of her time and somebody else should do. But I think it's crucial right now to honor her knowledge that she has. She knows she knows the function of all of it. And not do a top down, but have a real conversation with her about how this functions and how it could function better, because boy, she'll tell you how it could function better.
And that is the intention, part of the intention. The other thing is, what someone had said earlier about the job description and what we expect them to do, expectations. When Benjamin and I had met with Ariel the first time I met her, I honestly thought that I knew we weren't gonna be able to cover every base in that interview. Had no idea that we were nowhere close, because we didn't know what the condition of the inside of the office was at the time. And, so you can, what we've also found writing the job descriptions along with the handbook, you're never gonna be able to get everything. You know, the old cliche, you gotta have some skin in the game to really start getting into how everything works. Sometimes it's not even training, it's just an instinct of how it's supposed to go. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, or I'm just talking out of my head or my heart. So, yeah, it's not gonna be from top down, it's gonna be around the whole circle.
Glad to hear that.
So,
I was just gonna say off that, like, reading her report would be good, I think a good place to start when y'all go, and that's probably obvious, but just like, you know, she took the time to write this report, she's got some stuff in there that I think will probably come up in that conversation going into it, like respecting what
Much
she's,
more.
the time that she's put in.
so we didn't, have the report on the agenda
No,
to talk about, and, it would be,
just one last thing, Mayor. I know there's been some skepticism about board involvement with the employees. But I can honestly say that, the time Brent and I have spent together has not been board member employee. It's been two guys finding problems, figuring them out, trying to put things together, and in my estimation, it worked really well. If there's ever an opportunity, that you feel you might want to, like, for example, take a look into the pump house and see when he comes to you and says, I need anywhere between $20,000 and $30,000 to redo the control panel here because it's outdated. And that system, just like the organs in the body, wears out with use. And so when he comes to you and says, I need that, you'll have some idea of what he's talking about. You may not understand it completely, but you'll at least be able, if he shows you a picture like we did with the broken valve. Okay, there it is, and yeah, I understand it now, but if you saw it beforehand, you'd have a better understanding when some of that stuff shows up as a budgetary request. So I would just encourage, it's not getting into anybody.
one thing that we're dealing with, obviously, when Leslie was here, we did have that nice middle person to go through. I mean, I think the board is, now we're at this point where we have to almost put one of the board members in, allow them to go into the center for a second as almost like administrator role, and then be able to step back and come back to the board side and not, micromanage per se, but
Right.
so you have to know when to step back.
Yeah.
It's nothing wrong with, it's not that there's nothing wrong. If the board says move forward, you move forward, and then you're kind of in there so that you have to decide when you're gonna say, okay,
Exactly.
And, each one of us, I think, is gonna be put in that position, and I think it's kind of an important position because we don't have an administrator to do that job, so there's gonna have to be checks and balances when it comes to that. I think it's the most important point, is really checking ourselves and checking oversight, and the board can check it too. I think that, if you feel comfortable with Dennis doing that, then as a board, then that's legit. If it's like, I don't know, if we don't feel that as a group that he's, able to pull back, then we would find somebody else. But yeah, so, we'll see if it goes there. Anyway, I trust that you would do a good job. I would love Kim to be there so that there's a little more.
2 o'clock.
As far as the evaluations, I think we should do exactly what trustee Kinney said, which is to receive the information, review it, and put it on the agenda for next month, and then decide how we want to go forward with it after we get more information, because there's still a lot. And then you guys will review a little more on the employee handbook and try to finalize that, and maybe we can just get approval for that too on May's meeting. Let's move on, kind of got that covered. F, planning commission appointments. So Armando is the chair of the planning commission.
I was.
You were?
I thought, cause, actually, even when I became trustees too, so, but we never went to that one with
We're
anyone.
allowed two, I
Okay.
think, 2 trustees on the planning commission.
Yeah, sure.
And,
I would,
huh?
yeah, no,
I would like you to stay chair,
sure.
if it was up to me. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but a trustee cannot be cannot be the chairperson or the vice chair.
I see, that's what it was. So you can stay on the planning commission, but you can't be the chair.
Yeah, so you have to be the chair,
Not.
No, neither the mayor or a trustee can be either the chair or vice chair.
Okay.
So those are selected by.
Because Karina
the
was my
planning
vice chair, I thought,
Who else is on the planning commission?
Ginny, that's it.
Yeah, Ginny, me, Armando, and
I make a motion, you ask Jenny to be chairperson.
Good.
I'll second the motion.
She's put in the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's still, still figuring it out a little bit, but yeah.
She knows more than whoever isn't on the board that we're gonna ask to
Okay.
be smart,
Great,
and she cares.
okay.
Yeah.
And then the mayor needs to serve on the planning commission and then a trustee, and neither of them could be the chair or the vice chair. And so probably within your planning commission board, you would choose who would be, you would appoint to be the vice chair.
That's fine. Do you want to stay on the planning commission?
I think I'm be out because I have got to be on the boards too, so I'm be.
You can be on the planning commission as well, you just can't be the chair.
No, I know, understand, but
Oh.
I still be too much time for me, I think,
Okay.
at this moment, so. yeah,
And
I will
you can choose that internally within your
Or
board.
we need to do appointments from the board.
Then I make a motion, we appoint Dana to be on the planning commission.
Can I get clarification on what the planning commission does?
The zoning commission, so you do all the zoning?
I wanna be on.
Okay, great.
Pretty much the same thing. you
So
said.
wait,
I have two motions on the table.
Okay, so you have two motions. So the first motion is for Jenny to be planning commission chair.
Yes,
Which
Uh,
we'd have to ask her.
and we have a
right?
first and a second.
Yeah,
So the Virginia to be the planning commission chair, okay.
First and second we have,
I second.
okay. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, second one is for,
to appoint Dana as the second trustee.
oldest read, you get it, so this is the hardest.
I prefer
That's
that.
losing, that's losing. Alright, well, that took me some time though. Trustee Oglesby to be as of, on the planning commission.
Yeah.
So
Second.
so Adam made a motion to appoint Dana as, onto the planning
Yes.
commission,
Correct.
right?
I will-
Second,
Second? What was it? No, I think that is the.
Dennis? All in favor?
Aye.
So the two positions would be the mayor and Dana.
Dana.
When do we meet?
We meet on the first Monday of every month.
And then I guess I would also request that we either advertise or I'll ask somebody else to step up and engage in the process.
So I've been told, Sean, I don't know his last name, Smiley Sean.
Yeah, I talked to him some time ago to participate, but I'm not sure, he said he was going to think about it and never come back to me, so I don't know.
So I'll track him down and see if he
Okay.
wants to, but everybody can ask people to come.
I think we should ask, yeah.
Okay, so let's put it back on the agenda for May to find people.
We want more people on the plan.
Yes, we need we have 1, 2, 3, we need 2 more. That's
And
5
the
person.
The
And then
mayor,
we could have an alternative too. Alternative.
and the mayor can appoint a person to the planning commission. So that's
Okay.
usually how it works, is the mayor.
Okay, but I would do it in a meeting.
So it's good to bring the suggestions to the board and have the board approve,
Okay.
but, the mayor
So
does.
everybody reach out to people that might be interested and we'll do it in May.
And in the past, that planning commission has, I think, always been like disempowered. And it's a really important board that we've underutilized for decades.
Yeah.
So I think we could get people excited about it because it's really important.
Yeah, I think we need to, figure out a way, it's weird, partly because I think there hasn't been that many building permits. We could have actually done a lot more with the PUD, it just,
Oh, but also, I mean, you guys could rewrite our zoning code if you wanted
Right.
to. It's
we definitely need to look and review.
update.
Yeah, maybe even each meeting, we take a section and review it. So that would be your homework.
Yeah, and what, well, you mentioned that he was mentioned about a little bit wisdom on you too. There was a lack of the communication with them. I have a lot of meetings that they never show up, they never bring the paperwork, so I couldn't do anything either. So to discuss that one in the morning, I didn't want to say, but it was a lot, the last meetings I was having with them, they never show up. They never bring paperwork, so we couldn't do anything.
Yeah, a lot of it was the gap between, it started in 2019. I mean, it's been a long time, so it's just been this, what they call it, spits and spurts.
Yeah,
Uh,
definitely.
Anyway,
Oh, and yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so-
I know like on the county level, the planning commission is responsible for updating their master plan. So that would possibly fall on the planning commission here as well. It's very
Well,
important.
let's, yeah, so we will definitely talk to Ginny about, chairing, maybe even every meeting, we do a little bit of review,
Proactive.
proactive review. And then it's just a commission that actually only makes, recommendations to the board. But we're running with Robert's rules of
I have
order.
an associate question, or, I would like to request to every single member of the trustees and parent commissioner, we have a master plan and nobody know about the master plan, nobody read it, nobody wrote the codes too, so I suggest that every single one should do that because we be more prepared for our meetings, and I think we lose a lot of time on, because we don't know and everything is right and we have everything here, we should come back and do it, that's our job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's in our binder.
Even worse, if you haven't even, if you don't know.
Let's see, where is it?
So the next item on the agenda was to reestablish the
The tree committee.
tree committee. The tree committee is still going. We still meet, and it's myself and Elaine Johnson and Patrick Moore. So it's still going.
So, there was a request that we use the tree committee to, look at this tree out here and be more proactive in figuring out what the Sursa thing was so that, they don't go at it and destroy it. So maybe there's a,
Yeah, and in the past, what we have, maybe you could just tell us, but there was a little form that the town had made up that was to go to the tree board, and it was like where the tree's located, whether or not you think it needs to be trimmed or removed, or it's a hazard, or whatever. And then the tree board basically then goes and look at that particular tree and makes a determine whether or not they think it should be removed or saved or limbed. And so when it's something like just trimming this tree, I don't necessarily think that the tree board needs to be involved in it. You're not asking to remove it. You're better off with having an actual arborist to.
can you maybe just, like in the next month or so, call a meeting with the tree board and do like a reassessment and stuff? So
We could,
do a report.
we had gotten a thing a couple of months ago from, who was the company that gave us an estimate of trees. And so, when I talked with Elaine and then briefly with Patrick, it was like, those prices were just way too high when they were talking about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 to remove or trim a tree. It would be good to, and that was their bid, but it didn't really, it was a bid that they did, but it doesn't necessarily a request from the town that says, we want to, we think this tree needs to be removed. Tree trimming is one whole thing, one thing, you wanna trim trees, that's great. And that's not really within the purview of the tree board. It has to do more with whether or not you think a tree needs to be removed. The tree board might look at it, and like in the past, we've consulted with Adam Moore. When we had the last list of trees, I went all around with Adam Moore, and he was like, yeah, that one needs to come out, and no, this one just needs to have this trimmed. It's a perfectly healthy tree, it's just leaning over here, so cut this. And so that's what the tree board can do. We ourselves can go out and take a look, and then if we have questions, we can, Adam Moore is more than happy to come and help us evaluate. What he asked for, and we agree, is he doesn't want to come over for one tree. But if we've got like 5 trees that we're thinking about, he's happy to come over and help. And then I think there's also, with one of the guys, I'm forgetting which one that we used, who was an actual arborist, was very knowledgeable to come back and say, look, this tree's rotted. You might think it looks healthy, but it's rotted, it needs to go. Or an arborist on, say, like the willow tree here that says, we don't wanna cut it here, cause that's gonna let rock get in, this is how we should do it, or we should do it in stages. And so for some things, you need to get somebody with a little more expertise, and that's one thing that the tree board can do, like with this willow, we could look at it and say, hey, I think we really actually need an arborist rather than just somebody with a chainsaw, because of we don't wanna create an avenue for rot to enter the tree. But the tree board is active, and our determination and all this confusion was that list of expenses was just that it was way too much money, and we need to look at this again.
Yeah.
I did include, the code related to the tree boards on here. And I apologize, because in that I didn't know the tree board was still, in effect before putting this on here. It
But
does
let's say
say
annually.
that a written report does need to be made where there is approval done, and it also says that there needs to be 5 members, and that one needs to be from the planning commission as well, so I don't know if the board would like to address the 2 missing members
On the tree board.
Can we do that? I'm not the planning commissioner, but I will help with that.
Yeah, we need someone on the planning commission to be on the board. When do y'all meet?
So who's on there is myself, Elaine Johnson, and Patrick Moore, just because we're all really tree people.
Yeah.
And, you know, if somebody from the planning commission wanted to be on there, that's just great. I mean, that would be just fine. It's not so much a planning situation as it is more public health and safety on one side and tree preservation on the other.
Right, I think that from what I'm reading in the code, yeah, 1 member of the tree board shall be a member of the planning commission. Yeah, I'll be on the tree board. I like trees.
Okay.
So we need one more. It could actually be
We've
one.
already got 2 trustees now,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, one for planning commissioner, she's from planning commissioner.
but she's also a trustee, so.
Oh, yeah,
So, yeah, that's where I think.
Firewise is gonna have fun.
Well, that was the question too, because earlier I think we
Jenny?
requesting date for that tree, so we are ready green for that tree removal, right?
Right,
That's required, yeah.
that's required.
Okay, so we fine, because she was talking about.
So the only thing I would ask is that we get this annual report, Jenny, just
Go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Investigate, counsel, and develop and or update annually a written plan for care. So just an update, like a new, maybe take your old report, go through what's been done, what hasn't been done, and maybe in June, we could report on it.
Yeah, we could do a report.
Yeah.
We could do a report.
That'd be great. And that would,
And if the town has trees that there again, that's when you talk with Gretchen, she's the one who spots the trees. Is if there are trees that she feels are a hazard or are dying. And just write it down, give us a location, and we will go and look at them. And,
And, sorry, I would like to offer you to bring more contact for people local that are willing to do this job, they have the skills and everything, so we hiring local people, because that was my main thing and was thing. The people that you're hiring, I don't know them, and I will tell you, check it out, I would like more local people, so.
well, I agree with you, I really think that hiring local is important, and, you know, if they're able. You know, that if they're able, so often these things are, some of these tall cottonwoods really take some skills to be able to get out there.
Part of my job, and
Yeah.
I have some experience, and I know that people have those experience
And-
in the fire department too, so that's what I call it.
Right, and the tree board doesn't decide who gets hired, they just would come to a recommendation
Yeah.
that says, this tree needs to be cut back, or it's a hazard, or
Different.
it's fine, leave it alone. And I think the idea of if we have a list soon of any trees that are dead, or encroaching like next to a building.
Yeah.
You know, it's expensive to take trees down, and so I wanna kind of maybe go back, that there's some trees that can be included in the firewise mitigation. That this is close to a real house, this is, you know, a building, a public building, it should be removed for fire safety.
Okay.
Then that's something that.
Yeah, I know.
to be used.
So yes, but it's supposed to come to the board anyways.
Yeah,
We're supposed to do the report,
Yeah,
so I would ask that they go back on their old report.
Yeah.
See what's been done, see what hasn't been done, and then we can start bidding for,
Yeah,
locals to
definitely.
go
Cool.
secure.
yeah, but that's something.
Separate from the.
As the tree board, I would ask Public Works if they have any trees that they want the tree board to look at. And then they.
That'd be something that you would have to bring up with, when you guys liaison with the Public Works, Dennis, trustee Pazusi. When you, one of the items that we want to be direct them to do is to find trees that are dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay, let's, so we're at that point, we already did, the 20 hours, additional 20 hours for Virginia. But, switching over from QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online, I would like our treasurer to be here to explain why.
I can explain why.
Okay, one sec though, I just wanna say that there was, this handled by Dana. She's a CPA, I'm wondering, if she's really somebody who we might be able to use. I mean, if she's available, we might be able to use her to help us kind of do our, a little bit of our catch up as opposed to hiring somebody from like Wall Street or something like that. I'm not 100% if she's familiar with government
I
accounting.
don't think she is.
Yeah, so we really need a government accounting specialist, I would say.
100%.
So, but this is just for the transition.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right now, town uses QuickBooks on desktop, a desktop version. And it's old and outdated, they're barely updating it. It seems like QuickBooks is trying to phase that out and switch all of its customers onto online QuickBooks. I had to do that with my small business. And that makes it where you can literally access it from your phone in your car if you need to do something, but it's a big transition and it also costs more money. I don't even know if you can still buy the desktop version, but like the version we have is outdated. So we'll either have to try to find a way to update that or just transition to QuickBooks Online, which is pretty much what everybody's doing now. So I don't know the cost of that. And I do know that our treasurer has said that she needs help with that transition. And I know that QuickBooks will charge you to help. Or in this case, she's asking if we could hire Dana for X amount of hours to help with the transition.
Well, I don't know all the particulars, but I remember when Gwen was our treasurer and it was antiquated and she kind of figured it out how to get into this via this way. She had to do it herself and something you can't train somebody else to do. She requested the board to go to this system. This was, what, 8 years ago? And it was 50,000.
No.
And the board said, no way.
To go to QuickBooks Online?
No.
Yeah, well, what she was looking at the time.
There was also a proposed like government accounting software.
Okay. So, yeah.
I mean, I pay a few $100s a year, so I'm assuming this is a larger scale, but
Well, technology has improved quite a bit in the last 8 years, so, you know, I'm sure it's not gonna be that much.
it would be an ongoing annual subscription. And I would have thought less than $2,000, but I guess that would be helpful to have.
Yes,
Kim is on Zoom
Oh,
too.
oh.
better.
Kim, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Kim?
Yeah, hi.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you good.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I wanted to mention that Virginia, I did hear from her and she is available to meet with us on the 25th.
Great. So can you explain just a tiny bit, like the pricing, switching over to QuickBooks Online, like how much it will cost the town and timing and how long you think it would take to transition?
Okay, so I should say that I just dialed back in. I had been listening and then I tuned out for a few minutes, so I missed any of the preceding 10 minutes of conversation.
Wasn't much, we were just questioning, the transition, it wasn't much. So just, from your point of view, what is your, what's the expense that we're gonna have with the transition and how long will it take?
Okay, yeah, I would just have to say I don't have any new information at all. As I think I mentioned last week, Dana basically put me completely off, said, she was busy through tax season, and I just have not returned to try to speak with her about it. And she has, tons of experience transitioning businesses from desktop to the online version. I haven't tried to look into it myself, but just, assuming she will handle that coming up. I think I've mentioned to Adam specifically that there will be just immense efficiencies in making this transition from the desktop version to the online. And I mean, I can enumerate those, but it'd be difficult on the spot right here to do that.
What's the monthly cost or annual cost of the subscription?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Do you wanna make a motion to do it and just limit it?
No,
No.
I mean, I think we should know the cost.
Okay, so let's put it on the agenda for next month with more information.
Why do you not know the annual cost? Not of the transition, but of the software.
Yeah, I have not looked into it at all.
Yeah, I think we should know that.
Kim, hey Kim, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Do you know if with the online version, are we gonna be using some sort of special, like, small government version, or is it just gonna be like one of the business things?
Yeah, I just don't know
Okay.
about that. And honestly, I hadn't I had just forgotten about this as a topic for this particular meeting. I'd sort of let it go for now until I had gotten information from Dana for you guys. The exact questions you're asking, I will follow up with her and get that information to you, but I just don't have it right now.
It looks like it's about $45 a month right now to use QuickBooks Online. That's QuickBooks Plus, that's the highest. So it's between $15 to $45 a month based on what our needs are.
So it seems like she's gonna need a little more time, and I say we just put it on the agenda for May and get all the information in order, and then we can make a quick decision, because I think we're gonna probably end up doing it.
And yeah, my understanding, if it's $45 a month, completely reasonable, and just throwing numbers around with Kim. It could be a couple of few $1,000s to pay for help to transition. But if it's $45 a month, I'm completely in support of at least initiating the transition.
Adam, would this allow us to maybe hold back on spending that 20 hours with Virginia?
I don't think so, because I don't think this person is gonna look back at our missing and flawed information. I think it's more about the process of backing everything up and then transitioning into online, and stuff kind of moves around a little bit.
If we buy now,
Yes.
50% off for 3 months.
I know.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with what Adam just said, that these are independent processes.
If you wanna do it, you can make a motion now that we know that it's probably gonna be $45 a month. And
It does look like there's an advanced, I'm looking it up too, Ariel, and there is an advanced one for $100 a month. Not sure what features we're gonna want, but I guess, yeah, we can make a motion for them to figure it out.
So,
Okay.
yeah, what I'm seeing is $30 for essentially at your basic stuff. The
Yeah.
plus is at 45, and then the advanced is 100, so it depends on what kind of use we're gonna really need to make of it. And that's for business, and I think that your question about whether or not there's a government rate might be, a good thing, and, you know, there is the whole clerks, we wouldn't call it a club, what is it, a clerks association might be able to offer some, suggestions to Ariel about, if there is a government, way to do it, but I know for my own business, it became not a choice. Everything was going in the cloud, I could no longer upgrade my software, I had to do a subscription base of all my programming, other than some old things I had on my computer. And so that's just the way of the future, and it probably won't be too long, and it'll be totally obsolete, and, there's no support for it anymore. So I think this is a direction we have to go. It's been recommended for us to go this way. I think we need to bite the bullet and go ahead and do the subscription base and go ahead and get the research, exactly what plan do we need and how much it's gonna cost. But I think we need to do it anyways, and whether or not the plus or the advanced is what's gonna work for us is the answer to the question, but we need to move to the online version. And then we need to choose the plan. And some of that is like, how many seats, how many people are gonna have access to that? Here, we really only need 1 seat or 2 seats, which is usually how things come in, is 2 seats for the package. That's all we need. We don't have a 12-person office who needs to access QuickBooks. So I think we need to move forward and make this change, and I think we need to do the training on that, because it is different, and there again, this is not gonna be a forever training. This is while we're doing the transition. This is just stuff we need to do. I mean, we're talking about not getting our financial reports. This is part of the process that gives the financial.
I'd just like to give Kim a chance to be able to get all the information she can, because we're talking about the cost of the program, but we talk about the cost of the training part.
Let's put it on the agenda for next month and make a decision next month and we'll
Yeah.
be done.
Okay.
Premature.
Well, and that idea about whether or not we can get some grant money, to help with training for our town government. And I think they, you know, different agencies know, that we're struggling here with financial reports and transition, and we might be able to have some training covered. So, yeah, I think, for the next month, agenda is good.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Yep,
So
thank you.
training for treasurer, so we talked about that a little bit with Virginia. We're talking about that a little bit with Dana. I would recommend that we start looking for a CPA that is government approved and somebody who can like literally come in and just do a full, it's not so much an audit, it might be called an audit, but it's really like an accounting profile of everything we've done, even if it goes back years. Like, you know, Warren's been asking for this for a long time. I totally agree. It'd be really nice to just get to a point where we can honestly say, wow, we are caught up and we know exactly where we're at and we know exactly what we're doing.
Have we checked with the Colorado Municipal League, see if they can give us any assistance with that?
I don't know.
At least as far as names?
I think that's super valuable. I don't think that's a training. I think a
Maybe not a
training
training,
is
yeah.
a list of, you know, municipal requirements that Kim doesn't know about. But yeah, we have $22,500 to do what you just said.
Right.
And I think some of that could be used for training.
I was thinking about calling Wall Smith and Bateman. I know that
Sure.
they were our auditor at one point. I'm sure they have people in their office that do government accounting, I'm almost positive. I don't know because I've never asked them about that, but I was thinking about calling and just getting a reference and then having them, and we might have to put it out for bid.
Definitely. I also think if the finance committee, which really if Elaine is able to provide us with a draft for supplemental budgets for 22, 23. I don't know if we talked about 21, that would be something that would make that entity's job a little bit easier. And so is QuickBooks Online, because I know I do, again, online QuickBooks, and my tax accountant can log in
Easy.
and access everything. So,
So let's just do a little research. I'll call, Walter Raven, CML.
but what about training?
That's really what this is
Yeah,
about.
isn't
Not
Virginia-
her as a talent accountant or bookkeeper. She's an amazing bookkeeper. She has that experience. What she doesn't have is experience as a municipal treasurer. She doesn't know what, the same way I need to go to clerk school for a week, she needs the equivalent of that for the treasury.
I see.
And we, on our end, have tried to figure out how to source that and have come up blank. So that's why I'm bringing it to you guys. Do you have, suggestions or recommendations, or do you know where she can get that experience from? I have listserv, there's places I can go, but who can she go to, especially as our former treasurer is on top of them to us.
You might call Maya Gonzalez at the DOLA, she's the budget. I think the budget manager, I think is her title.
And where, I'm sorry.
DOLA, Department of Local Affairs, Budget Office. If you want, I can give you her name, her email and phone number tomorrow.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like whether it was, I'm not saying we should, but whether it was Gwen or Maya or the county treasurer paying somebody for 12 hours to come in and be like, this is what a treasurer does, would be a start.
Okay, I'm open to that.
I was just gonna ask Ariel if, y'all have reached out to any other county treasurers?
I have not reached out to, I've done that clerk wise, but not for treasury.
That was just my idea, is that somebody, I'm not saying that it has to be all on you guys, but that we could reach out to maybe like Rio Grande County or Alamosa County and just get in touch with their treasurer and see what kind of ideas they have, or even if they would be willing to maybe come and do that.
Good idea.
Okay, so maybe everybody can do a little research on that.
But we're going to prove this training, that was the.
Just to look for a trainer for the
Look for
treasurer.
a training, I think you guys already have it, you don't have a training.
No,
The contract.
So, the gentleman who was here last week,
Great,
yeah, with the,
SLP,
the Economic Resources Group, and he was here, he was talking about being able to help us with possible grants. And, here again, besides, with the clerk, we also have, on the treasurer, and we have the QuickBooks training. It would be worth reaching out to see, because this is not just sort of the day-to-day activities that we maybe need some upgraded training in. This has been where we've lost our treasurer, we've lost these things, we are now, in a position where, we haven't had the financial reports, we're working with our budget, that there's a real urgency to help us be legal as a municipality, and agencies, especially state government agencies, they really want towns to be legal. And they might be willing to, put money out for training, our treasurer, and training for the QuickBooks. And I think, reaching out to him and saying, is there some places that we can look at for some sort of emergency grant funding to help us through this transition? And you never know, the worst they can say is no, but they might say, oh yeah, this is.
I'd be happy to reach out, and that's kind of what I'm thinking I'm gonna be doing.
I got to be,
reaching out to these
I got to be in the next meeting, I talked to Ken last week, it's
Who's
actually,
that?
great.
Okay,
Because I couldn't find the location for the meeting, so I called him that day, I couldn't make that meeting, but I have next meeting coming out, I think it's at the 29th. And can express that to him, because he is all for help,
Great.
so definitely I can communicate that with
Okay.
him. And I'll be working with Dana with that one too, so
Nice.
either me or her can go to the meetings. And we pass that message to you, with him.
I think it's good, we're getting a little, we all work on little things like that, stuff's gonna start taking form.
Yeah.
Sure.
That,
But I still think we need to, I don't think we can wait to see if we're gonna get any grant money, it'd be nice, but I think we need to proceed ASAP with the training.
Let's, maybe put it on that, special meeting as a, just a quick review if we find anything.
Can we go have time to do all these things in the?
It's gonna be a lot, but if we,
Okay, but you say it's short
it's gonna
time
be a half a
and,
day, I mean,
yeah, you just give it a
2 hours for living wisdom. We're letting 2 hours for living wisdom, which might be more than we need.
No.
No?
Are you talking the 25th?
Yeah.
That's
That's the
finance.
Oh, 2
study.
hours, oh, so that's gonna be, okay, so.
So you just,
But that actually kind of goes along with it, so.
The work session is from 9 to 11 and the special meeting is from 11:30, one half
And that was
hour.
for living wisdom.
Well, that's regarding the tap fees and
Yeah.
that's okay, done.
So let's add this in there as just a point, if anybody finds anything.
sure.
That they was.
Not
we
for
leave.
discussion, just for update.
Right,
Cool.
right. Okay. This is a big one. Hiring an office assistant. So, we all know that Dana, we all know that our role is, putting out lots of fires, and, it'd be nice if she had, another firefighter to hose down some of these fires. You know, she's gonna become kind of more of a delegator, which is kind of good. It's a good leadership position. And I was thinking that it might be best if we have her actually look for somebody, or we put out a request, or because she's gonna be the one that's gonna be directing them. And if they're not getting along, or there's some kind of,
Yeah.
then she has to deal with that if we pick that person. So it could be approved by us, but I think that we need to have her really go out on a limb and find somebody. So I would give her permission to hire. Yes.
For budget adherence, looking at our 2024 budget appendix B, can I ask you some questions? Just so I can update here. Clerk, we've upped you to 36 hours. At what wage?
$22
Okay, and then clerical assistant, we don't currently have. Code enforcement should be 5 to 10 hours a week
He
ultimately.
said that that's,
He's at 10 hours, that's.
but,
Okay.
but he said that he's only really putting in 5.
Okay, but we should budget for, and he's at 25.
Yeah.
Treasurer is 20 hours at 22 right now.
Should be 25.
No, we never upped it to 25.
Okay.
20.
Public Works Supervisor, for now, we'll just call that Gretchen, and she's doing 32.
32 hours for $32 an hour.
$28.
32 at 28. And Brent, for now, we'll call the helper just for this, and he's at 32 hours at 16. Okay, so that's,
Well, you say the first one before Brent, it was at 32 or 28 an hour?
28 an hour.
20 an hour at 32 hours a week.
Okay, because he said 32 in the budget.
Just for the sake of discussion and clarification, could you change that assistant for Glenn and what do you call it, water, just water until you get these ORC certification?
Oh, right, and plus we added in an ORC, which was, what was our contract?
It's $300 a month plus $60 an hour for Brett.
Up to,
I don't remember what it up to, but when I mentioned it to him, he said, and I don't wanna hold him to it, but he said, I'll probably never get there.
Wasn't it, did we do 40 hours?
Yeah, we did 40 hours.
yeah, 1,500 a month.
We do, it was 40 hours for a certain amount of
For
time.
3
yeah.
months.
For 10 months, that's it.
Yeah, but
40 hours for 3 months, and then we were gonna
Every
reevaluate.
year, yeah.
yeah, he felt confident that he, especially with Brian,
The only,
that he wasn't
the
gonna
only,
get close to
the
that.
only thing that we did, we moved 32 to Brent, right? 32 hours a week,
Yes,
we limit the time
we went 32 hours and $16 an hour for Brent.
for moving ahead to any period of time, it's open, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
They could, it's not for 3 months, for 3 months is for forever.
For Brent?
Uh-huh,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
okay.
So
I mean, not for forever. You know,
B one, B two.
the office, an office assistant, would that be the same position as a clerical assistant? As it is on the budget, and we don't have that filled right now?
Right.
Okay,
But we're exceeding some other stuff.
okay.
As the questions are flying around, I have one, is this a full-time position or part-time?
I would ask for help during the office hours, that'd be 20 hours a week from 9 AM to 2 PM. What I really need help with is answering the phones and sending out some walk-ins. Can't get to the other aspects of the job, like the minutes and audits and whatnot, when I'm answering the phones all day.
So how many hours a week are you
20.
suggesting?
20 hours.
20 hours for the clerical assistant?
Is there any, is anyone in any conversation with maybe potential intern? Or with school coming to an end, maybe someone that might need a summer job?
I just think that, and she had a couple of suggestions Ariel had a couple of suggestions that might be good. She was thinking about talking to the other two candidates that applied for clerk.
Kevin Schweiler and Dylan Schweiler.
And seeing if they might be interested in stepping in just because they would get experience, I don't know.
Well, I'm concerned about bringing on more employees. I mean, we haven't even gotten through the benefits part of the finance process and bringing more on. I think it just might.
It's just that if we don't do this, we might get really stuck, and then if she's getting burnt out because she's not able to do what she's supposed to do, we're gonna hit a point where she's gonna make a decision whether it's worth it to her or not, and then we're gonna have a real problem, because then we're gonna be training and trying to figure out, like, it's gonna cost us a lot more to catch up, so we need to kind of satisfy at least a minimum of 20 hours.
For how long that we have time?
I mean, we could, I don't know, and again, I'm not keeping the closest eye on the budget, so you guys have a little more take. What's your assessment on that?
Really simple, crude math, not including Brett, is, and give me a second, is 148,000 out of 156,000. But that's over budgeting for code enforcement and probably over budgeting for treasurer, but it's also under budgeting for his position, which right now is making $16 an hour and ultimately should be making more.
Right.
Although ultimately should be less hours too. Like right now, we've got him at 32.
Yeah.
And
I don't see that happening.
okay.
And the reason why is because Brent's been concentrating on the water aspect of the department, and we haven't even touched the sanitary sewer part yet.
Okay.
We still have, 4. Did Liam accept, are we down to 4 violations, or are we still at 5? We're at 4.
Okay, so ultimately, we're under budgeting a little bit, or we're over budgeting here a little bit on a couple of positions, and I would say definitely under budgeting on his position, so we're kind of right around our budget right now. And if we're gonna get proposed of hiring a clerical assistant and a public works assistant, that's gonna be way
Well,
beyond.
public works is another story. I think we should think of that separately, but sure, clerical.
Yeah. And you're saying 20 hours a week?
Yes, trustee O'Connor.
So, I really think it's I really heard Ariella to say this one. Really heard you. And she made it very clear that she cannot do the job in the way that it is right now. She just can't do her job. And I don't want to set her up to fail. And we have, for a long time, have had a clerk, an assistant, and the treasurer in that office. And having that clerk in there is the assistant is absolutely essential. So that the clerk can actually do the official duties that they have to do. And so we have it in the budget that there's a clerical assistant. We had it at 32 hours. And now we're reducing that to 20 hours. That's a significant reduction. I agree that we should allow, Ariel to, advertise and hire the, clerk assistants at 20 hours, a week. I hope that's enough hours with that.
Suggested we will approve.
Well, and
She's not
the way I
hired.
feel is, well, she could suggest, I also feel like, you know, if we need to move on this. I would trust her to be able to see who it is that is a good fit with her, but she could find that person and suggest it to the board. But we need to move on this. And personally, I think $16 an hour is not what it used to be at all. And we could start with 16, hopefully we can find somebody willing to work on that. I think 18 is a more realistic, but we do, and with the drop of hours, does this mean that we could pay a little bit more per hour, or do we need to just look at 16 an hour and go through that 90-day probation and then revisit the person's skill level? But it's just like the things that have come up here with having like transferring the data from the computer QuickBooks onto the online QuickBooks that has to have that information manually inputted. That's the job for a clerk assistant, not for our clerk, for the clerical assistant. And so many things that need to be done, putting the binders together every single month. This was something that the clerical assistant did, not the clerk. And the list goes on and on, answering the phone, so many things that allows our clerk to actually do her job. Plus, she's also training right now. We need to get a clerical assistant in here right away. We have budgeted for it. We're giving it like way less hours than what we budgeted for. We just need to approve. I will make that motion that the town looks to very quickly hire a clerical assistant, that we ask Ariel to reach out and find a person she thinks would be a good fit for the job, and give that person's name to the board, and have that happen in a timely fashion. And we hire that person at the current rate of $16 an hour. And in 90 days, we do an employee evaluation, probation, and see how that employee's doing, and consider a raise if our finances will allow that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second now, Dennis?
I understand the need for the additional person, but the numbers that Adam put together there are real. And if the board decides to give some assistance, I wouldn't even think about going over that minimum, 90 days, even 120 days from now, from the day that person is hired, until we know better where our financial condition is. I'm for the help, but I'm not for spending the money right now.
I think the only way that we would make it through the year financially is to spend some of the excess sales tax that we're putting into savings, which would mean a supplemental budget, and also means we think we're gonna have that. So far as of April 8th, everything's okay, but that money ultimately might not be in there. And I would say, as of now, we haven't even been putting that money in there. So.
Well, I'll just make my motion, we hire this person at $16 an hour, and we do a 90-day evaluation at the probationary period. And I'm not saying that we have to give that person a raise. If we should at that time decide to, we could always decide to, but let's just let it ride at $16 an hour.
As long as we agree that it's motivated by the budget, by the condition of the budget. When Kim is able to put together and show us what we have, what we're currently working with for 24. Nothing's gonna be automatic anymore. It just can't be. We've got to
I wasn't
Yes.
suggesting an automatic.
Trustee,
I wanted to say that I'm in favor area, we need the 20 hours for that person, definitely yes. I know every single person we had in town here before. And I wanted to remind to Kisen and trustees that we deal in this situation because the last board messed up everything. And that's why it's really important what he's saying, we have to keep this budget, because we already gone over and over 100 times. That first time was 550, I don't remember what we authorized, it was just going over and over. And I know we need the people there, but the last board messed so much all this stuff that we have to fix it. And that's the hard part, to be, to say, yes, we need help for her, but at the same time, we sink in this boat. And I don't know what else to say, just keep in mind that one.
So we've got the money budgeted in there, and we're actually asking for less than what we actually budgeted. Instead of 32 hours, we're looking at 20 hours, we're looking at the same rate. This is less than what we budgeted for. And I don't see any reason to not go ahead and do this. We budgeted for it and we're actually asking for less. We gotta do this. We have to have the help in the office or we're gonna lose Ariel.
Is it the dollar amounts you see on the individual line items were more of a guide. The actual budget amount was the total. And what we had said was as needed, as long as we didn't go over the total, we could move that money to those particular line items. So if it says 16 or 18 or whatever, that's just a guide. It's the total amount that's in that bucket.
I understand that I made a motion. And I don't see that there's any reason not to hire somebody. If we don't hire somebody, our government is gonna fail. We've been failing for the last year, because we have tried to ask a person to do a job of 3 people. Our system, the information that we don't have, it's not available because we can't ask one person to do the job of 3 people. We have to solve it. I've got a motion on the table. I believe it was seconded.
Yes.
I think we need to hire somebody. And if we have to adjust money elsewhere out of the budget, then that's what we do, but this is a priority.
I'll vote yes, but we will have to adjust money out of the budget, and we will be over what we allotted for personnel. And the more we can do to encourage, like if Mateo, I think everybody on here from here on out will have to abide by how many hours we've allotted. And we can't do 33 hours for Gretchen and we can't do 6 hours for Mateo. And everybody has to do this. And we'll still be over.
we're going to have to do a supplemental budget, I think, no matter what.
Doing a supplemental budget is one thing, but figuring out where that money comes from is a different thing.
One of the nice things, and I don't know how long it's gonna last, but it seemed like we didn't have too much of a difference in our sales tax yet.
This month, right?
This month, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, it was rounded out. We don't really know what that actual dollar amount was. And if it's a few pennies or a few hundred, not a big deal, but still.
The fear is that it'll go back down to 25,000.
Right.
So 40,000 is great.
Right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion, all in favor? Aye. Nay? One nay, 6 yeas. Hopefully find somebody who makes your job easier and better. We can really get back in line. That's what we're really trying to do. We have to. The other thing is, priorities. We gotta prioritize work because the stuff that we were doing before is not the same as what we're gonna be doing now. in public works especially, there's gotta be a priority.
And Mayor, maybe we need to, back off a little bit, and I can't say exactly where, but stop putting more and more work in that office, if we can.
Yeah, and I think that between Dana, or sorry, trustee Oglesby, volunteering, and if a few of us come in, and if she has a list ready for us to go on stuff that we can do, and we schedule it in, that'll help as well.
Sure, that's really good.
And, you know, again, I think it's gonna be more of a delegation job for Aria, which is, I think, really good, to start figuring out what she can do and what she can't do, and the stuff she can't do, she finds somebody who can. Whether it be her assistant that she's hiring or one of us. Until we get caught up, because once we get caught up, we'll feel a lot better, we'll get to a point where we're actually like, wow, we've accomplished something, so let's work towards that every single meeting. The next one is, public works assistant, so I think we should put that off until, especially you and Kim meet with the.
And those might be needed going into the summer months, grass cutting events and stuff, but we can just hold off until we have a better idea.
And I understand that, Brent's position is concentrating on water and then sewer. My hope and intention was that there would be two people in public works that would be able to manage public works and water and sewer. So I would hope that eventually that position is getting paid more and participating in public works responsibilities. Because we're nowhere near being able to hire a third person.
No, and I think, I agree, I think, if I understand what you're saying, Brent and I have had a lot of conversation about exactly that. I don't know if I think it sounds exactly like what we were talking about, but I'm not sure. But, to give you an example of the sewer situation, I think I remember one time, Miguel had told you about the flow meter in the sewer, and it was operation, and they had found some discrepancies between Baca's readings and his reading.
Yeah.
That flow meter sitting in a box in the closet.
No, that was never installed. What he was doing like a daily test.
Oh, okay, a manual test.
Yeah, because it's never been installed.
Yeah,
Because
well,
we haven't hired somebody to do that.
and that's something that we've talked about, but it hasn't happened yet, which has to be done.
We're supposed to get reimbursed when I do that.
I thought that Craig was going to start a meeting, kind of fire chief.
Yeah. Yes, that was initiated, I think.
You know, Craig?
The conduit is in the manhole. The lock on the panel, no one has the key for it, even though it's a new lock. So the lock needs to be cut off the panel for Craig to wire it in, and the flow meter needs to be installed in the manhole. And you can talk to Craig or Brent, or the combination of the two, to get that resolved, because you have a $32,000
Grant that needs to be reimbursed.
grant that's reimbursable in part, because half of that is not reimbursable. Half of that's out of your pocket.
We already paid some.
Warren, so you're saying that the flow meter, I was right, flow meter was
The
not.
whole meter is sitting in there. What
Okay.
Miguel was doing the BOD readings in that manhole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
So whoever, wants to take this one on to, figure out how to move forward with that would be great.
I think they're on that. And yeah, we'll postpone, public works.
You're not on that? No, on that.
Yeah, and what we have, the resource we have in the grant for $16 an hour is not gonna last.
Yeah.
Shouldn't last.
No, it has to, I fully agree, and, yeah.
I think on the public works thing, just really quick, like in Gretchen's report, you know, she puts, I'm requesting brush branch pickup be discontinued until there's more staff available. So I think she's at least somewhat prepared to not have help immediately, but is making requests to us to like be aware of that.
Well, and another thing, for instance, the apartment upstairs, the refrigerator needs removed and the couch, and Gretchen can't do that.
I mean, if I'll be in contact with Ariel about that. I've got trucks and.
So.
But Aria, I mean, Gretchen should be able to say, Brent, you're on the clock, can you help me move a couch?
Yeah.
Like, we have resources.
Let's leave Ariel.
Sure, I'm just saying in general, Gretchen's not totally alone. And I would also say that the amount of time Gretchen spent shoveling snow is no longer happening, and that was hours. And they should be able to go to brush pickup and weed whacking.
Right, but the north side of the building is icy and the handicap access has to be chipped away.
Sure.
That was the only thing that searched.
You know, one other option would be when we need it, like we did with the water, with the winter plowing, is that there's small jobs that we could subcontract for that would be taken, you know, like that, and we could have hired somebody, you know, just for
Yeah,
that.
there's definitely some benefit in that, although we're not paying benefits now, but equipment, usually they come with their own equipment, we don't have to supply equipment, but, yeah.
So
So
we had, for there again, a good number of years, even before we got the sales tax boost of money here. Had a public works supervisor, we had the assistant, and then we had another person who was a helper. And then during the summer at different times, there was even another person that would come in on a part-time basis. So I think part of it is really having a good handle on what the job requires. There needs to be 2 people in public works for the amount of work that's being done and also for safety issues. But if you look at what's getting ready to happen right now, and I told Gretchen I would help her. All the trees around town here are gonna be needed, there's gonna be pruning. We're gonna have to open up the cages, weed out what's in there, then there's gonna be testing the water system. Okay, we lost several trees, good sized trees, 2 years ago because there was a leak in the water line. So those lines have to be checked. That's one of the things that the parks are now starting to go, the yard, they need to be watered, and then it's trash pickup, and then the list goes on and on of really what Public Works does in this town. We keep having all more events, everybody wants to have events in the town park. Who's gonna deal with the trash, who's gonna do mowing, who's gonna be, there is a huge amount of work that happens with Public Works that people a lot of times aren't even aware of. The flower beds themselves are damn near a full-time job. We really need to have Gretchen make sure that she has an assistant. And there's jobs that you don't see. Okay, the weed whacker doesn't work. Who's gonna fix the weed whacker? You know, the truck needs a battery swapped out. Who's gonna do that? And if we want this town to function, we've got this double standard right now where we're saying we need to have this budget that's for like a town with a population of 150 people. And then we have a greater population that brings us up to like 1,800 that uses our town and facilities. And how do we sort of balance that? And who's gonna like clean the town bathroom? Who's gonna monitor the porta potties? Who's gonna do this? We have got to have some additional assistance for Gretchen in here. Now, Gretchen wrote in here, and the board can decide on this however they want, that Andrew Martinez would work for $20 an hour. I read that and my jaw dropped. I can't find somebody to come help me pull weeds up at my house for less than $25 an hour, or to run a weed whacker up on my property for $25 an hour. If he would be willing to come and work for $20 an hour, he's the one that keeps all the equipment going. You know, we need to, I would love to have Andrew, I think he should retire and you guys should go take a vacation around the world or go to the beach or something, but if Andrew would be willing to work for 20 an hour, I think this would be a real deal. You could set the number of hours that you wanna have, see how we align in our budget, or if you wanna bring somebody else in new, you can do that, but Andrew already knows everything that needs to be done. So let's make it work with our budget, but we've gotta bring in some help from Gretchen. And I think when we get to the point where you're really looking and having a clear understanding what public works done, you'll realize it's gonna be difficult to have it all get done. with
Before you start,
people.
Yeah.
from now on, protocol wise, it's a lot easier if when people raise their hand, what I'll do is I'll flash you a number, it'll be like 1, and then if you do it, if you raise your hand second, I'll go 2.
What about something like that? Oh, wait,
But then you can put your hands down
Yeah.
and you just know, if I say 1, 2, 3,
Thank you.
4, and that way, you
Yeah.
just put your hands down and then you just go in that order.
Yeah, I think, we're working all those things. I part with Benji about the board with the events, and I think, yes, when it's a special events, we should tell the people, pay for the people to clean up, pay the co-enforcement too, because that day, the co-enforcement work more because there's more people in town, so they should pay the co-enforcement for them too, so we can get that one too. And I live here in town for 2015 to now, almost 10 years. And those 10 years, Public Works they work for me on my behalf, going to pick it out my slide once a year. And then we have how many employees, 7, 8 employees in Public Works, I don't know how many, probably 10 too many. Never was any work on my behalf done, and I had to pay more to the town to provide the service, so yes, I agree that we should figure out all those expenses for 150 people, because I don't receive any benefits. Maybe people for other town receive it, but it's me or the neighbors who pay the taxes and everything, so yes, we should pay attention to that one, but when we had that much people here, they never came twice to my place, they never did any extra work, so I don't know what they're doing, and yes, we should know what they're doing, because, and then we can be clear and can support more the work.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I know, but I wanna stick to a protocol, so we're on the same page.
Yeah,
Trustee.
yeah, I don't see, I just think that we've got like not a but situation, it's a yes and situation, like, yes, we need more people to help and we need to make sure that our budget is gonna make it so that we're not in a situation where somebody comes in and then we end up not being able to pay them. So like, we're working on the financial end of things, we're gonna get together and start hammering that out more, but, I think that like tabling this for now could be, like, it's not, I don't think it's a saying no or not recognizing that we need to hire this person, just that we need more information before we do it. And I also just wanna point out that like, yeah, with events and stuff, like at Crestone Energy Fair, we do take care of our own trash, and those events also bring in a lot of people, which brings us more sales tax.
So,
Or we're too hard on those people.
we wanna do this supplemental budget, but we also do need to supplement our budget, and, one way we talked about was for events, like the event committee would do a $7,500 grant that covers certain things that are, extras that we could grass seed, watering, even time spent, and then we could use that money to, supplement what we're missing. But things like that might be not a bad idea to start really looking for. Maybe there are grants that could help us supplement, like non-matching grants that we could start looking for again. I mean, we're needing help. We need help. It's not like we're, not putting a little scrutiny on our budget. We are really scrutinizing, and it's just, we're coming up a little short. So there's gotta be some other revenue streams that we can look at that might help us. But I do think the events have been costing us money, and we have to start switching the reversal on that, and as well as, maybe even say if you have vendors that we would, because it's our land, maybe we ask for a little bit of the vending fee, stuff like that. There's ways that we can just kind of say, this is, if you wanna have an event here, and Kim, you've been pushing that for years, but, you know, actually doing it. So I'll talk to the event committee, because I understand that the event committee is very much interested in, making sure these events are responsible and that they don't cost the town money, that they actually, I mean, we are spending $4,000 on the 4th of July, that's good, but it's a lot. I mean, it is definitely like, that's $4,000 you could spend on something else.
Well, I know the porta potty, for the first event last year, they had to lock them up, 'cause they were already sold the first day, and that was just during the setup.
Yeah, I just went to look online and they say it's at least one porta potty for 50 people for 2 hours, and plus if the drinking had to be another porta potty for every 100 people, so for 100 people, you have to have 4 porta potties
Whoa,
in 5 hours,
that much?
that much, yeah.
Well, see, they only dump, for 2 weeks.
And they just clean it once? Not even,
Yeah,
yeah,
but every
I
2
would
weeks.
not use
I
those,
tried to get them like weekly,
yeah.
and they won't do it, they
Oh,
said, no, we only
That-
do
that's-
it every other week.
That's not
And,
good.
and the first day, just during the setup, the one, I don't know who he was, he had an accident and he just stripped down and left his clothes and everything in there, and it was a mess. And they had to lock it up, because they weren't gonna let the general public go in there. And same with Public Works as far as having an assistant. I know with the tractor, just working on the roads. With the way people drive around here, you need somebody to spot
Yeah.
the person on the tractor, because they'll wipe them out.
Mhm.
I mean, it's scary. You darn near need two, one on each end of that tractor if you're working on the road.
Yeah,
Cause right around that corner, I mean, Gretchen's almost died like 3 times.
yeah, couple of times we had situation on the back that too with the
Yeah.
fire mitigation crew, somebody was almost taking us out,
Yeah.
so, yeah, it's got.
So another example here, when I mentioned with Andrew at $20 an hour or whoever you should decide, we've got the Sursa report. Who's gonna tear down that one shed at the cemetery? Who's gonna do that for $20 an hour until you tear it down and haul it off?
I
Who's
couldn't get
gonna-
my time to do that, so
There's-
you guys don't have money.
You know, there's the fence that needs to be fixed down at the park, that needs to be repaired. Who's gonna fix that? And we've got fixtures and caulking, I mean, the things that are in the Sursa report of things that need to be done. I just feel like we have to see how we can work our budget to make sure that we have that second person. You make good points about safety. And, you know, how whether it's loading trash in the truck or whatever it is, or grading roads, it's just a matter of getting the jobs done that need to get done and having the safety to have the people going.
Let's let these two meet with Gretchen, come up with like a some kind of outline plan, and then we'll reassess it in May. See where we're at.
Good.
Trustee.
That was what I was just saying.
Okay, so let's move on.
Sorry, just as a point of reference, I think that when we were at the height of our dysfunction, I think we were paying $700,000 in wages and subcontractor fees. And right now, I think we're at about $210,000. So part of the thing that the finance committee did was take us down as far as we could possibly go.
Yeah.
Kind of knowing that it was too low.
Yeah.
And that we can't really function at that rate,
Right.
but we're way down there and we'll have to, yeah.
Right, I mean, even the lawyer, you guys were gone last week, but he was saying he's just really struggling to do what he needs to do. I think it's good. We're gonna get, I know you're.
Paid them almost $100,000.
We've already paid him, exactly, so he actually owes us on some level. But, and I think he knows that, but he also said that he was not able to do what he needs to do in that amount of time.
And we're gonna get through this.
Yeah.
We are.
You know, it's not like it's gonna be forever. We just have to be disciplined. We have to be patient. We have to work it. And, you know, It's gonna be a team effort. Some stuff is gonna get.
The town has never been in the red, okay? If we don't have it, we don't spend it.
Right.
That's always the way it's been. Our budget used to be 26,000 a year. Okay, when I first started on the board.
Coming down to efficiency.
It was 26,000 a year.
We're getting there.
Okay, but, yeah, if we didn't have it, we didn't spend it.
And we
So
only
we have
had,
never gone into the red, ever.
And
So, and I don't think.
We
ever-
have
yeah, that's
gone
what,
into the red.
yeah, that's what happens. and
We've been
nobody
depleting-
realized that one.
We've been
That's-
depleting our
Yeah,
starting cash balances.
and that's
our
the bigger
reserves.
problem, I haven't recognized that one, we
Yeah.
did it,
We
don't.
spend more than we bring,
I agree.
and
for
that's the
a
red.
Couple of years, but we also acquired property that's very necessary.
The problem is that we don't need it, I don't see why we even buy it.
You'll see.
You become a surprise, and that's what I say, I've been talking to you, you told me, oh, it's nothing, it's there, so now you have a plan.
Well, one thing is to put your money in when we had it and we put it into that, it's tangible,
This
it's,
discussion is kinda over, and I don't wanna take more time, I just saying that we really write this thing, and we have on it.
it's like, why would you buy a piece of gold?
When the market was so expensive, because you did it,
Huh?
you buy it when
Yeah,
it
I
was more
just-
expensive.
I just was trying to, yeah. I think we can move on.
So let's move on, we will talk about that.
Yeah.
I think, you can have your opinion, I have an opinion.
I know, but
We
we
both have-
spend the money, we're not asking.
okay,
No, we asked. Okay.
so we have,
Let's go on. What I would like to say is that Brent has, he's on this for Public Works truck schedule for repairs and all this stuff.
Yeah, I just wanted to fill you in, the public work truck has been, from what I understand, shut down for about a year.
There's two though, so you're talking
Well,
about
we're talking about the dually with flatbed cover.
The white one.
550.
The diesel, okay, so, it's been down, Dennis brought to my attention that there's a possible violation of the water plant, that we need to haul some refuse off. So I started digging into finding a way to get it out, to get the refuse off the, water processing facility. Found out that we don't have a running truck, one that's totally runs. So, I looked into what my background is fleet maintenance, so I'm very, very well versed with this. So I called up, I was able to get a wrecker service, which gave us a municipal discount. I'm sending it over to SLV Auto. They're experts with this particular model and make of engine. We've got some issues, several issues, not sure what it is, but it'll be leaving on Wednesday to go over to Monte Vista. And I'll get an estimate of repairs after it's completely dead. There's no battery. The batteries are completely dead. I tried to start it. Couldn't get anything going on it. So anyway, we've got that going, just let you know, and we'll see how much it is. I don't think it's anything super major, but it's something that needs diagnostic equipment and it needs a mechanic that can do that. And this guy comes recommended for power strings. So anyway, that's just the download on what that is.
You'll get us a quote.
Yeah, we'll get a quote before, it'll go over there. I got it, like I said, I got a municipal discount on the tow. It's at $385 to get it over there. And, he's gonna come get it on Wednesday. And then we'll see what it is, but I don't think I know it's gonna have to have two batteries before we even look at it. So, the batteries are completely gone. Nobody started it in a year, so.
What about the blue truck?
The blue truck has, from what I understand from Andrew, it has a power steering problem. He showed it to me. It's a little more difficult. It's not really something we need to be driving on the highway. But it's something that will, as soon as we get this back, I'll address that. It's just a matter that what it is the plow is kind of in the way of some of the power steering lines. But I'm sure we can work around that and get it fixed and get it up to where people can drive. And Gretchen was having a difficult time driving that the other day when we had our big snow. She was having a really tough time because we don't have any power steering on. It's like four-wheel drive with a plow on it, you know.
What about the UTV?
The UTV, from what I understand, it has a starting problem on its initial start, once it gets going, but we need to address this also. So we've got, all of our vehicles have something going on with them. So I'd like to start with this one will get us up and running and get us into a really good position where we can make dump runs, we can load our gear up, and we can get things done, because we're coming up on spring where we're gonna be just like Kism was saying, we got things to do. And it's not, and it's, we need to really be going at it now. So to have that truck going is gonna be a start.
And this is a prime example that public works isn't just about going and mowing the lawn and emptying the trash. There's a lot that needs to be done, and we do have some money in here budgeted for assistance to public works. It's stuff that has to be done. So let's figure it out on how we can get the help that public works needs. Cause I think when you go talk to Gretchen, the first thing she's gonna say is, I need help.
Oh, I just wanted to also mention, Gretchen also told me that the snow blower, is down also. So there's a fourth piece of equipment. And I haven't even looked at mowers or weed eaters or anything like that. You know, all that has to be evaluated. But there's four pieces of equipment, major pieces of equipment that need to be looked at that are not 100%, and some of them are 100% down. And that's my report.
Okay. The next item, cemetery expansion.
I recommend we.
Well, I have one thing to say about that. I was hoping that, we could, again, I thought kill two birds with one stone. We might be able to use the Firewise grant to go out there and start clearing some land. It will not only protect the town if a fire was way out there and was coming this way. So we could look at, we'd have to do an assessment, but we could actually start looking at where it's gonna go and then using some of that money for clearing. So that's one thing I would say with that, and we're gonna need, information on which way we're expanding and how we're expanding and what it's really gonna be, so that's gonna be something that.
It's all surveyed, what's the cemetery property.
No, okay, no, I know the cemetery property.
But they were gonna do an aerial thing as far as, because of the washes. They didn't wanna plan it and put a cemetery plot in the bottom of an arroyo, okay? You don't wanna go get grandpa down at Casita Park if we have a flash flood. So,
But we
you
get
know,
to reuse that spot.
right. Resell it, right. But that was gonna be too expensive, so what they've been doing is just slowly mitigating, limiting some of the dead. But Firewise, if they could get in there and do like the north side and west side.
Yeah.
The east side is my sister's property, but even then, I think she'd give permission.
Yeah.
But, it's a great area, and boy, if that spot catches fire and we get a north wind, it's gonna be scary. So I would investigate with the Firewise about that. As far as expansion, we don't have the money.
We don't have the money, but, we could start, if we knew where we were going, we could actually do a whole area and actually do like.
Right, they want one road in so we could slowly do it, cause from here to the wall is like $5,000 per road. Okay, so we're talking 40 acres. So it's gonna be
Yeah,
expensive.
but we're not gonna expand.
Well, that's kind of what I got scared when I saw cemetery expansion. I'm going, oh my God.
I think we have
Can't even
one
afford the
spot.
fence. But, yeah, fence it out, but it has been surveyed, the pins are there,
Okay.
so we know where we're at. But as far as selling at this point, we're not
I
ready.
think we have one more spot.
Yeah, and see, the old cemetery, the way they did it was they started on the outside, closest to the road, and then they sold inside. So now you gotta drive over all these graves to get to the middle where it wasn't sold, and they don't wanna do that again. So they wanna do it kind of like a cul-de-sac, more or less, fork it out to where, okay, this property doesn't sell for a while, but this one sold right away, but you don't have to, 20, 50 years from now, you don't have to drive over all these graves to bury grandma over here.
So who else?
So there is a plan in action, and there you go, Gretchen. Gretchen and Andrew have been working with this for quite a while. But there is a plan, so it's not just a slap, a Band-Aid, yeah, clear cut or anything like that. There is a plan.
So can we get that plan in coalition with the Firewise Committee so that we
We,
get the
estimate,
team
yeah,
on
because,
moving?
yeah, we don't have the money to do what we eventually would like to do with it. But, we could give you a rough draft.
Right,
And then the Firewise could, you know.
That would be great.
because we do have the grant money for the Firewise folks to
Yeah,
go
and I
do
can
some work.
We can help with our.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I think it would be nice to even look at like a perimeter around the cemetery.
Yeah.
It would,
We suggested, I mean, with Daniel Johnson, because he did a break and with Nick Chambers not long ago, so we can connect with that break, so we have a good break.
And there's a lot of dead standing out there too, that
Yes.
is the locals wanted to.
I'm sure neighbors helping neighbors would be all
Yeah, we
about.
can
so all the firewood we talked about,
send it to
from
them.
when we did this grant, we talked about it all going to locals.
Yeah,
Number one, number two, the slash, that's another whole thing that I'll get into another time, but that's gonna be something we have to work out too, like the extra stuff that doesn't go to people's houses.
Yeah. So how do we get that? You have the plan for the cemetery?
I could look one up real quick.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
please. As soon as possible, that'd be great.
Sweet.
Cancel plan with Colorado Retirement Association.
I thought we already did that.
I reviewed the minutes and there was never a motion to cancel.
I make a motion, we cancel our plan with the Colorado Retirement Association.
For a second,
I did, second.
Armando. Discussion, all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, 2024 budget and employee wages. Trustee Pazursny.
I don't remember.
I think we went through a little bit.
Well, it was we started that, I think, in February, or we had been to the first time.
Well, we actually discussed it. quite a
We did,
bit, so
we did.
Let's move on. To the Dark Sky Committee, I have a little update quickly, and, Steve Hume's on the line. He has, some cool things. This is the button he, for this year. It's gonna say Dark Sky Community, which is kind of cool because it used to say Dark Sky Fest. And I told him that I thought it was more broad range and it says community. They're $300 to order. We make it back really quick, so it's just kind of like a reimbursement. We basically buy them, with the town money, he pays back the 300, then we're asking, and we take the profits and make sure that the profits go into the Dark Sky Fund so that they can be used. These buttons are really cool. I sell them, I bought them wholesale from Steve, and then give him the money, he turns it into the town. There he goes. Hi, Steve.
Hi,
You wanna talk about your pin?
it's 300 pins, but not $300. It's about $600. The production is about $2 a pin, more or less, depending on the color. So yeah, so 300 pins. It's cost us to, just under 600, just over 600. If we get it in early, we get a we've been getting them in early enough to get a discount, but in the end, it's, $600, but, we usually, have paid for the production, very close to the festival or shortly after. You know, the T Road will take a bunch. Cloud Cafe will take a bunch. I usually buy quite a few. So yeah, so about 600.
600, so we wholesale them at $5, we buy them for $5, so we're already profiting on the wholesale, and then we've been selling them for $10 for one, $15 for two, $20 for three.
And then for bulk, we have a further discount for, I think it's 20, but anyway, if I remember, it's hanging up in your cafe, but yeah.
So it's a really kind of cool thing. People love them. They're great souvenirs. Everybody gets one that's on board. So we just need approval for that.
They pay for themselves pretty quickly.
So I'm still unclear.
Yeah.
I thought the Dark Sky Committee was its own entity that made its own money and spent its own money.
Should be.
So I don't think the board should involve itself.
Well,
and the transactions.
That's not how it's been. It's been a committee under the town of Crestone. We use the town of Crestone for the grants. And then we, you know, everything's kind of gone through the town.
Which has historically
Ideally,
caused some problems.
it historically has and kind of gotten to the point where it would be nice if somebody on the dark sky committee would invest the money to do this, and then we would just do it all ourselves.
Does the
But,
Dark Sky Committee not have $600 right now?
we were relying on the town, really.
What happened to secede? I thought the dark skies went to.
I think that one got messed up. We weren't allowed to reapply for that grant because we didn't take the money from that they offered us the last time. That was what happened. One of the grants, I think it was Succeed, gave us money for this sign. The town kind of shot it down. And then, and Kyrene was upset because because we had to reject that grant. That wasn't
No, that's all, that was,
COG, who was that?
yeah, that was common sales, and sales tax money.
No, that was not county sales tax. No. It was its second grant.
But secede is a.
It's a
It's a
501c3.
separate development group for the county. And, Scott Stevens told me that they were moving the whole thing to under their umbrella from the town when all the crap hit the fan over the side.
I haven't gotten that yet. I have had Scott Stevens say that he's upset with the town because we haven't been able to manage our finances properly. And that we have like a line that was originally for Dark Sky, but that it never really. We had money that went in there and it went into our general fund and never got allocated properly, and it's just been kind of a mess. I would say if we could borrow, it would be like a borrowing, almost like a $600 loan.
So,
No interest loan. From Dark Sky, for Dark Sky to pay these pins, and then Mr. Hume will literally get that money back into the account. He can keep track of it, and it would be like a through entity almost. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, in the past, we've made a pretty good profit, and at this point, the town got all the profit, so it benefited the town. I'm all for the Dark Sky Committee doing something separate, and then the Dark Sky Committee keep the profits. But up until now, the town has benefited probably a few $100 in profits above the cost. So I will happily, support separating the Dark Sky Committee from the town.
it's okay for us to receive that money? I don't know, is legally okay?
To receive it?
Yeah, because,
They're.
because that's what I think, that's what he's saying. I feel like it's really, kinda too much for the board to do all these things, and then people cannot see it.
Well, ideally, there's a line item for Dark Sky.
Okay.
We have it budgeted. That's ideal. I don't know if we have one.
We don't.
We don't. So that would be the way to do it, is budgeted.
For town?
For
No,
town.
I would say not for town, I would say their own thing, you guys should.
No,
do.
that's how it's been
Okay.
in the past.
Yeah,
It doesn't bother me either way. Literally, the Dark Sky can do its own thing. The only reason why we were doing it through the town was because of the grants.
I don't have too much opinion on that one. So.
Yes, trustee. Okay.
So, I was briefly on the Dark Sky Committee when it first formed. And it was indeed under the town. It was the town who was going for the Dark Sky designation. And it's the town who enacted the lighting rules and regulations and put that into its code to be a dark sky community. And the committee was formed to help implement the whole dark sky process and the regulations and create public awareness. So it has been under the auspices of the town, and it could transition to where it's a town-sponsored committee. you know, it's something that could have, since we've got the designation, that it could become its own organization. But I think there really is a close relationship because it's the town of Crestone that got the dark sky designation. And if you are just like friends of the library, you're not actually getting library funding, you're the friends of the library and you help raise books and you help raise awareness and funding. It could operate as its own entity that works closely with the town of Crestone to help it maintain its dark sky designation. So part of the mission statement of the committee could be in, you know, all of those things, spreading awareness about dark skies and helping to support the town's mission about dark skies, help us keep the credentials of the dark sky community. So you could break off, but it would be something that the town could support. And we could help to authorize grant monies, but we could have a real cooperative arrangement rather than it be directly a
I actually
town
think the
organization.
Dark Sky Committee would prefer that, as Steve was just saying. So I don't know, you know, if we might wanna go to the committee and just say that that's what's happening. I know that, like I said, Scott, Stevens is very much the one that does all the compliance, and there's a huge amount of compliance, but he just stays up on it and he just does it. I think he would be the one to ask it how far we can break off from that, you know, if we wanna just do finances, if we still have like, wanna keep the dark sky, what would you call it, like, cause I mean, we put up a sign underneath our sign that's
Yeah.
basically showing that we, you know.
But I think it would be good to figure out the relationship because the dark skies efforts is what keeps us being a dark sky community. That Crestone is a dark sky community. So, you know, if you stop doing what you were doing, we could lose our certification. So you know, that committee is essential for us keeping that certification.
Oh, there's $7,500 in events.
Oh, in events.
Yeah, if he wanted to give a loan, he's not skipping town or anything, he pays his debt, right? And pay it back. And so,
Does the Dark Sky Committee have a treasurer?
No,
Does it have any money?
no,
Zero?
zero.
Maybe even just for clarity's sake, in the future, it would be cool if somebody besides the mayor was representing the Dark Sky Committee. So that we can make that separation.
Well, you know, Steve, I would like him to do like a more of a full report, but he kind of focused on him. You know,
Sure.
being sort of the one thing, because that's the one thing we need money for. I can do the report, you know, it's just a tiny little, a few other little things. But yes, I would agree, maybe we I would agree. I don't wanna keep doing
that as well.
I don't wanna keep doing the report. I mean, she likes that there's somebody on the board that's part of the committee, but
She,
Irina,
Irene,
Yeah.
yeah, she could totally,
she could do
that would be really appropriate.
it, would be. I will bring that up.
So I thought that the Dark Sky Committee was a functioning committee that had a treasurer and had money and all of that. I didn't still know that town was bankrolling the process. And I think it's very valuable and awesome and amazing, and I think we should do everything we can to support it. I think we should separate money, except for grants. I think we could.
So I think Scott would like to be the treasurer, and I think he would like to have his own funds and raise his own funds. The only thing we would need from the town then is if we do decide to go for like a dark sky grant, you know.
Which I think.
And then as far as the $600, I mean, we could all, I don't know, what do you think, Steve? Do you think that the dark sky committee could come up with $600 on its own, and then do we just pay each other back?
I mean, our committee is what, 4P? I mean, if we all just pitch in a little bit of money and pay ourselves back and then just separate the funding, and then our profits go towards the Dark Sky Committee. Up until now, the town has benefited from the profits, so, but if you want a complete separation, then I'm okay with that too.
I want you to order the pins. I think we could stretch our neck out to get the pins, sell them. And if we keep the profits, that's fine. I do want to maintain the fact that this is Crestone and it is a dark skies community. If we completely separate that and we're designated dark skies, that means anybody and their cousin can come over and set up booths at the park. Is it theirs? No, I like to maintain control, the town's control over what happens in our parks as far as signage and one thing or another. So I wanna kind of keep our foot in the door with the dark skies. I don't think we need to run it. And I think you should set up your own bookkeeping system. But I think for right now, order the pins, get the discount, and we keep the profits, and next year we'll do something different.
I make a motion for that.
I would do that. I would
Yeah.
recommend that we approve the dark sky pin proposal up to $600. Is that correct?
It's right close to 600, the sooner I get them done. We do get a substantial discount. In the past, the two previous pins were 4 colors. This one is probably gonna be 5, maybe 6, but I don't think it's gonna add that much more to the overall expense, but roughly 6, let's just say roughly 600 to probably no more than 650. And, you know, and I think the committee will vouch for them, you know, the town's gonna get their money back, so.
An amount not to exceed $650. And this will be looked at further.
Yeah, I mean, I think the town will have its money back before the end of the year. No,
Well, I'm gonna buy 3 easy.
I mean, I bought 50 of them. So they're really cool pins. People love them. They're great souvenirs. They're just.
I second that motion, and I think then that also gives us time in the future to see what our relationship is, and right now it's been acting as a subcommittee of the town, and it can stay that way this year, and we'll see how you wanna make changes, but right now we're on a deadline, I say, I second.
Any more discussion?
When you have events at the charter school, do you have to pay?
No.
Oh, cool.
Pay for the space. I think it's like $100 and something. And I forget how we did that, but the event is August 10th. Just put it on your calendar. Yes. Discussion.
Yeah, I would like to make sure that we do revisit this. When I was just a citizen, like Kyriena's association with the Dark Sky Committee, its association with the board, all of that made me really uncomfortable as a citizen. And so I think that it's something that like we should look into. I think Adam's suggestion that the Dark Sky Committee represent itself is like, as not.
I would totally agree.
Is, I think, important.
I'm going
But I
to
don't
bring that
want-
up, that somebody else represent the committee.
Yeah, I think we do need to figure out a relationship, because there's things like our credentials as a dark sky town and their activities that are doing the things that keep that credentials happening.
Yeah.
We had a telescope donated to the town that the Dark Skies Committee is going to use for events. And so I think the idea of them becoming their own organization,
I think Scott.
I'm fine with that,
Stevens-
but we need to figure that out so that we don't lose our.
And it's a committee, so they still have to report to the town as far as.
Oh, the only. I use the chairman about the telescope, and I was really always interested about that one when they're out, when we can use it, cause
Scott has it in his possession. He
Okay.
would love to use it, so.
yeah, cause that was my interest too, and then I think that you guys were looking for a location to set up, so I don't know if you need, have a location.
He has his own telescope set up. I don't know exactly why he hasn't set up the other one yet. I had it in my possession. I gave it to him because he was.
That would be sugar for the public service,
Yeah.
right? So we had all this stuff,
So-
so I would like.
Here's what I would recommend. Next meeting that we have with the Dark Sky Committee, I'm gonna ask Scott to report on stuff. We can ask him questions. He has a
Yeah.
telescope. He's the one that does all of the compliance. It's a big application. He's really good at it.
Are you starting to rest on the telescope?
Totally, and I would look at the August tenth thing, because there's a lot of cool
Okay.
stuff that happens
Cool.
with that. What he
Thank
really wants to do is have like an online portal where a telescope's always set up.
Oh,
And when you go on there, you can see what it's aiming at, and you're seeing it
better,
live,
yeah.
things like that, so there's some cool
Yeah.
stuff that can
thank
happen.
you, yeah.
The other small stuff, let's vote on this real quick. We have a motion and a seconded, right? For this-
Yeah, but now I just need
Okay.
to vote.
It's for the, read it,
I have a motion to approve the dark sky printing proposal for up to $650.
how about this to be refunded by the end of the year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No second.
Steve has one more thing.
So, yeah, just one last thing, since we're still gonna go through the town with this pin this year, I will submit the final proof for the town's approval. So, okay, I mean, if you guys want the final proof,
Yes.
once the design is finished.
No.
I would say, Steve, just go ahead. I mean, this is a good beginning. I think you're gonna create something really cool.
Okay, so we don't need to go to okay, cool, sounds good, thank you.
Question.
Question, I think, was-
So then, I know it's only a couple of $100, it doesn't even really matter, but does that mean the town owns the pens and the town
Yeah.
sells you the pens?
Could, yeah, actually, I write, when I buy them, I write it to the town of Preston.
Okay,
Yep.
and does that mean that, I don't know if Steve, if you're selling pens online for the next year?
Not online.
No,
And so, are you setting up at a dark sky event and selling pens?
Pins will be sold at that event. It'll be sold.
it's for the dark sky event primarily.
Buy
Then-
them wholesale.
Right,
Then-
but I'm saying, if,
That,
say you,
some businesses, Benjamin's businesses will buy bulk, the T Road buys bulk. I even buy bulk, just to get us over the line pretty quickly. So I do manage that, but, yeah, at this point, I'm managing it all. And I get receipts, turn the receipts in, to the town. Now, what
And when
happens after that, I have no idea.
when you're set up at the dark sky event on August 10th, are you selling pens?
Yes,
And are you selling your pens or the town's pens?
well, they are the town's pins, they're not mine.
Okay, so when
I'm-
people come in with
I
the credit,
manage it.
so when people come in with the credit card, are they paying the town?
No credit cards.
We don't
Cash
accept credit cards at this point.
Always in cash.
Alright. I'm ready.
It's worked so far.
I write a check to the town of Preston. So far, we're profitable on the two pins that we've created already
Yeah, but we're also $5,000 in the hole
for,
for a grant we received that we didn't know about and now we're liable for to pay back.
are we?
No, we refused it. It turned.
No, we received a $5,000 grant. They got put into our general fund that nobody tracked. And because it wasn't spent on dark sky stuff, the town now has to pay back $5,000.
I don't know.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember it, but I also think that Carolina said that she was going to write a report for it.
No.
Never heard anything fast, yeah.
So, yes, we've made a few $100s on pens, and we actually made $5,000 on the grant. But now we have to pay that back. Which is all just the more reason to clean it up, move forward, clean it up.
Okay, you want, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
The only other little thing was
Yeah, I know.
the event on August 10th, write it down, it's gonna be at the charter school, it is really cool. We're talking about, more educational stuff. They wanted approval, Scott, the other Scott Carlson said that he would like to do a donation somehow and put a sign out by Colorado College. he was talking about using our existing sign that we already have, but then we all thought it was kind of redundant because we have one coming into town. So he said, well, I'll just make one myself, put it out there. I don't know why he needs town approval. But he asked for town approval to be able to put a sign out that says Dark Sky Crystal or something, Dark Sky Community out. I don't think it
Is
matters.
it on personal property?
It's on Colorado College property, he's gonna be talking to them.
Oh, yeah, we don't,
Okay, so
we have an ordinance regarding the.
I will let
sign.
him- I'll let him know.
We have a sign ordinance regarding the size and.
But not to the color, like that's not appropriate, so.
I think he might have wanted to maybe take our sign, but the one sign they have left and have it framed or something, but I think that it's just redundant and if he wants to do something different, then he can pay for it and do it himself. I think that's what it was that he wanted approval for, but I don't think it's, I think that we decided against that because it was redundant. All right, let's move on. Huh?
Is the Baca considered part of the dark sky
No.
community?
They can have their own, they could actually add on, and they could actually create their own ordinances and start going through the process and use us as a.
Sure. Right.
Okay. All right, we got to R, we got through, thank you, Steve, wherever he is. Q and R, now we're on S, public relations. The only reason I brought that up was because the paper is doing, a lot. Basically, we're on the front cover twice, which is kind of fine. I mean, it's totally fine. I know that, Matt Litt is on our, Zoom right now. But I was almost thinking that it would be good if we, as a board, read the articles and comment on them at some point, like if there's something that's either not accurate
Or out of
or
context.
out of context, so we can put it in our records that that was not true. So that was my suggestion and why, it just, there seems like there's more and more, articles, there's, there's another one there, first on board, yeah, it's, on page 6 as well, there's 3 articles about the town of Preston. Go ahead. Go ahead, trustee.
I mean, I put that on the agenda 3 or 4 months ago to form a PR committee.
Right.
And I've seen examples of, Alamosa County. And even in regards to dark sky, they include people in the process. They're not behaving reactively, they're behaving proactively. So they're putting out announcements, invitations, and including their community in the process of all this decision making, not just waiting for everybody to get mad. So I think there's really good examples out there of how to handle PR. But yeah, I think it's super important. I think it could be a committee. I think right now the Eagle asks me for a comment on everything that happens. But I've been instructed not really to provide comments in certain settings, but I still do in some settings. And I think they reach out to Kizin a lot, but I certainly think that, we can do a lot to.
Matt Lynch is gone.
Oh.
Hi, Matt.
Yes, I did. Hello, Benji.
Do you want to comment on this discussion?
I'm certainly following this conversation, and I've been in the meeting all day, as is Anya Katz, our writer, who's been doing a wonderful job. Yes, we have been covering the town a lot, and the town is making a lot of front page news on a continual basis, and we will continue providing that kind of coverage. It's critical to the transparency of the town, to the town's own ethics policy, to maintain that kind of transparency. And the more transparent the town is with us moving forward, the less misinformation there will be appearing in stories. When no one will talk to us, that makes it difficult to find the facts. And what we are committed to doing is publishing facts and vetted information, versus the rumors of Facebook and hearsay I heard said that is rampant in this community.
Is there a way that, we could, either as a board, like comment, like if you have questions for the board that you want answered, that we could, you know, in a meeting, an open public meeting, answer questions for you so that we can clarify stuff. Like on the spot, so that it's, you know, when it gets into print, at least we've commented on it. Is that something that could happen?
We would certainly prefer that, and I'd like to actually let Anya speak.
Yeah.
She's just hopped on as well. Thank you. Anya?
Yeah, I would say one thing that would make our lives a lot easier is getting the recordings of the meetings in a timely manner, especially if meetings are happening near the deadline of the Eagle. And I know Ariel is super busy, so like I don't want to harass her, but it's really important to me to get accurate quotes, and I feel like so much happens in the meetings. And I can't, you know, I don't want to record on my end, and I don't know what the legality of that is, so I'm just trying to go through the proper channels and get the recording from you guys. So that would be really helpful. And then secondly, if there was like a liaison that I could contact, one of the board members that could either speak on behalf of the board or just is authorized as an individual to give a statement, that would be helpful.
I'm happy to do that if necessary. I'd be happy to, sit down even with you. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing office hours, so, we could set up like an appointment and then do an hour of meeting and you go through and interview me. The only problem I have is that, I don't wanna be just inaccurate on what's going on either, so I wanna make sure that the whole board is included on some level, especially if it's an important question or an important topic. But if it's things like, clarifying something, I might be able to answer it accurately without any problem. You know, I don't know how it's been in the past, but it definitely seemed like there was more intrigue, I'd call it, maybe intrigue, behind the scenes intrigue that, you know, is not where we wanna be. I think we wanna be transparent as a board. I do myself. There's nothing really that we need to hide. We don't really, you know, we're making some mistakes, we gotta catch up, we know we're making mistakes. So there's not really anything that we're hiding by any means, so it's just trying to be accurate is really what I would like. I'm sure everybody would agree that we just, you know, you know, the truth always gets revealed no matter what, so it's always, it's just how long there's a gap between. So I'd like a shorter gap, and I'd like it to be more, in line with what decisions we're actually making and why we're making them.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I really like if there's an easier way to get the meeting recordings, because I feel like I want to quote what you guys are making a motion on and what's being passed. But if I'm waiting like a week, 2 weeks, and then I have like a day to write the article, I don't even have time to ask follow-up questions if I have them. If I have them, and I do try to be at most of the meetings, but if I can't make it, like that's really urgent.
Is there a way that a person can record the meeting themselves online?
Yeah, anyone could screen record their meeting while they're watching it.
So that's an option, would be just when we're having our meeting, you could screen record it so that you have it right away.
Anya
Yeah, I mean,
mentioned,
if I'm not in the meeting though, like I don't think that should be my responsibility to record it. And I sometimes like have headphones in, and how am I recording the audio? It's a confusing process that like it would just be great if there was a folder that meeting recordings could be updated to, and we all have the same one and we're all on the same page.
Trustee
Oglesby. I mean, I know that I've seen other counties that post their recordings right on YouTube. Like they have their own
Yeah.
YouTube channel and they put it right up on YouTube, and it's one way that they create transparency with their constituents is by having those recordings online for anyone who wasn't able to, cause like, to be perfectly fair, we don't have these meetings when a lot of people are able to come to them. And they're long and involved, so that's not our fault, but like, there's still a way to make them accessible to people, and I would say that in the public relations sphere, that is our responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, and I've also probably been saying the same thing for years. I don't think we can necessarily put that workload on Ariel right now, but I do think, I don't know if you have the ability to help with that.
I think that I don't know exactly, I'd have to do some research, I would imagine Zoom has, and maybe Anya, maybe you know more about this. I
Yeah.
would think Zoom has a recording function, so like we're
Yeah, and
already.
you guys
Yes.
record the meetings. They're recorded. Ariel has them. It's just the time that it takes for Ariel to upload the recording to the internet and send it to me. But the recording exists. I just don't want to harass Ariel. So if there's something that can be built into the workflow of like, meeting's over, it's been recorded, we're instantly downloading it from Zoom and uploading it to the internet so that I can access it and I'm not having to even email Ariel at all, that would be great.
Please don't consider it harassment. Everyone should be able to come to me and ask for public information. It's not harassment at all. And I apologize on the delays, in getting those recordings to you. But this is one of the things of the duties of a clerk that I can't get to, I can't even get website training. My website training with Scott was literally 10 minutes, where he said, here it is, here's how you do one particular aspect of it, which was like post-it notices.
I'm sorry if that sounded accusatory.
No, I just want to explain with the addition of an office aide and the ability to have more time, this is something that I could address.
So when a meeting is done, does it turn into a file specifically?
It gets converted into a video file, an audio file, and I believe there might be a transcript of it as well.
Oh, wow, and then you take that and then put that into a folder?
I've been currently putting it into a Google Drive and sharing it with anybody who's requested access.
If I request access to it, then I will take on the responsibility, if everybody approves this, to make a Town of Crestone YouTube channel and download it or upload it to a YouTube channel.
I think even without the YouTube channel, we could put it on the website, but it's something I would need to learn how.
And I don't, the website thing is beyond me right now, and so that's what I can offer at this moment to create transparency with the Eagle and with the people.
Matt, you had something you want to say? Sorry, I just saw it.
No, I was gonna say about the YouTube channel. I wasn't sure if the town already had one or if it needs to start one. And I do have skills in that. I'm happy to help out in that regard. I think that collectively the Crestone Eagles goal is to see the town thrive. It doesn't make sense for us to not want to see the town not thrive or whichever, but what's good for the town of Crestone is good for everyone in the town. It's good for the businesses in town, and that in turn is good for us, for advertising. So what has changed is that I took over as managing editor, and brought a strong news, and journalistic ethic, to the task at hand, and the board tasked me with running news and following news, and we're doing it throughout the county as well. So I have enough background now to understand why the town is where it is, and that it is working very, very diligently to move forward with very little resources. And our goal is to see everyone thrive. And that's really from a member of the community. That's from the bottom of my heart personally. In addition to wearing a managing editor hat, and we all know that this is a very small community, and Benjamin, when you walk out the door now every day, you're the mayor, And Adam, you might be a county commissioner every day and on, so everybody knows everybody. We see each other every day at the post office, the Merc, wherever. And our approach is to do this in a non-demonizing way, and still report the facts, still report the news, and still report on the comments that are made during public meetings and things like that.
Yeah, and I don't think it matters to us, like, if you guys upload files on the website, on YouTube, in a Google Drive, on Dropbox, I don't care. It's just the timeliness of it. Like, if we want to update the community on the election, like, I still haven't received the recording from the meeting I couldn't attend where that happened. And so I want to be able to accurately quote things that happened in that meeting in a timely manner so that we can release things even outside of our monthly issues. So that's why I was just asking about the workflow. Like, within 24 or 48 hours, is it possible to get those recordings uploaded like anywhere on the internet? Is my
The only thing I would
question.
say is that, as you heard in this meeting, we're definitely, it's really a time issue, and maybe there's an efficient way that as soon as we're done with the meeting, she just could pick the files up, drop them into something. Dana could pick them up and then use them, and then Dana would be responsible for, getting them to people who want them.
Yeah,
or
Ariel's
just-
already putting them in a Google Drive. It's really easy for her to share that folder with me, and I'll take that responsibility off of your hands for now and and get them in a space where they're accessible.
So let's do this in motion form.
Yeah, do we?
I have a question, I think.
Yeah.
Adam, did you want to say something, sir?
I think public relations is a lot bigger than the Crestone Eagle, and then
Yeah.
having access to our recordings. And that it needs to be like a cohesive plan that engages the entire community to the best of our ability. And I think that our recordings should be accessible on our website, and that should be managed by our staff. And that, starting another YouTube page is another format of public relations that isn't really managed by the staff. It'd be awesome, and maybe a private resident can do that.
I just think it's really just a file and where that file goes. And
I think it should go on the website.
It should, but right now.
But Adam, can I jump in just as someone who is familiar with the social media stuff? Posting it to YouTube is the easiest way to do it. On the town's website, all it needs at that point is either the link to the video and or embedding the video within the website itself. But putting the content out onto YouTube is the easiest way to maintain the material. And then you're not dumping all that video on your server and running out of room there. You're really just simply posting a link at the website that will then jump to the YouTube page.
Well, I think what Aaron said, I like more better to be in our website, and we don't have time right now, so we cannot push ourselves to do this. We working on it, and when she had time to take over that one, we can do it.
But
So
all I'm asking is this: after the meeting, it goes into a drive.
I
he has access to the
I
drive.
understand, but what he say, it will be for everyone. We only take care of the Eagle right now. So
But
we don't.
anybody
we
can
don't
access.
You can't do it that way. It's an open public meeting. By law, the town has to give that material or provide that material to anyone who asks for it.
No, I agree. I just said on the
Okay.
website, I only say we.
All I'm saying is that
So
to streamline this.
if our town staff,
Yeah.
with help, maybe even a trustee wants to open a YouTube account. And that only the town staff really can manage.
Yeah.
Maybe with the help of a trustee.
Mhm.
And then, no comments.
It's up, I mean.
I would say no comments.
I would actually personally, I would recommend you to turn off the comments.
We go, no comment.
So then,
It's just,
and every time we record a Zoom meeting, maybe a trustee
Just start.
helping the staff,
Right.
uploads that recording to YouTube and puts the link on the website.
Right, and makes
And no
the,
comment.
makes the staff responsible for the passwords too. So she would start it off and make it really simple for staff to be, at least Ariel to be able to access if they need to.
And I would also suggest that we, we look at having it posted within a couple of days. Because by the time we're done with the meeting, it's quite often late in the day, it is dinner time, we're all
Yeah, it
tired,
could take 6 hours to upload, right?
you know, and so.
Convert it into the file format and then spend an hour cleaning up here afterwards.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
just taking up more time from my
Yeah.
36 hours, so I
Yeah.
asked for like a day or two.
So,
Yeah, totally.
That,
So
that,
I think, and I think that
So within like 3 days of having it.
would 3 days be appropriate or is it too much?
That'll be all right.
Well, again, it's an interaction, but
Yes,
we
but-
want accurate information out there.
we
and
agree with that one, but we
We can decide 3 days, but I just wanted to check.
Yeah, no, I agree with.
3 days
How
would
about
be
3
great.
days or sooner? Sorry?
That would be fine on our end, and it would be great if there was like a time period we all just knew about. So like, okay, I don't see it up in 3 days, then I can send an email. But as of right now, I like when I said harass, it's like, are you uploading it now? Like, how about now? What about now? When will it like I just want to eliminate that. So if we agree on 3 days, that's great.
I would
3
say
days
by
or-
Friday.
3 days or sooner.
I would say by Friday following the meeting. Well, I guess we have special meetings on all those random
Let's
times.
make a motion. Can I entertain a motion to get this moving?
Yeah.
So we can move on.
I make a motion that we request from our staff, with the help of a trustee, that they open a YouTube account to be managed by the staff and said trustee. And that meetings, Zoom meetings, files will be uploaded to that, and I would say within 5 days. 5 days following.
5 days
meetings.
or less, how about that?
We second that.
So you can do it in 3 and
And then no comments on the YouTube channel.
no comments.
Yeah. I think this is doable.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second is Armando for trustee Mendez.
Mendes
Sanchez.
Sanchez. Yeah, Mendes
Mendez
Sanchez.
Sanchez.
Well, regular is just Mendes because it's just my father's name, but I feel they have to happen and make it one, so normally you choose Mendes,
I can do
yeah.
it. Mendez Sanchez. Any more discussion?
Can I quickly, Dana, when you look into this, you can also just like instead of Zoom, set up YouTube live videos. So that's where the meeting is hosted, and then they will automatically be posted to the YouTube channel. There is no downloading and uploading. You can just switch the way, and that's also something that other towns do. I looked into it. So the meetings are available on YouTube live, and then they're automatically on YouTube available as recordings immediately following the meeting.
that would be hosting our meetings on YouTube Live instead of Zoom.
Exactly.
In addition to, right?
No, I mean,
Yeah,
you could just do it on, there's lots, no, I mean, if you want to do it in addition to, but lots of towns just do it on YouTube Live and then the recordings are there immediately.
And then you don't even need a link.
Okay, for now, this meeting we'll just upload it to YouTube but then, yeah, we should look into that because if that's possible to streamline it that way, we should definitely do that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The only thing with YouTube is that doesn't allow people the opportunity to participate in the meeting and offer
I
comment.
think it should be both.
So the Zoom is specifically so people can attend the meeting
Okay.
and participate.
We'll discuss
Whereas
that. You can
YouTube,
use this
they can just
computer,
watch it.
upload or do.
So then we still need to consider having somebody that's authorized to make official statements, and PR is way bigger than
Do you wanna do that?
make statements. Yeah,
Okay.
I want to respect your position as mayor, and I think that's
Yeah, we
who
should do
should
that.
be making the statements. And I think that
Not necessarily.
I think that I made good statements for them so far.
I don't think it has to be the mayor, to tell you the truth. I think it could be a trustee as well. I'd be happy to make comments if need be, but otherwise you could be the one.
Could it be both of us?
I think that there's no reason it couldn't be.
I think they could request a statement from the mayor and request a statement from a trustee.
Good,
And you're the mayor pro tem, so.
good. Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah, that way whoever is available, but obviously, you know, we.
Or we might even say something different, it'd be a great news story.
Okay, so do you wanna make a motion for that, or you?
I make a motion to nominate trustee Kenny and Mayor Byers to be the Eagle.
Not only Eagle, just.
To be the public relation folks for the town of Crestone.
Second?
Second, I don't know if you did it.
Ooh,
You did
that was a hard one right there.
But with the, okay, yeah, we got a
Okay,
second.
Dennis, second. Any more discussion?
I do have a little, does that mean that we're requesting that the rest of us just refer people to you guys? And
For
like
official
refer
statements, yeah.
y'all, official statements to the both of you?
Yeah,
But
But
then
I-
you would help us create an official statement if we needed to.
Sure.
It's not like we're just coming up with an official statement, not included in the board.
Yeah, so that would be when you're looking for an official statement from the town. But if somebody said, hey, what was the election results, or what time is the meeting, or whatever, I mean, you know, you can speak from the knowledge that you have about the town, or maybe, you know, but to, you know, not try to be a spokesperson, but that doesn't mean that we can't, you know, give information or whatever, but I think in talking to media people, it would be good to make sure it's coming from the official source. But if they should ask me, hey, what time does the meeting start? You know,
you'd be like, go ask Benji. But yeah, like the Eagle asked after we had to send out the letter for the water infractions, they emailed me and asked for a statement. So I said, we're entering in the contract with an ORC. The violations were mostly for lack of reporting. It's all within our means to tend to.
But then also, you know, they came to me after the election we had, looking for, you know, a comment from me as someone who got on the board, and I gave them a comment, you know? and-
Yeah,
I don't
as you should be able to. Yeah.
Right, that's just what I wanna clarify, is that I think it is important for us to have a unified voice, and like, having point people makes a lot of sense. But also, I guess, like, within that, like, maybe there's a little.
If I don't know, or if he doesn't know, we should just say we don't know. I mean, we can get answers from him later, we're not gonna make something up.
Yeah,
So,
okay, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, and I'll be specific too, if it's like I'm looking for a statement on behalf of the board, like an official statement that represents everyone versus Dana just got elected, what's Dana's statement, which doesn't need to be board approved, so I'll specify.
Right.
But I will probably request both from time to time.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Benji. Thank you, Dana, all of you.
Thanks, everyone.
Look forward to all of us moving forward. So, thank you.
Yes, great.
And
30 days.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And so just with public relations in general, I don't think we're gonna solve it today. I think we should consider some sort of a committee. And I think that we should become proactive in inviting people to participate in what we're doing and informing them ahead of time, whether it's cell towers or events or whatever. If we're putting it out to people and saying, you know, what do y'all think? Instead of them finding out fourth hand and getting angry, I think we'll build better community.
I totally agree, and I think whatever it will take for that to happen, I do feel like we are so behind right now on so many items. When we start catching up, things will start again, like I said in my report, organically and coming into that, and a committee would be ideal for that.
So we had, in the past, when Leslie was the administrator, and we had more office aid to be able to post things on the town Facebook page. And it was a lot more active, putting things up on the Facebook page. And once we get the office staff, that might be another part. And so there was updates on the website. and there was a lot of updates on Facebook. And, I think people appreciated that engagement. And for a while, and I don't think we have the staff at this time to do it, but they were publishing a little newsletter every couple of months. That was the Presto Chronicle, that kind of talked about what it was that was happening, what the administrative staff was doing, what Public Works was up to. And Leslie put that out every couple of months, and it was sent to people in town, and I think it was well received as part of that outreach, whether you go to that level or not. But I do think that posting on the Facebook page and the website is important, and that's something that Office 8 could do.
Just for reference in your own free time, if you're on Facebook, look at the Town of Center Facebook page. It's mildly inspiring. Not that we expect you to do.
No, I was just gonna say, for reference, it took a month, but I do now have access to
Oh,
the
okay.
Facebook page.
Awesome.
So I
Huzzah.
will begin to
Yeah.
do that now.
Fantastic. So check that out.
Huzzah. Good. And Benji, you offering open hours, like office hours as mayor, I think is another great step in
Absolutely.
that public relations sort of movement.
Yeah.
So thanks for
I'm
doing
looking forward to that. I'm gonna have to figure out how much time is needed for each individual and how to make appointments and feel like that, but,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
And the here to listen might be a good thing too.
Yeah, I think the here to listen is great. I do think that, you know, having it on a Saturday at the Cloud was not the best.
Yeah.
It was a little noisy. I mean, that is how Dennis started coming. I remember him coming to every one for a number of months.
Yep.
That was great, so,
And you could sometimes invite a trustee to attend your,
totally. You guys,
open
yeah, we
house.
sit together
Yeah.
and we just listen. That'd be
Yeah.
great. That'd be great. I highly recommend. So please.
All right.
We're moving on to this, Reiki womb thing. I don't know what the heck that means.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
That's you, Reiki womb?
Oh, no, I'm here to talk to address accuracy
On Reiki womb?
in public notices,
Oh.
especially when it comes to eviction, which she's what notice to, that notice is about. That's
no, I,
terminology for.
Oh,
right, I just wanted to look at this, our lease again. The lease itself stated that it's 30 days notice, either from your part or from our part.
I don't know what it is.
Well, anyway, I received, okay, thus far, 2 reports of pot smoked in the hallway, 3 reports of the door left wide open, 3 separate occasions. And up to 6 different times, dogs left in there with no vehicles and no one home. And then you come up to the town hall to come in and the dogs are barking like crazy. So I think we need to maybe relook at our lease and reevaluate it, maybe consider it. Apparently mornings do not, work.
I can't speak to that, but
Okay.
I'm.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
So
I just wanted to.
Are we, what?
What
we
this
just-
building, this office here, this attached
This
to
is
it.
But the point of clarification accuracy is that is not, Reiki Moon is not the name of the lease, that's not the name of the business next door either. And so it's on a public.
I don't know where Reiki Womb
And
comes from.
Reiki Womb is on there, and it was all, by the way, hey, did you know Dewey, whose name is on the lease, was like, hey, I got word. I was like, I'll go at least listen in and see what's going on.
Yeah,
But I'm trying to suss that out, and Reiki Womb is the
Where
name
did
of the
that come
dream catcher. that
I don't
sell them.
know, I didn't put that there.
So that is just, I'm trying to be a voice for accuracy in the interactions with the public and to give notice. And yeah, I understand there's been infractions. I'm not here to defend or to explain because I don't know. But as a favor to her, I'm here of like, hey, you heard a by the way. But even on the agenda, it's kind of like, oh, I guess maybe that's it because those are the dream catchers. So.
Yeah, I
it's
did not,
kind of muddled and confused.
when I requested it, I did not put Reiki Womb, I didn't know the name, to be honest.
That was my mistake.
So you don't have any point of view about the complaints?
I'm not here to address that. I'm here as somebody to at least listen and be an advocate for Dewey, whose name is on the lease. And if you're gonna have a public notice talking about eviction, I would suggest in terms of public relations.
No, we
that
were
you
just
put her
gonna be a
name on it and
discussion,
you
we're
give her a
not talking
notice.
about eviction, we're just talking about the discussion.
Well, the agenda seemed to.
Okay, say 30 days. Notice.
30-day notice.
30 days notice, 30 days notice. That was it again.
Which sounds like, I mean, it sounds like an
It
eviction.
sounds like an eviction.
It sounds like an eviction.
Let's look at this and say that it was a mistake, it was actually a mistake.
Okay.
And I
How-
apologize if.
Had to write it, okay,
It was a
but
mistake.
I would like to, yes, to.
Let's change it right now
Okay.
let's just cross that off and just say, discuss rental next door.
Yes,
And if you guys are having plans, to expand town hall, but I just wanted to come and make that point, and I can do that here.
Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
appreciate it. No, so thanks.
If you're gonna, however, let's just discuss one thing, if you're gonna communicate with her, I would say, just, we have 3 issues that she brought up and that she should, if she doesn't wanna have an eviction, she should follow, like, I guess the dog thing is a big one, the door open thing is a big one, and pot smoke.
And using the handicap yesterday. I
What was
think-
that? Oh, you
I
mean
think the
handicap parking?
handicap, yeah, on the car parking, and actually it was from Cape, I can pick it on my binder.
Well, I'll let her know to get in touch with whomever is the point person to get that clarified, and there's no minimum.
Good.
Okay, thank you, I just
And then if-
wanted to bring it up.
If, like, town hall expansion is one conversation, but if we're required by CIRSA to remodel this building, that will affect.
And that's on the lease, that was from 2003.
Yeah,
So there's verbiage in the lease that speaks to that, but that never, I guess, happened. So she's aware, she's willing to vacate if that remodel happens. And I think she's definitely willing to kind of take care of some of these issues. I know she had a dog park at a special meeting. There's also verbiage in that lease about what days to try to keep up a conflict of noise, and so maybe that might be something that, this new board takes a look at as well, and make sure there's no conflict.
And are we at a month-to-month
Yeah.
agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are, right, yeah, I vaguely recall even when it started, it seemed like it was a short-term solution for her,
Right.
and that we were pretty
Well,
clear.
She was hoping that
that
it would
it's a
become
month.
something long-term, and it has kind of been a nice long-term lease for her, and I don't
But
think there's
that's
any
what-
reason why we're going to not continue the lease, except that if she starts getting real complaints, then we're gonna have to. talk,
Right,
If she's not following that.
And with the month-to-month lease, it's not necessarily an eviction, because an eviction can take 3 months.
Huh.
And they don't have to pay a dime. Landlords have no rights in the state of Colorado. That's why it's a notice to quit. We request, if that were to come up, we would request them, hey, we need you out by this time. And they'd say yay or nay or dispute it. But it's not a matter of an eviction where you have to go to housing court and get an eviction notice stapled to the door, mailed certified. And yeah, it's not not even on the table talking about an eviction.
And it,
We just had,
Legalese in the.
we just
agenda.
have to review that contract, and if things don't, improve, we would do a notice to quit. I know it's going into summer, so I didn't wanna do this right away, because it's tourist season coming up, and that's the best time for a business. So, I just wanted to just look at it.
That's fine, yeah, I think it's good, it's just, it was on the agenda, maybe a little bit too harsh, and we're sorry about that. but-
Well, I mean, if it is a notice to vacate, ideally, for accuracy and clarification, it should be the lessee's name.
Right.
So they know
agreed.
That they are being discussed in business and
Yeah.
that they.
And we should probably even give them a
And
notice.
probably have notice.
Oh.
By the way, I don't know, I guess that's notice.
Okay.
It's just like, the more I heard from her, I was like, okay, I'll take some time off my damn.
This one is just a conversation for us to see what we go to proceed, so.
So let's just use it as an opportunity to talk about a few complaints that we got and try to remedy them and move
I
on.
would recommend putting it on the agenda for next month with proper notification.
Yes.
And the correct name.
That's what I mean by proper notification. Because, yeah, I know in the past, even if we've talked about Lonnie and he's found out about it, it's been a problem. So I think Jeff is right, and that
Okay.
we should. That also gives, the leasing the opportunity to prepare and show up.
So let's call it discuss rental at the address.
Mhm.
And with the leasee's name on it, and that's.
I think that sounds correct.
Okay. Next is cancel snow removal contract, so,
What we wanna cancel?
this is on, trustee Martinez.
There again, just a quick note, we hired them, I wouldn't mind looking at that contract again. We hired them in March, which I thought was ridiculous. We did have a big snow. The problem, I've had several complaints. When they plowed, they didn't lift up the plow.
Okay.
And so they dug into the dirt. And all our gravel went to the sides. So now our bar ditches are plugged. And we've got all this dirt that needs reclaimed to put back in the middle of the road. Because they look like Jeep roads. If you go up here, if you cruise around town, after that storm, I almost cried. Cause the dirt just on the snow piles.
Yeah.
And it was gravel. You know how expensive gravel is. But those roads were torn up. I got a complaint from a Kia.
Any chance you take a pictures to those piles of gravel?
Pardon?
Do you take picture for those places that you see there?
I asked Gretchen to do that, and
Okay.
in addition to that, I don't know what you call it, either a meter pit
Yeah, I
or
know
the test wall,
Test
test wall cover.
It's funny, I actually was plowing my own area, the parking, and I dug one up too. I got it back in quickly and I pounded it back in and it didn't mess up the PVC, but, yeah, they're kind of on the surface and they're easy to dig up.
Yeah, and
What is that you said?
So it's, surrounding the gas station, they had, put in all these test wells so they could test it.
Yeah.
Cause when, the previous owner had it, he actually had a leaky tank and it contaminated the ground.
Okay.
We ended up getting a big, grant kinda to clean it up.
Yeah.
They're not being used as nearly as much, so I'm not as worried about it.
So he damaged those?
On accident, he actually, what he did was there's concrete around them and when you hit it, it pulled up everything.
Did you guys pointed out to him that he should be, or he, you know?
See, that's an additional
Okay.
problem is because he never got with Public Works as far as where these, covers are.
Mhm.
You know, some of the alleys like behind the museum.
Yeah.
There's like two. And if you don't know where they're at, and you've got your blade clear down to the ground, you're gonna make some damage. And so in the future, if we hire someone to do snow removal for the private parts, not that what the county takes care of, we need to get with Public Works and have them point out where these areas are, or it's gonna cost a fortune.
And that's fine, I think it's not a cancel, it's a renegotiation.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
Doesn't it run out anyway, the contract?
I'm not sure, that's why I kind of wanted to read
And I
it.
think we did that contract in February.
Right, so
January,
it's going into
February.
March, yeah.
But you still could get another snow.
We could, but as far as anything in the roadway, that does have to be marked somewhat. Just like we would have to mark hydrants, if we got a large accumulation of snow. But yeah, he needs a couple of skids on that place to lift it up. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, even if he left, skimmed it, but not took down all the way to the
Or
dirt.
left a half inch or inches.
Or more,
snow.
yeah.
Cause there's rocks that were dug up.
Yeah.
I know, it was a little.
It was noted.
Has anyone talked to him about these problems?
Mhm. Thank you. I did not say.
That was what you, yeah.
No, I agree with you.
So what I would say is, we're gonna have to renew the contract, cause I was looking for it, but we're gonna have to renew it. And so in the renewal process, we write new terms. And we will remember, I'm sure.
There are also some of the alleyways that he didn't need to.
Right.
We can write that out of there.
Yeah, I think that when we go to renew a contract, that bringing up some of these points, it's like, with my driveway, when they came through with the snow, I had a wall like this I had to go through to get out of my driveway. Thankfully, I have a Toyota 4Runner and I was able to bust through it, but for other people, it could have really
Yeah.
limited access, so it's one of those things of with the town, when they would plow, they'd kind of make a little scoop through to, I mean, I still had a ridge, but it wasn't like this, it was, you know, they kind of make a point of smoothing it out more as they.
I also thought that he came a little too late, so that's another whole thing, we need to, if he's gonna do it, he's gotta do it earlier, because it was like
And-
already,
Right.
we already were driving over it by the time he came up.
But, and I think a walk around is also good, because I did notice this, Kim talked about the dirt going in, but into the borrow ditches, but also into some of the culverts that we have. And so
Yeah.
it might take some familiarity of, you know, pay attention to here or there, or, you know, we might even.
There's a map, and here's a little red dot, right, and here's a little
The
blue
first,
dot.
the first time he did it, I thought he did a better job. The second time he did it, it was a little late and it was a little bit rough, and I felt like he got pushed.
I thought it was real rough.
Real rough.
And then too, like some of the culverts, it probably would be good anyways to have maybe just some little reflectors on the stake. Cause when you have a foot of snow on the ground, you don't know where,
Yeah.
you know, you don't know where the ditches are.
One thing,
Sorry, trustee.
Oh, no, you.
Yes.
If we're, then we should probably, we need somebody to actually do it, to like create that map or write out the complaints, like. I think we should appoint somebody who's gonna take care of that, and then maybe we get it, I know right now it doesn't feel like super pertinent, but like we could have another snow, or like he might be the kind of guy that's like, oh, I don't appreciate feedback.
Actually, I think Gretchen, that's her job. It's just when he shows up and doesn't know to contact her,
Mhm.
cause she knows where everything is.
Right.
And it's just, we need to direct whoever we hire, contact this person. I don't think we need to do it
Okay.
ourselves necessarily, because Gretchen's got this in the back of her head. You
Okay.
know, where what is. We just need to remember to remind our contractor, talk to Public Works.
the thing is, Kim, in that process, she should be part of the process right from the start. If we're meeting with a contractor,
Right,
talking
right.
to him, interviewing him, she should be
Yes.
part of the
That's,
process. right
So
from
they
the start.
know.
So that would be something that when you guys meet, that we bring up.
Great.
So let's move on to the skateboard proposal. Sounds cool, it's something that everybody always wants. I don't necessarily think it should be on town land, however.
Yeah.
I think that
Is that a safety thing?
it's a liability thing, it's a, you know,
Maintenance
And the
thing.
space too, there's no space for parking anymore down there anymore.
for that area, I don't think was a good choice to begin with, I think that, only, we were talking about maybe in between, like on a street, like in between where there's like between the private property and the park.
Okay,
But that just got shot down really quick by Lars, by, Karina. However, if we bring back this idea to do a land swap, the town land that's above, it's called track one,
The charter school?
next to the charter school, would be a really cool spot that the charter school would then be able to have to be able to,
Keep it.
monitor and, you know, it would be, there could be parking there, I mean,
Mhm.
it just, you know, we've discussed this land swap a lot, I think Adam, or trustee Kitty, and, I would love to start to look at this stuff again, you brought it up. There's a lot of advantages for both sides and, you know, it's just a matter of, really pulling all the parts together, everybody that is involved. There's a couple weird things, like for instance, there's going to be a county trail that we've given, a long time ago, we gave permission for them. But it is called the Safe Routes to School Trail. It could get donated to the school, I mean, there's no reason why it can't go to them.
Yeah.
There's a road that runs through the middle. And I was hoping that would be part of the trade and that they could eventually, have that road and then they would have a little more land, but we would trade that for possibly extending Alder so that Alder actually runs through to the Baca, so there's more of a
To the
one way in,
hills.
one way out. And we kind of base it on that, because in that, so like when you take Alder, it actually could continue. If
Continue there, I thought it was the plan go to
So
the
we're
hills.
supposed to be talking about a
Yeah.
skate park.
Yeah,
So I'm just, yeah, right.
so is your suggestion that we initiate the steps to do a land swap that would then give the land to the school for the purpose of building a skate park?
Correct.
Okay, I propose that
Well,
I put it in the, what is it? A motion. I put a motion forward to start that
We probably want to
process.
do it as a committee.
yes, but I think we don't have the budget to match 100,000 that he wants to, because it's 250 for the people giving another 150.
Right.
That he will be able to have, because I thought that we had to put 100.
On here, it says that Tony Hawk Foundation, they'd be working on getting grants up
Yeah.
to 250,000, and
Yeah.
then Nick is prepared to leverage his networks and donors to raise another 100,000. Unless, I don't see anything about us matching.
No,
it.
not much, but I don't know, with the money, I'm not sure how we be able to donate it, so. Donate.
No, I mean, the main thing I think is just, when you have land, and I was gonna get into this, when you have land, you can do grants. If you don't have the land, you can't do the grant. So we really need to work on the land, and we would really wanna talk to the district and see if they're even interested. Cause they might not even be interested, but it just only makes sense. It's for the kids. They should be the ones, planning it, doing it. There's no reason why the town should be doing it. I mean, I know some towns do it, some cities do it, let's say cities, cause it's more of a city thing, which is different than towns, so we should consider really starting a conversation with the charter school or the district and looking at that, and yes.
So, I think the idea of seeing about if the charter school wants to host a skateboard park on their property. To me, that would make a lot of sense, and then I also would be responsible for maintenance and liability and all of this sort of thing as part of their own recreational equipment, and maybe it's not like they have basketball courts or football grounds or any outdoor sports fields. And, most schools have some sort of a sports field on their property, so, it could be a good match for the school. The issue of the track one is something that could take a good while for the negotiations and land swap and everything to take place, and then again, the planning and placement, and those kids will be graduated and moved on. I think the other thing is too, is the Baca Park, has a lot of room there in the Baca. And most of the kids that you would be using the skateboard park probably live in the Baca, and they could ride their bikes easily, that, would put that park more in their population center. And they have the room for such a thing. I also agree that having it in our town park here is not really feasible, not only for the amount of space that we have, but we don't have the staff to constantly maintain it, to patrol, to pick up trash. When we had the one skateboard park down there for a while, it worked out pretty good at first, but after a bit of time, it became, I don't know, there was a lot of, broken glass or things that had to be cleaned up. There was a lot of work for public works to have to come. It was an unsupervised part of town, and we started getting a lot of complaints about it. And the town doesn't have the resources to really supervise it, and it's such a small space. And it's unfortunate, because I know the kids like to come in town and do the skateboard things around. But there again, for us is liability and public works maintenance, and then I just don't see it happening. But the idea of maybe the charter school wanting to have it on their land as part of a sports field seems like a good match, or just saying, go look at the Baca Park, they've got a lot of room over there, and that might be a solution they can do.
Yeah, I'll make it short. Just to echo what you said, our little Creekside Park is too small. It's in an Arroyo kind of thing. The water comes in, it's gonna have to be sump pumped, swept from leaves. It's right next to a little kids park, little tiny kids park. Do you think you're gonna keep those little tiny kids out of that, half pipe? And you don't, nobody wants to fence the skateboard park. No, you want to put them kids in jail? No, no, no. And there's no room for expansion. If it's in the, like, South Crestone Park, over there on the Baca, or the charter school next to there, there's room for expansion. To where, okay, this year they do a half pipe, and then they'll build onto it, expand. That place, no. In addition, I would not even sign my initials to something unless I see a check in the hand. They say they might get $250,000. I wouldn't agree until I see that check in my hand. Now, as far as the charter school swap, that sounds so perfect. However, we also have to remember that the part that we're trading is prime property. The part they're trading to us is the old dump.
No,
No, it's the opposite.
it's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
Although part of it is. might be-
And the track one, that's a whole other discussion,
Right,
it's getting late.
Okay, yeah, nonetheless, unless we see the money in our hands, I would entertain it.
For next May, will you put on our agenda for track one or a land swap committee? Cool. To talk about that.
I was just gonna ask if it's something that it sounds like we would like to see happen, and so just my motion was more, I guess, maybe worded a little hastily, like what is the appropriate first step to see? if-
It'll be step number 24.
Right.
One thing, I would be willing to do, the director of the POA is always asking us how he can help. And, I haven't really, now, with Karina, it was a little bit trickier for some reason, but with me, I can actually talk directly to him. And, he's offered a lot, I mean, even for events, he's just like, we have tons of land, I don't know why you guys.
Yeah, that's what I want to mention
Yeah.
too, that he was offering the land,
Yeah.
the golf course to have all the events out there, so he's happy with that one.
Yeah, and they just don't like it, they like town.
I know.
So, but as far as talking to him about this skate park, I mean, he might come up with something really cool. He's a really neat guy, he, has run big companies before, public companies, as CEO.
Is that Leroy?
No,
His name
Jay.
is Jay.
Jay.
He's a new guy. So what will be our response to, thing is Nick, what's his name?
So,
With the proposal of the park, we should say that
we have
we, I don't know,
We'll take it into consideration.
okay?
that's a good idea. Yeah, does everybody agree with that?
I mean, I would say it's included in our long-term planning process.
Yeah.
And we're not ready to.
Excellent.
I like that.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Next, so we talked a little bit about the personnel handbook, though, is there more that we have to talk about with that, or we?
I would think so.
Okay.
We can have it on the next agenda.
Schedule a meeting, board trustees in DOLA, Friday preferred, that was Randy Sneed. I really wanna sit down with Randy,
Oh, I know.
We've
got so many meetings this
we do have a lot of meetings, and like I said in my report, we are going to need to, intensify our meetings, intensify our committees until we get through this stuff, and then once we pop out on the other end, I think we'll be a lot better off, but it's just like, we gotta dedicate ourselves a little bit as a team, I mean, not everybody has to be, like, if you feel like you're overcommitting, don't feel like you have to do this, a lot of this stuff, that's the nice thing about having 7 of us, is that we can spread it out a little bit, but I'm definitely willing to commit, cause, I just feel like I wanna get to the bigger stuff later. I mean, I really do, I wanna honor these grants, so that when we decide that we won't need a grant that is really gonna be substantial, that we are able to do that, and we have the experience, and so I just feel like we're at a point where we have the opportunity, we have 3 grants on the table. We really need to focus on them and make sure that they're going the way that they're supposed to go. I don't wanna be refunding another bunch of money. So what's the best way to move forward with Randy?
I think we should just address it, the feature, because how do we set goals when we're broke? Or, you know, when we need to do some of these little things first. Though I liked it because they gave us a priority, you know, but at that time, we could focus on 5 things. We need to clean up. I think we should just, put this off maybe for a couple more, let's see where we stand 3 months from now.
I'm planning on talking to
I'd
her.
like to talk to him right tomorrow, but, that, it doesn't seem feasible.
Well, I'm gonna plan on talking to her no matter what, and her, I mean, I'm just gonna reach out to them and
Her and
see,
who?
and Craig, possibly, I mean, and then you guys are also working, so
Yeah.
we have different angles of communication with them. As far as like doing a visioning, I mean, those are fun, but they also kind of create a lot of, expectations that we might not be ready for yet,
She also will, this CIRSA training that we're gonna do is gonna be super cheesy, and it's probably not gonna teach anybody anything. And so for extensive or intensive board training, which will teach us about making comments on Facebook and things we can and can't say and do. I think Randy has access to that, and I think that Dola's usually, I guess Gene was usually doing. But that means paying Seth to do it, whereas
Yeah.
Randy, Dola could offer us board training for free that will actually teach us something.
Binding was from Seth. Does everybody have one of these?
I got one.
It's different. If you don't have one, we might need to figure out how to get one of these.
Oh,
who
needs one?
Armando?
We're sorry, gestures.
Let's see, Martina,
Core condo.
Mendez,
A
and
resource
Martinez.
Oh, no, that'd be fine for now. Okay.
So these things are, you know, like training in a handbook, so there's something that I highly recommend.
Yeah.
There's even a nice part in the back talking about visioning. Yeah, visioning is on the last community visioning. So, I mean, it's just showing that we have a lot of stuff beforehand, before we get to the visioning.
But I think it's fine if you just talk to Randy and learn more about the grants and talk to Randy about visioning and training for the board and bring it back to us.
Yes. I would be happy to, update on the public health and environment.
Of the 6 violations that the previous ORC had left behind, 2 have been corrected. The 4 remaining are the most difficult and will take the most intensive time. And that is the backflow preventer and cross connection control devices. Those are devices that are within certain types of businesses to keep water from backflowing into the public water system and possibly contaminating it. But
That's something that each individual is supposed to do, and then the ORC checks it, or?
yeah, there's a process depending on the type of business and how big that system might be. I think in our case here in town, it's gonna be minimal for everyone. It goes as far as the backflow preventer devices for sprinkling systems. And even a simple one would be like your outside spigot on the side of your home where it has that little cap. Siphon break, that's an example of that too, which wouldn't be involved.
One thing I was thinking for that would be to find one plumber that can come in and do maybe everybody chips in, have to chip in on it.
Yeah, yes, that's the goal, but I don't know how
Feasible.
feasible it'll be to get everyone on board with it, but we'll give it a try.
The backflow preventer, I'm sorry, I
There, yeah,
Under
there's
cost-
cross contamination.
the little valve.
It's on every commercial property, there has to be
Oh, I see.
a thing that if, I don't understand it.
Depending on the operation of the business, depends on what level or grade or sophistication these devices might be, and I don't see anything really gonna be odd or unusual enough. in our town, but.
Well, thank you very much for working on this. This is
Welcome.
like a huge thing to get this taken care of and feel confident that somebody is taking that. That's-
But Frank's gonna be doing that.
I understand, but it's
I'm
having,
running backwards.
but you initiated it
Yeah.
and you really,
Thank
pulled
you.
everything together. I'm really grateful for that. I don't think I would have done it. I wouldn't have been able to do it. Code enforcement, I don't know, did we get a report? Yes.
Just two things, we skipped over item W,
Oh.
which was sales tax.
Oh, thanks.
And, I do have the numbers from Kim, she bought them during the meeting. And then I got an email from Mateo that I could read to you.
Okay.
Report.
Do we wanna go back to sales tax or?
Yes.
Oh, it was,
You can go to him first. So there's one thing with sales tax is that I checked mine and I'm still getting charged full sales tax, 8.9% on every order I make in town. Kizin, it is not.
I'm not getting charged. Not only on Amazon, but, also on, two other websites, but so, I don't know.
Are you getting charged 5.4
Yeah,
or
yeah, but,
whatever?
so I'm not getting charged for the question I'm getting.
So what do we do?
Let's just keep writing it out.
And so I don't know how many people in town are like me, are not getting charged
But if
the
you were
full sales
making
tax.
calls or?
I mean, what's the taxation period for that? That we just got $42,000.
So what though, for?
I'm assuming for the month of March, but maybe it was for the month of February.
Does it say any dates on there? I hope it's March.
It could be 2 months behind.
Yeah, cause they got to collect it, then they have to distribute it.
they were always for paid.
Then I say give it another month and see what we get.
Okay.
Well, the 41 is say for April 8, but it doesn't say, what time to time.
So let's, put it on the agenda for May and do one, another round. Although, this is the 15th, so we may not see it in May.
I think we got that on the 8th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's how much margin?
But it's not
So,
30 days, I mean, it's 30 days, and it's not close to 30 or something.
May meeting, so our meeting is supposed to be on the 13th, so we should be
Able to see it,
good.
because this one supposedly was on the 8th of April, so. And then the other one was on March 8 too, so. February 8.
So are we happy with that, everybody?
so I really feel like this, a call to the state, and, Anya had done the research about the whole thing with the sales tax, and she forwarded this over to Gabrielle, who the contact people were. And I think that this is something that needs to, a call to the state has to happen immediately. That's a really high priority. We can't wait another month. I mean, what if only like half of the people in Crestone are getting charged? That can really hit our sales tax, and we need every dime. So I just think with that contact information that, Ariel got, a call, I would say the mayor should call and say, you are not we're not getting collected for our citizens within the town. And then I think it wouldn't hurt, and let them know, and I'm happy to send you invoices of things that I have. We don't know how many other people that's happening to, and, I don't know, maybe putting something out on Facebook and saying, do you live in Crestone? Or just even contact asking people. I could ask my neighbors, everybody here should check anything that they bought and take a look and see, but, I thought at first that maybe they were having to catch up, but, there was sort of like a blanket, anybody in 81131 was not getting charged.
Kind of a funny thing, when I went on the maps yesterday I just wanted to see how long it would take me to get home from Taos. And I hit it, and it does not even say Crestone, it says Moffett.
Yeah.
Even though I'm like in Crestone, I mean, it's just, there's some strange technical stuff that has never been adjusted. I don't know if it correlates over to the sales tax stuff too, that they're just not able to figure us out.
I don't think there's a big sense of urgency, cause I think that maybe, let's say, there's $15,000 to $20,000 I would say closer to 15 if we're just talking about Amazon, which seems to be the main source here. So maybe even $12,000 to $15,000 in online sales tax that we're talking about, and if we're 10% of that, which is even questionable, highly questionable, then maybe we're talking about $1,200 to $1,500 in sales tax that we. And if it's only half of our residents that maybe aren't paying that, we're probably talking about less than $1,000 a month.
Yeah, but,
that we're losing.
But let me just give a call there, and then.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's.
And then I can put it on their radar to look into it.
Yeah.
And maybe we have to do, maybe that they're gonna have to do a separate code to differentiate.
Right.
But
Anya suggested if they correct, that they might even overcorrect and start charging everybody again. I don't think we have any idea.
Yeah.
Who's getting charged and who's not getting
well,
charged.
I know I'm getting charged and she's not.
Right.
Those are the-
And there may very well be people in the baca who are getting charged.
And also there is a certain time lag before the government's going to make changes or do anything about it. And then the changes of what it takes to get distributed, they're, whoever the companies are that are sailing, they're going with what the state, it plugs in automatically into their system. So we could see a while for everything to take effect. And, so just like as an example, I bought something that was $32.18. And, the collected tax was $2.12. So on 32.18, that was $2.12.
Well, so it should be 286.
What do you got?
Well, if it was 8.9%, it would be 286.
So at 32.18 with $2.12.
What was the other, 5.4?
Something like that.
$1.73.
And so,
Okay, let's move on. I actually have another meeting, I have the event committee meeting.
Wow.
Yeah,
Are we going to make it?
I'm gonna make it, if we can get through, code enforcement report.
Mateo says, I'm back but starting another job tomorrow morning, so I'm giving an update here. Nothing too significant, but I've also been gone. Dewey said that the Volvo will be moved out of town by Tuesday. I'm still doing walk-bys to see the dog's behavior that Wendy has complained about. Benjamin also asked me to express how my summer will look working code compliance officer. So I will try to keep my working hours, keep working my 5 hours a week plus anything else that's needed if it can be scheduled ahead of time. Kind regards, Mateo.
The only thing I directed him to do was do this, like I said before, this overall, assessment of our noise. Going around with this is on the 25th of April, 26th of April, no, May. When the music festival is, to get a baseline of what's going on around town, so one thing I have to do is make a chart, and so that might take a few of his hours, but then maybe he wouldn't have to do as much. I noticed that the sheriff's been coming in town a lot, last night, sheriff was in town arresting somebody over here. He arrested another person a week ago at the post office. So they're actually more active, which is kind of nice. I don't know
Yes.
what's going on with that. Could be stuff happening in the Baca, and then they're just carrying it over here. As far as like Peace Patrol's stuff, it's kind of nice because the Peace Patrol, like, there was a guy in town who was causing issues with the women in town. called Peace Patrol, they drove him down to Alamosa within about 10 minutes of talking to him, he was already gone. So there's a lot of like other people besides our code enforcement doing stuff, which is really good. It's kind of picking up, saving us money.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's all good stuff. As far as the planning commission, we didn't really have anything to report, right, Armando?
No.
Correspondence is, the only thing was this 4th of July, which I don't know. Because we already went through the other two.
The only thing I was taken for this complaint of the July for Cliff Rodriguez that we talked about. We should advertise it that job too. I don't know if this Nick Numbers is the only person who does and how we end it, but he is comment that never, that job is for bid, so that's the only thing we should take over.
Well, it was under 5,000, so that was one thing.
Okay, but
The second thing was that,
he's planning participation and not let him to participate for the July. He's a community member, he's a neighbor, so I don't know what's happening there, so.
well, one thing I do know is that there's been an ongoing thing over a long period of time with these two.
I am aware because I was the.
So there's something about that too.
Yeah, too, but
We're getting
he's
put in the middle.
reaching us to us now, so.
I mean, I think if we decided to do like a bigger event where we were spending more money, we would have to definitely go to bid.
I think we could, inform Nick Navarez that, everybody's invited and needs to be treated respectfully.
Yeah.
And we could let Cliff know that we informed Nick of that.
Okay.
I think
like
that that's a good
Mhm.
way to mediate this without getting too involved, because people's like personal arguments really aren't,
Yeah.
are,
I think but
Business.
they're reaching us now, so that's
I like
why.
that.
yeah.
Perfect. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I would like to say one thing.
Yes.
I think you did really awesome today for whatever that's
I
worth.
agree.
And I would encourage you to, push the line of being a dick and cutting people off. So we all like to talk, and I think we should give him room to cut us off and not take it personally for a minute, so that we can like kind of work into a new.
I agree, and I will try to cut people off a little bit more, but I also felt like we need to.
And
You mean
I
like right
want to,
now?
I want to congratulate you too, same thing that he's saying, you did a good job.
Thank you.
And my point on that one, it should be counted 3 minutes for everyone that want the opinion, even trustees, so we
First
now.
subject, yeah.
Yeah, because I
Well,
got,
we did good today.
yes,
We got through
but
it.
we have another minute,
So, yes, we do, and,
3 minutes for
One-
each one to speak up.
one suggestion, and I'm just gonna reiterate it, is just like when we raise hands, instead of holding your hand up, cause I think, just make eye contact with me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you like a signal, 1, 2, 3, and then that way, you can put your hands down, you know you're in order. And then if another person raises their hand, they're gonna be 4, and it just continues like that.
We did good today, but I don't wanna do this, like, I don't wanna do 9-hour meetings.
No, but, I mean, we have to catch up, and
Well, the living wisdom center.
that took a lot of time.
That took almost all-
Really important,
Took almost all morning.
Yeah, no, and look, we're at 5 o'clock, that's pretty, I figured 5:30, so can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Second.
No. So moved,
Yes.
Oh,
first,
second.
Dennis, second, trustee. I'm just gonna call you trustee. I'm not even-
That's
I
fine.
can't- I don't know why I can't get your last name.
Shrouded in mystery.
Trustee Dana,
Trustee.
all in favor?
Hi. Huzzah.
Meeting adjourned.
Can I keep this, Ariel? I wrote so many notes in it. And, and you wanna just share the Google Drive with me and I'll take on that.
Where?
That is Sure. So that one I create YouTube channels that I have. Yes.
Because he has a password bank of keypads.
Then in that regard,
Kim tomorrow.
I'm going out of town. So when I get back, maybe we can meet up and I will come and help.
Maybe it's like,
Out
even I can
here.
start the YouTube account and give you the password.
Yeah.
And then you can just take it.
Yeah, and then I'll just take that off of your plate until we're done up, however long it's gonna take. But, so when I get back, I'm gonna, like I said, I'll be back on the 22nd, and then during your workouts, I'll shoot you an email about setting up a time where I can come in and help, and then maybe we can make that part of it. Okay. Cool. And do, can I take this?
That one you can take with you, just or you can leave the other ones.
Because it's taking an awful lot of stuff.
Some of them for especially.
But, the likelihood of doing anything like that is very, or collecting is very